Sheds. I almost made it plural, Game Sheds. Game Shed, because I was thinking of Shedheads after that, which is your podcast. Hi, this is Aaron Hansen from Game Grumps, and I'm telling you that Shedheads is my favorite podcast in the Citadel. You like that reference at the end? Do you like that? Hey, thanks, man. James, keep it up, brother.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
We are here.
We're here.
It's back. It's been a long vacation.
Well,
How have
it's
you all been?
it's been
Well, for us.
It's been consistent for everyone
Yeah.
else. Welcome back to I Made a Mistake.
You made a grave mistake. Oh man. It's okay though. I'm not gonna hold you against it. You know, we all make mistakes.
Just look at that video length.
Oh boy. Yeah, I had the choice of either recording or a podcast, and this just had to come out.
Recording.
So it's a impromptu one. I don't have my bathrobe. It's just blankets, but I can make do.
Yeah, he's talking about recording a video game session for our Let's Play channel, the Game Shed.
Hey guys, why are we acting like this one's more popular?
It's in the linked channels. Actually, it's not. I should do that.
Welcome to the long cast. I'm your co-host, Skylar.
I guess yeah, I'm your co-host, James. Then, and this is the Shedheads podcast.
I'm slouching really hard and heavy because it's gonna be a long one. I got blankets. I got a Monster Energy to keep me awake.
Yeah,
Because this is gonna be a long night.
that's what happens when it's the Dark Souls of podcasts.
Yeah.
Ooh, it's the hardest one to listen to.
Ooh, scary.
Not anymore.
It's
Not
gonna be
anymore.
the hardest to get through.
Yeah, but not anymore. It is. It's November. Put on your hats, everybody. Your pilgrim hats, and gobble a turkey, whatever
And
that means.
I heard you like to party down.
Yeah.
So later I'll be coming around. Just don't call your mother.
Mm-hmm.
Call the police. It's gonna be a long night.
Guys, we do not have any time to waste getting into this.
Other
Because,
than this past 5 minutes, I'm gonna crack open my cold Monster.
hey,
Coldish.
it's not been 2 minutes yet. So I say now that it's been 2 minutes, let's start with my first movie recommendation.
Oh, now my mic smells like Monster. That's a
Mhm.
good. I did good. Good me. You're starting
Mhm.
with your recommendation.
We are. And we'll.
Oh no! What was your rec again?
Oh, I don't know.
I forgot. Why is it fucking getting everywhere?
So okay, what we're gonna
Absorbing
do?
all
We're gonna try to. He's gonna say no, but I'm gonna say yeah. We're gonna try to try. Keyword to limit how long we talk about each of these. I'm saying 45 minutes. That's when I'll start trying to be like, okay.
Yeah, but it might be on a heavy topic here.
Because we do have something else to talk about. We're essentially talking about 4 things today.
We are.
And we tend to talk for like 3 hours, even if it's just 2 things. So
I forgot what your rec was because it was like such
mhm.
a time commitment.
So you forgot about it?
I don't know, dude. This is why I want to do the podcast today because I don't know what's going on in my head.
All right, now for real, let's get into it.
Okay.
Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the fucking Rings,
the
guys.
Fellowship of the Ring.
First movie. All right. So if we're jumping straight into this, first of all, what
do you think?
What is this bullshit?
What do you mean?
No. I'm not talking about the movie yet. Still, fuck is this wreck?
What?
What the fuck?
It's a jumbo wreck.
I'm upset with you.
I've
had
told
to hold
you.
this in for a week. Why?
You knew it would be 9 hours.
No. I knew that. I mean, why Lord of the Rings? Why it came so out of left field? Normally, there's like a rhyme or reason for your shit. Is it just because like it's? I've been known that I haven't seen Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter or other shit.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I told you I didn't really enjoy what I saw of Harry Potter or Star Wars, so I'm the black sheep there. But I do love Lord of the Rings. So spoiler. I love the Lord of the Rings trilogy. And I knew you hadn't seen it. And actually one of my first notes here, because I have some notes before we even get into the first movie, but which is I feel like a lot of people who haven't seen Lord of the Rings are like, yeah, I haven't seen it. Don't really want to either. And like, you know,
No, it was never that for me.
sunglasses emojis.
I mean, yeah, it was cool for me to be like, yeah, I haven't seen this shit.
uh-huh.
But like at the same time, it was like, fuck, you haven't seen, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know?
Yeah.
It was one of those. And I definitely felt like that, like, pretty much through high school, I guess.
Mhm.
But yeah, I was just wondering where the fuck it came from. And why?
Because you haven't seen it, and because I rewatched these like
I was expecting to like watch it more ceremoniously,
really.
as it were.
What's that? What do you mean?
Well, I don't know. It's just like, you know how you save. You're like, oh, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna save this for a special occasion, rainy day.
The podcast is a special occasion. It was a jumbo wreck. That's a very special occasion.
Yeah, sure.
So
I was just wondering why, because man, oh man, this was a journey.
yeah, I felt like it.
Just like the movie trilogy.
Yeah,
It was such an adventure.
I felt like I needed to share this with you because I just watched these at the beginning of quarantine this year.
Really?
Yeah. I hadn't seen them.
I thought you've known these.
Well, no, I have. Like, that's the thing. I watched them to refresh my memory because I hadn't seen them in about 5 years. And I definitely didn't watch movies the same way I do now 5 years ago. So I needed to check them out and see, like, if they hold up, if, like, you know, if I really like it. And it's definitely a thing where you know how long they are. So you don't just want to jump into it until you finally commit to it and you do it. And this podcast is what was going to be that for you. It was going to commit you to doing it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just did it of my own volition, but I had to convince myself, like, all right, it's time to do it. So I know what you mean. What did you think, though? Well, let's just, yeah, because right now I'm going to
take a sip.
I'm going to say we're not on to the first movie yet. I'm just going to say that because I do have some, like just a handful of notes before. Just that regard the whole trilogy.
Oh, also speaking of notes, the reason why we're talking like this is because James is scared at the sheer amount of notes I've taken.
Yeah, he took notes, actually.
And quite a bit. Now that we're looking back at it, that's the whole podcast there.
Yeah, and I took notes on yours too. Hotline Miami, which we'll eventually be discussing.
Yeah, that we'll get into later.
Okay, so did you take any
Nope.
first? Okay, so I'll just go with mine then.
Well, I mean, other than that, I had high expectations.
Okay, and did you enjoy the series overall?
We'll get to that.
Okay, fine. I loved the series, guys.
You always ask me that, and I'm like, I'd rather get to that.
Okay. So disclaimer, for the whole discussion, I tend to be bad with names of places and some side characters.
That's fair. There's quite a bit.
Yeah.
I was trying my best to learn as many as I could.
Yeah. So I just wanted to get that out there. In case I'm like the guy.
The guy.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
But I'm way better than I used to be, and watching something like Game of Thrones helped with that. What else do I got for the whole trilogy? Just so we're not discussing this about every one of them. So many great, vast environmental shots across this trilogy.
Of course.
Such a
I
sexy
feel like half
landscape.
of my notes are just that.
Okay, cool. Well,
it's fucking amazing how it looks.
that's why I wanted to throw that in here. It was in New Zealand, I believe, where they shot this.
Yep, that's like all it's known for.
So sexy. I want to go visit just to see this shit.
You're just like everyone else.
Just to see this shit.
You're just like the other girls. You're not quirky.
That's fine. I want to see it. Let me live. Okay. But yeah, just this is definitely a very general thing. Actually, here, let's get into some other quicker ones first. One thing about this, you know, our friend Gollum.
Oh, of course.
Our friend Smeagol, Gollum. I mentioned this in the episode where we talked about it, but that actor was in the Prestige.
Oh yeah, really?
Yeah.
I feel like I would have noticed.
Yeah, you'd think, but no, that's Andy Serkis, and he played. I looked it up. Apparently, his name was Ali. So I don't know.
Cool.
I just remember that he was in it, so that's kind of funny. Another tidbit: Frodo and Sam, those actors are 10 years apart in age.
I mean, they look like hobbits, so I'm like not even like I'm like meh.
And
Merry
Merry and Pippin, 9 years apart in age. I feel like every time I watch this, I was like, yeah, there may be a few years apart.
So wait, there's total of 40 years difference between the rest.
Wow.
between all of
Okay, yeah, that's the takeaway.
them? Okay.
Anyway, yeah, I just thought that'd be fun to point out. Also, you're Pippin. We already
We're gonna explain why once we travel through.
once we get into this.
Yeah.
And then
Because he's labeled me as that, and I'm like, cool, I guess.
yeah. So a couple
Fucking
just.
Hobbit. Great.
I guess there's a couple bigger things that I want to do now. They might work better at the end, but I'm gonna do them now because otherwise I'll forget.
Well, do them at the end.
Don't forget.
You won't.
Yeah, I gotta ask you something. Now
Okay.
that
Well, I was okay.
Huh.
Sure. Ask me. Ask me what you're doing.
now that you've seen all of these movies, I want to know what your favorite race is.
You wrote that because
Because Chandler asked.
yeah, we watched the first movie with him, and he asked me what my favorite race was, and I was like, dude, that's fucked up of you to ask that. How
Yeah.
could you? So
But
that's what I'm gonna hit you with. That's really fucked up. I can't believe that.
do you have one?
No, I don't, because I like them all equally. You know. It's all
Okay, yeah,
about
but
equality.
actually,
Is Wizard a race?
I don't know. I really don't
See,
know.
I still don't know. I still don't know. If it was, then you like the Wizard, duh. And I'm pretty biased there. I like the elves. They're pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
They seem like they got a whole society going.
Yeah.
They even have their language and shit, and they just seem like, important players.
Mm-hmm.
Men, they're kind of boring.
Huh.
Hobbits, they're pretty dope. They're like everything that I want to have happen.
Really?
Like that's the life I want.
Hobbits are kind of like they're men, but like even they're like further.
Well, they also have their own way of living.
They're
you know?
They're further handicapped in that they're short and they just got big feet.
Well, yeah, but they literally just have their little cottages and just party and eat all the time. That's like the life.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and the ears. They got the ears.
Yeah, they got the ears, but everyone's got the ears in this.
Okay, yeah, and I'll say it now, but if you think it's gonna ruin it, then don't answer, and we'll come back to it. I wanted to cover favorite character.
Well, I'll get to that.
All right, well then let's remember to talk.
No, I
over
have
that.
a note of that, so don't even worry.
Okay, cool.
So
yeah.
I was just gonna say, not to disrespect or anything, but I don't think if anybody's watching this, they want to hear you talk about it because we got a first timer on this couch.
We do. Well,
I think they want to hear me talk about this.
Let's get into the first movie then.
Yeah. Well, I was just gonna say because I'm just gonna quickly again before we get to the first movie. Gosh, this is already dragging. About what I already knew going in,
Mm-hmm.
because it's like impossible to not know. Like, oh, these are things from here.
Mm-hmm.
I knew characters' names. I thought Bilbo was a lot more important than he really is.
Oh, that's the Hobbit.
Well, yeah, but I thought, okay, so that is the Hobbit. Just because I thought I heard Bilbo way more than Frodo, in the day. And I knew, obviously, Gandalf, the Grey and White. I didn't know, anything what that meant.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, cool, he changes his clothes, I guess.
Uh-huh.
I knew the Hobbit holes.
Mm-hmm.
I knew what they looked like.
Right.
That was a term we used in my days of Minecraft when you built a house by digging into the side of a mountain. Called it a hobbit hole.
Interesting. Not exactly what they are, but
No, yeah, but that's what that's what our phrasing was for it. Or it could be like on a small hill. You could really just build that. I think people have built and it's really cool. But that's beside what we're getting at. I knew the whole ending and point was to toss the ring into the fire.
yeah.
I didn't know why specifically. I just thought it was like a prophecy thing. And there's all these parodies and shit of Lord of the Rings too that you just kind of see
Mm-hmm.
scattered around. And I knew the Eye of Sauron and Mordor or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew those names, and I knew the Eye was like the big evil, but that was it.
I was gonna ask if you knew the ending of this. Like,
Oh, and I
just
knew
going-
Legolas, and that's the only side character.
Yeah.
Like, but people like really talk about Legolas, but like, I guess my whole opinion on him just out front. He's like the most side character.
Yeah, he's a side.
He's
dude.
he's like the most side character.
He is a side
There's
boy.
not much on him.
Him and Gimli are kind of like the same role. Well, not the same role, but in terms of like relevancy.
Yeah, I guess.
But yeah, I wanted to know if you already knew the ending, like if it was just completely spoiled.
I knew they tossed it in, but I didn't know what happened after that.
Okay. No, well, I thought I meant like, the ending goes a certain way. I guess we'll talk there when we get to the third movie in like 6 hours. Okay. So can we then get into the first movie?
And more I want to say.
Yeah.
No.
Uh-huh. All right, here we go. The Fellowship of the Ring.
Fellowship. I just titled Fellowship.
Okay.
In my notes, I don't know why. It's just funny to look back. So, also my notes. They're not even like notes how you take them. They're more than anything reactionary.
Okay.
So like these are like kind of my thoughts as we're going.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to say the beginning and how everything turned and like, as soon as like they're in Hobbiton.
Hobbiton, the Shire?
The Shire.
Yeah.
As soon as they're in the Shire and everything, and like we get introductions of characters and like just all this beginning quarter.
Yeah.
I think it's perfect.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's such a textbook like fairy tale opening to this.
No, I agree.
And there's some great shots, and also I love how the first shot of Gandalf is the fucking meme of him bobbing his head.
Yeah.
And it's so funny cuz like they have this dialogue and the camera shot is like super close in their faces.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
just and then Frodo's holding in his laugh and everything. And then
right away you get
and also the meme is immediately too when Gandalf is like,
keep your secrets. Yeah,
keep your secrets.
I was just gonna say that.
And the other one where it's like, a wizard is never late. He arrives precisely on time that he's meant to.
Precisely when he means to. Yes. Yes. You get there's like how many memes per minute?
Dude, there is so many memes and it's like no wonder, but like we'll get to there because there are stuff. It's not the first thing that you see. The first thing you're greeted with is kind of an exposition dump.
Yeah. You need it though.
I said my first note is expedition dump, but
there's people outside.
Kids outside. First note is expedition dump, but done like folklore, so it's okay. More or less told like it was a fantasy, like it was a retelling rather than like this is what happened.
I think it's pretty
in terms of narration.
I think it's pretty much absolutely necessary. Like in like Dark Souls or something.
It is a lot like a Dark Souls opening, but it's way more like you know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Dark Souls openings, you're just like, what the fuck is this? Like you hear names, you hear places, vaguely a few things, but that's it. Here, you basically see Sauron just fucking shit up.
Yeah.
And that's my here's the first note that is gonna paint the rest of my notes. It's that spiky dude looks cool.
Oh boy. Okay. All right.
And then right after I said Sauron, so I can remember his name.
Yeah.
I really like the look of him.
Yeah, when he's with the spiky helmet and the spiky everything.
He's spiky. That's why I said spiky dude.
Yeah.
Well, because I know he looks evil and shit, but like I think he looks cool. Super Dark Souls. You're gonna hear that a lot.
Well,
we need a Dark Souls counter for this one.
Well, we're still in the Shire. I want to say
we're gonna stay in the Shire for a minute.
It's pretty great. Like, I can
because it's not just like, oh, here are characters. Okay, quick, get them on their journey. You kind of like get a peek into their lifestyle first. Where they have like festival and shit.
I think I could see how people might be watching this for the first time and be bored or whatever, this or that. I thought there was knocking, but it's my cats.
Oh, I thought there was knocking.
Yeah. No, yeah, you get to see how just it's so nice and fuck, that really took me off track. But my point is, I would have thought maybe you're bored watching that part.
No.
Or something. Or just like a newcomer. But if you know the journey, or if you're expecting like certain like craziness to just kick off right off the bat, then it's like really nice just to like to cherish this time before they leave. Whenever
That's what I knew it was doing.
Yeah.
I knew that it was doing it like to start out with.
And if you ever see it again, then like when the Shire's not fresh in your mind and all this other shit, the journey and all the hardship and death and blah blah blah, all they go through, that's like still what's in your mind. And you just see everyone together having a nice time, and you see characters get introduced for the first time. It's such a nice feeling.
Yeah. I still have a couple of notes before the Shire.
Before the Shire, okay.
Yeah. Well, they're just like sentences, like I said. No, next one is Gollum, introduced a lot quicker than I thought because they just kind of name drop him in the beginning.
Yeah.
And I thought that was interesting. That was just like Gollum immediately. I'm like, what? Like, interesting. So I guess he's more important than I thought.
But he's not really. I put like you get your proper Gollum debut in the second movie.
Yeah,
really.
yeah. Well, that's what I thought we were getting, like Gollum, like in the first movie, and I was like, I don't know if I'm ready for that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, obviously I knew Gollum too. You know, I knew the My Precious.
I always knew him as
watching this.
Smeagol. That's the funny thing, because most people know him as Gollum, but Gollum's the evil.
Yeah, he's like the voice in his head.
He's the evil
That
ego,
wants
and Smeagol's the what's left of the good hobbit he used to be.
Right. I just thought it was interesting that they named him, and like looking back now, it's just like it's almost like here's an example of someone that like
Yeah.
Went too far down with like the ring's corruption and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Next note, that big ass castle looks like Anor Londo.
I don't know what you mean.
Big ass castle in Dark Souls.
And was it from the opening scene?
Yep.
Okay.
When we get to Anor Londo, well, you can even see in the beginning shot, and I swear this is the last time I'm talking about Dark Souls, but
No, it's not.
in the first shot for a while, maybe.
Most
No,
of your
it's
notes
not.
are Dark Souls, aren't they?
Maybe not. Maybe. Like right at the beginning cutscene, like the castle looks like that. So I was just like, this is really cool.
Mhm.
I'm just admiring the scenery and scale and shit.
Right.
Oh yes. Oh, so then we're in the Shire. No notes about that. With what you were talking about at least, but I do really like the festival and how some hobbits are fucking with Gandalf's fireworks.
Yeah.
And the big ass dragon, which was really cool.
Some hobbits. It was Merry and Pippin.
Oh, it was them two.
Yeah. See,
Gotcha.
you only remember because it was so soon. You didn't even know him yet.
Yeah, I thought they were just like, side characters, just Beavis and Butthead,
Yeah.
which is what they are anyway. But I said, because at some point when they're in the Shire, Gandalf is, doing fucketry.
Yeah.
With, he's where he just appears in places.
Mm-hmm.
So I said I love that they don't show how Gandalf does his fuckery, because he would just like go off screen and then he's just like pop, and wait, did I write this down? Oh yeah, and then he has that scene with Bilbo, where he's like, "Do not mistake me for just casual illusions or whatever."
No, that was good.
And then I said, "Damn, and he's scary. He's a lot like Sans."
Yeah.
Maybe inspiration.
But he doesn't exactly, he doesn't teleport. Because I think if he teleported, if that's what you're getting at.
No, but
okay, yeah.
It shows it like he does. I think he does, like Sans, where he's like, I don't teleport. I just, look for these shortcuts.
Yeah, because I was like, if that's what you're getting at, then that would be a huge plot hole where he could just teleport to Mordor with the ring.
well, you never see him do that because, I imagine he has to go where someone never sees him.
Yeah.
And shortcut. I already have my own headcanon.
Right, okay.
But I just love that they don't show it and you're just like, what? He just is in a house and he just followed Bilbo, or teleported in his house after he does his little speech and then puts on the ring.
Yeah. I forget what he said, but you're right. That was powerful. He's like, "Do not mistake me for something."
because
He's like,
then
"I'm
the
trying.
lights
I'm
go-
trying to help."
Yeah, but because then the lights go off, he like looks super big and imposing and intimidating. It was a wicked scene.
yeah,
loved it.
fucking
It was great.
Frodo and the hobbits look so small next to Gandalf.
You also yes, and it's really funny. And I just it was also a trip when Gandalf even first walks into the Hobbit home.
Mhm.
Because I was like, wait, is he giant or are they small? And it's both.
Yeah,
So it's
Chandler
just-
had an answer for you.
It just has it's such a weird fucking proportion. Like I don't know. It's just you see that happen, and it's just like that's trippy.
Yeah, they're smaller than men, and he's taller than men.
Yeah. Which is pretty great. There's also a whole lot of emotion that's like already in the beginning with building up the ring because it's under Bilbo's possession, assumingly not for a very long time,
Mhm.
not for long because it's only like starting to corrupt them. Oh, then there's the meme where it's like, after all, why shouldn't I keep it?
Online, I think it said that Bilbo had the ring for 60 years, but that's not long compared to Gollum. No, Gollum.
How long did Gollum have it for?
Well, why don't you go onto a note and I'll just look that up.
Yeah, I was just saying that I enjoyed all the emotion that was like centered around the ring.
Mhm.
Get it around the ring. And I don't know. I think it's just perfect building for there.
Right. I found it, by the way. Gollum had the ring for 478 years.
Really, is he immortal or some shit?
Well, he rapidly aged after, but I don't exactly. I can't say I know that. I don't know how long hobbits are supposed to live either.
Well, didn't
I don't know the book. Like, okay. Also, disclaimer.
Didn't Bilbo turn 11
yeah, but another
So that's
disclaimer
just
that
111, isn't it?
yeah, disclaimer that neither of us like know the books or like because that stuff goes a lot more in depth.
Yeah. Also, you shared with me a few times that there are 3 Lord of the Rings books, and they adapted each book into a movie, making 3. And there's one, the Hobbit book, and they split that into 3 movies.
Yeah, 3
And they're
movies.
like relatively the same thickness of each other.
Yeah, and they split The Hobbit into 3 movies that are like 2.5 to 2 hours and 40 minutes long each. So I don't know. We can talk about The Hobbit later if you want. But yeah, I think even with how they adapted these, there are still like staunch book fans who say like, they left stuff out in the movies.
I don't know. Now that I finished it, I really love thinking about the beginning.
Yeah, right?
Like the first movie.
It's so homey.
Yeah, really. It's cozy.
Mm-hmm. Which I wrote, since we're still in the Shire, this is my last note on the Shire though, is that it's so saturated. It's so colorful and warm. Like,
yeah, it's got all
all
the grass and shit.
Uh-huh. Everything's so green, and there's the river, the pond, the lake, whatever the fuck it is. So nice. Such a nice little area.
I thought the scene where I think it was Sam that was eavesdropping on
Yeah.
Gandalf and Frodo. He's just like, no, it's just cutting the grass.
Yeah.
I also thought that the ring's power. I thought invisibility was just one of the powers, not just the main one. Now that we're going like foreshadowing.
Mm-hmm.
Or like talking about it generally, I thought like, oh, it's just one of them, and like the longer the person has it, the more they discover other like powers and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So,
as far as I know, it's just invisibility.
Really strange, because wouldn't Sauron be invisible because he was wearing it?
Was he wearing it?
Yeah, it was on his hand, and his hand got cut off by the king.
Well, his armor wouldn't be invisible,
but all the clothings are invisible all the time.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know.
I just thought
could be a plot hole.
It's just weird to think about. I thought there was more to it, because it's supposed to be the same ring as Sauron. Maybe it doesn't turn the armor invisible, but we haven't seen that, so it doesn't immediately rule it out. I guess it was just a thought that came to mind.
Yeah, not sure.
So then I don't have any more notes until we get to Saruman.
Saruman. Okay. Yeah, well, I don't have notes until we get to the until we get to the ring wraiths. So go for it.
So when we first are introduced to Saruman, I was like, "Oh fuck yeah, another wizard!"
Mm.
I was getting all excited because,
I just remembered what happens with him.
well, yeah,
Makes Gandalf a spinny boy.
yeah, which was really funny. Everyone laughed when we did that. It just
Yeah.
reminded me of Curly from the Three Stooges.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like you're also gonna hear how like innocent I was in like what I was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Because in my head I was like, oh fuck yeah, another wizard. Like, are we gonna see like, you know, a whole school of them or some shit? Like more of them as like races? Are we gonna see like the college and shit like in Skyrim? Nope, he's a bad guy.
Nope.
So I was a little sad about that.
Well, he betrayed Gandalf because Gandalf went to him at first, and then and then he was like, "Ah, no, I'm actually a Trump supporter." No, I'm just kidding. he supports the Sauron's power because he doesn't see like he's like this is the new age. This is what
he thinks to serve it because there's no way of fighting it. Which is a really interesting motivation. I wish they like fleshed him out more rather than kind of turning him into a Disney villain. Which is I feel like he's never escaped that. He's like, all right, Disney villain, but at least it never like, the betrayal wasn't like, you know, pulling the rug out from underneath you like in Disney movies.
As well as soon as
he didn't have time for that. He was just like,
Yeah.
he's here and he's like, oh, the ring's out. All right, yeah, Gandalf, start breakdancing.
yeah.
So yeah, with the fight, my next note is expected more magic instead of a force battle.
Really?
That's what it kind of was. They were just kind of like pushing each other and shit with the force. I expected more
I actually
like,
prefer that.
I expected more like magic beams and light and shit going on.
I feel like if magic could do too much, then it would convolute the world a bit.
Would it just be too overpowered?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's good that magic was kind of kept to. It was kind of kept what. It was down.
It was
kept down. Like,
subtle.
yeah, I don't know. It was underutilized, but like it was just It was for the better.
It's underrated.
It's for the better.
But, I mean, just personally, I'm all about like the mage and like what magic can do in RPG shit because everyone does it differently, and this was just like, oh, that's it. Damn.
Yeah, in a game, I think it's a totally different approach. I think if magic could do just like, it would probably make a lot of things obsolete or just, you know, utterly pointless in this movie if magic could do all the things that you imagine magic would be able to do. Yeah.
I just expected some Dark Souls type magic. That's all.
All right.
He has the staff and everything, just whatever. And also when I first saw Saruman in my head, I was like, is that Gandalf the White?
It's Gandalf the Grey and Gandalf the White.
Yeah, well, yeah, I almost wrote down, hey, it's Gandalf the White. Wait, it's probably not. So I refrained from doing that. That's just like a side thought that I had that I recognized was stupid. All right, and then I have the first quote I have written down.
Let's hear it.
This, my friend, is a pint.
Yeah.
Or whatever he said.
Oh, who was that? Was that Mary or Pip? It was one of those two, huh?
Yeah, it was one of them. They were in the bar, and like that was when like the ring wraith started showing up.
Mm-hmm.
So I just thought that was really funny.
No, the ring wraiths.
I love the what's it?
Huh.
I don't fucking know.
The ring wraiths were before they got to the bar, because
I love how like it was delivered.
they met Aragorn at the bar. So it was before that, in a pretty famous scene where you can hear like the squealing of the ring wraiths, and then our four hobbits hide under that kind of tree branch,
right,
on the side of the path, and the ring wraiths come by on their horses and overlook and don't see them. That's like a really famous scene. Like South Park, when they did Lord of the Rings, they parodied that scene, and I know I've seen a reference to it somewhere else too. But my actual note for the ring wraiths was pretty much that. Which, yeah, the ring wraiths were just 9 men who, you know, lost their basically
Yeah.
they're cool. They're souls. I don't know. It's Dark Soulsy. They just became these like shells of people who only cared about finding the ring and getting power.
Well, because they were kind of brainwashed by Sauron.
Right.
And like that power, so they all each wanted the power. As far as my understanding,
Yeah.
they all each wanted it, but then like lost themselves to it, and now they're just like these shells.
Yep.
These empty lords.
Which sounds.
It is a lot like Dark Souls because that's the final boss of the game,
That's what I was gonna
and
say.
the main dude, Gwyn. Remember him? You know, the guy that's basically God. That's it. Yeah, just becoming lost souls that just seek power and all that. Really cool stuff. I didn't take any notes of that. I didn't think that scene was like super famous just because I've never seen it.
Just when they're hiding from them.
Yeah, no,
Like,
I know.
that's recreated a lot when people do Lord of the Rings. Like they recreate that visual.
I've never seen that, or at least remember. But no, I thought it was all super amazing. I love that they included wraiths in this because I think they're like one of the coolest like fantasy demon villain things, enemies. Even if they're a little edgy, they're pretty edgy, honestly. Like they're what every 13-year-old boy is all about. I think they're really cool because they're like ghosts and shit. But they made them even more important, and powerful and such.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot of like wondering like how that other world works because Frodo, like when it slipped on his hand when he's in the bar, which by the way is like, oh, there's the scene that I see everywhere.
Which one?
Where Frodo's like holding the ring and it's like right above his finger.
Oh yeah, and it lands right on him.
I thought that was bullshit in terms of the scene, but I was like, so this is where it's from. Because you see that everywhere.
I mean,
like the ring slowly falling on him.
Well, of course it's bullshit, but also like it's cool. I like it.
It's cool, but it's like that
but-
wouldn't happen.
But also and I don't know if this holds any water, but I wonder if there's an argument or if it's explicitly stated anywhere that like the ring like had influence, like had its own
like
power
where it
to
fell on
land
it.
on
That's
it.
what I was thinking.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe I'm just like creating that in my head.
Well, that's the thing that's great about the Lord of the Rings, like in general. Is there's so many like things that open up where it's like, is this like a possibility? But it's never like directly answered. Same thing with the like other world that he goes into when he turns invisible.
Yeah.
Immediately, like you have wraiths and you have this other world where shit can see you. With that, so then there's immediately all this like, oh, is there like a whole nother like plane of existence now, like another dimension or like astral plane, and it's really fucking cool.
It's such a cool concept that whenever he puts like, because I guess I didn't understand that ever until I watched it the most recent time because I used to have ADD brain, and then like I watched it not with you, but a few months ago when I watched it, I realized that like that when he puts that on, it kind of alerts everything that's looking for the ring to his location.
Yeah, like
So-
they feel the power.
Yeah,
It's like it activates and it's just like bink.
Yeah, it's like a tracker. So it's a really cool like mechanic that's in this universe, I guess. That definitely brings the stakes to it.
It's like nerds playing Magic the Gathering in a comic book shop, and then a girl walks in. It's just like everyone's like, oh, it's a girl.
Right.
Come on, that's funny. Get me fuck off. Oh yeah. So then, right along into that is my next note, because once it shows that it attracts the wraiths, I thought I wrote the note. How did Bilbo not attract attention, or was it just building for 60 years?
Well, he didn't put it on.
He did though.
Well, he did, and that's why once he put it on, they needed to leave.
But like, he put it on with intent when he did his speech, so he knew it turned him invisible.
Oh well, yeah.
Or it brought him somewhere else. No, he knew it turned him invisible because he walks all the way back to his house. So that's just my thought, because it's said in the movie that he's had it for 60 years.
I think he knew that it turned him invisible, but I don't think he used it when he had it.
I don't know. That's just a bit of a stretch. Maybe
that's how I.
It's just
take
a
that.
thought. Like, I was just wondering.
I think he was always responsible with it because
but it showed-
Gandalf knew about it.
Yeah, but it did show him like, starting to lose some of that will, I guess, because he was like, like touching it a lot and shit.
Yeah. Well, he
Like,
kept
it was hard for him to part with.
He'd always keep it tucked away, and then he knew he had to get pawn it off to not pawn it, but
Yeah, maybe he did only put it on like once.
he had to hand it over to Frodo. Well, he was a responsible ring owner.
But still, he had it for 60 years, like, and we see how much it fucks with Frodo. So like, and how many times he puts it on in these movies.
Yeah, more in the first movie than ever, I believe. Which is funny because that's where Gandalf is like, "Do not put it on, no matter what you do." And then it falls on his finger, and then he ends up putting it on maybe twice more, definitely once more. Because I have a note of the next time he put it on.
Yeah.
What else do you have?
So, I don't know. It's a possibility they only put it on like once or twice in 60 years, but again, I don't know why it never like built from that. Or maybe it was starting like the whole like, I'm feeling this power, but I don't know where. It's really like slim, I guess. I don't know.
Honestly, there's probably very clear answers to that in The Hobbit, and I just don't know the story of The Hobbit, so maybe we're just...
If there are answers to that, I would love to watch it.
Just ignore us. Like, I don't know.
Because it would make it stronger for me. These movies. The Hobbit doesn't have to be good. If it makes Lord of the Rings stronger, then perfect. I don't know what happened. I think it was just in the bar scene as well. Because here's another note. I said, Frodo's crew are a bunch of idiots. Hopefully that's not going to be the only thing that alerts the Wraiths.
His crew, you mean the Hobbits?
Yeah.
Sam, Merry, and Pippin.
Yes.
I think Merry and Pippin are idiots, like, it's very charming the way they're idiots.
Well, yeah.
Sam, I hope you change your mind on.
I was a little...
down the line.
The whole time I was like... Well, because... It just every time like conflict happens because they're being dumb, that gets a little stale for me quickly.
Because most people think Frodo's the fucking idiot. Most people don't like Frodo. I don't know how you feel about Frodo.
Frodo's kind of a blank slate, honestly.
By the end of this series, because I know you liked him in the first one, and that's like supported by what you just said.
Yeah.
But a lot of people actually think Frodo's stupid. He's weak. He's this. He's that. People don't like
he's
him.
stupid. I think.
I understand Frodo.
I think I want to talk more about Frodo when we get to the third movie.
Okay, because I understand why he is the way he is.
For now, I really like him. He's just kind of boyish. Doesn't really have a whole lot going for him, but the movies as a whole is basically his character development.
Yeah.
So we don't really get a whole lot of him. So he's an interesting case. At the same time, he's a blank slate, but at the other side of the coin, you see him going through his arc.
I do feel for him though. Like some people just don't get him. And I'm like, well, he's under this influence. It's not him. Like it's not just him anyway.
Yeah.
He does a pretty good job for most of the series.
The point is, like, you're supposed to see him, how the ring is affecting someone, like Frodo, like, innocent heart and all that. Again, we'll get to him later.
Yeah, okay.
Back to my main point, I just get tired of, like, conflict. Like, that's the thing that's progressing them, or the hobbits being idiots. I don't know, because it just gets really stale for me quickly. So I was just hoping that they were going to come up with more creative ways or different ways of, building up the conflict and like events that happen.
I don't know
because it kind of just seems like coincidence, I guess.
What are you referring to when you say that?
Like on the scene of the bar where the only reason why shit progresses is because
Pippin's dumb.
Dumbass Pippin is a loudmouth, and Frodo trips, and then the ring gets put on him. Like it's just kind of, it's basically coincidence that shit happens almost. Or it's just like, I don't know.
I think it's realistic enough. Because
I just didn't want that happening over the course of 3 movies.
No, and I don't think it did. But we haven't gotten there, I guess.
No, it hasn't.
It definitely.
My note was, I hope this isn't the only thing that drives it.
Yeah, I would say that was definitely something that didn't happen. But
it's pretty often, but I don't think to the point where it ruins it for me, where I can be like,
All right, well,
like they don't trip on a banana peel and then the fucking army comes. You know, I would have hated that.
as far as Pippin kind of like getting them into shit right there at the bar, I definitely think that's believable because, yeah, I mean, his character is like a bit of an idiot, but like also, even if he wasn't, like, he didn't know that he had to be tight-lipped.
Well, the point is like how much of a leap is that to conflict in terms of like them being dumb, because like the whole point of that is to start snowballing this stuff that gets out of control, right? It's just my problem is that like sometimes when you do this, you're creating lots of leaps in what would be a logical, like, you know, this is how events would fold rather than just like, you know, this has to happen.
We're talking about a hypothetical that, in my opinion, didn't get fulfilled. But we'll only be able to expand on this as we go forward. So let's keep going.
I just thought that scene was a bit jarring immediately, considering how well everything else was like built up and was building, how much lore you're given and all that. Because it really does give it to you like at an amazing pace, I think.
Some would not disagree. Chandler was falling asleep, but I agree with you.
He's got Gooply Goblin gamer brain.
I think it was. I think the whole thing is beautifully paced.
It's not giving you too much. It's not giving you too little for you to like, you know, lose attention. It's just constantly like, here's more. Like, question number 4 is being answered and such. You're gonna learn more about these people, about these characters, and all that. And then this note. I knew I was gonna regret writing it. I think this was the part where the wraiths first like kind of corner them.
Okay, yeah, I have a note there too. That's my next note.
Said would be cool to see actual death and consequence.
Oh,
just in this in the whole trilogy.
Yeah,
because I don't want I would feel more strongly about this if there was that, as opposed to like, you know, like any other fantasy where it's just like gotta keep the characters alive because plot armor.
That's how
I wanted to see characters die. I wanted to feel lost because of this. I wanted to feel like going through a journey.
That's actually how George R.R. Martin, who did Game of Thrones, felt, because this was obviously like his biggest influence, and that's why there's a lot more. It's a lot more of a brutal, heavy, scary, blah blah world in Game of Thrones than it is in this. But I just wanted to mention that because he felt that way too, and I think. Even though it's used sparingly, it's used effectively in this series too.
Yeah, and it's funny because like the opposite is true in Dark Souls, where everyone dies, everyone has a tragic fate,
which is Game of Thrones, yeah. But yeah, I guess loosely because you said you wrote it around that scene. I have a note on that scene.
Go for it.
Which is just I kind of just point out that scene happened because I wanted to talk about it because you're talking about when Aragorn takes the hobbits and he leaves for a minute and they get caught up in the shit with the ring wraiths, right? Yes. And then Frodo ends up having the ring on again. He puts it on.
Yeah, he puts it on to hide himself, and then the wraiths see him anyway and stab him.
Right.
Or at least can tell where he is by smelling him or sensing him. And they're just like, here's good enough.
Yeah, they saw something, but I don't remember what it is exactly. And yeah, he gets stabbed there. And that's what made you think it'd be cool if people died?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And then it kind of becomes a trend where like, Frodo got stabbed. He's in critical condition. Gotta go somewhere else.
Yeah, actually...
It makes sense, though. You know, like, they didn't make him invincible and shit, and then that is a more acceptable, like, okay, now we have to go somewhere else, you know?
Yeah, one of my notes, like, not much further down was that there are, like, if there's a criticism here from me at all, it's that there are quite a lot of fake-out deaths. Mostly Frodo, I think. Or not like you think he's dead, but there's a lot of, like, kind of it pushes like danger, but like it's kind of a false sense.
Yeah,
which doesn't bother me too much, especially because there are some real deaths, which I imagine we'll get to. I imagine you took a note. What?
Nothing. Just keep going. Stop looking at me.
That's all I'm gonna say. Because my next note is about when they put together the Fellowship.
Oh yeah, mine's still within this scene.
Yeah.
And this is like the first, I guess, a real criticism. Other stuff are just questions or nitpicks.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, where is it? Because then we get that scene with Aragorn fighting for the first time.
Yeah.
And the first time we get real combat, and I thought it was a bit goofy, at least at a certain part, because it made me want to write this note down. And I said, pretty bad and unrealistic sword fighting. It's not the worst offense, just looks goofy flailing it around like that.
I don't remember.
I guess in the scene where, because all the rest of the action scenes are great. I'm just gonna say, a little comic booky, but like really good for movies. But I think Aragorn must have just been flailing around his sword a little fucking too dumb for my liking.
I don't remember it. Who is he fighting?
The Wraiths.
Oh, no, I guess I need to... I didn't notice the problem, clearly.
I mean, I was fine with it, but like I think at some point, like something just set off my brain that it just took me out of it. Like, I'm not being like elitist and all that. I just, if I noticed it to the point where I had to write a note about it, it kind of took me out of the moment.
That's fair. I just literally don't know what you mean. So clearly I didn't have a problem.
Honestly, I'm just being used to the action. I might just rewatch and be like, oh, it's not that bad.
I don't know.
But like, it is like the first time that we see combat, and I was just, he must have been a little goofy or something. I don't know.
I actually really like that encounter with the Wraiths, though.
I know, I like it too. Like, it's super scary scene that we get of them for the first time, and then we see how fucking badass Aragorn is.
Yeah, and you see how defenseless.
You actually get a sense of real danger in this.
Yeah, and you see how defenseless all the hobbits are.
Yeah. And just dumb and dumb.
And I think like people would say, why the fuck would you send hobbits? It's like valid point, but this is an underdog story. Like, I think we forgive that because these people are like even bigger underdogs than humans, and I think that's intentional for sure. Because
like the hobbits, they're not in scary or imposing at all. If you gave the ring to Aragorn, he'll probably just use it against his own kind.
That's the thing. Yeah, men are too influenced by it.
It'll be too corrupted.
Mm-hmm. So, further. To progress.
Let's see. To progress.
Onward.
Whoa. Okay.
Hello, May.
So this I believe is when we see the orcs for the first time, like that in their little like kind of cavern shit.
Yeah, the music. I think of that every time.
I was more just paying attention to like the scene, like scale of it all.
Right.
It's a lot like an area of Dark Souls 2, but this is much better.
Really? Oh yeah. Okay. You said Dark Souls 2.
Yeah, because the area of Dark Souls 2 is literally like two separate rooms.
Mm-hmm.
It goes down pretty deep, but like this one actually looks like interconnected and shit, and like an actual society almost.
Yeah.
And I just wrote that amazing practical effects, makeup and costumes.
Yeah.
Expected nothing less though.
Right. Yeah, it really is. It's like this giant like.
I was glad to see some practical effects with the costumes.
Yeah. There's a whole like giant kind of underground society of orcs that we see.
Yeah.
It's pretty neat.
I didn't know they were orcs yet. I don't think they named them, or if they did, I missed it. Let's see. I'm trying to piece together what this note is about.
Okay.
Let's see.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
I think. They were. Frodo was gonna be like dying and shit, and they had him at the campfire. And Aragorn was like, "Oh, we need berries," right? And then, he gets caught up, where like the person puts the sword on their neck.
Yeah.
And then it turns out that it was an ally. So I was just thinking, why did the elf do the thing with the sword to the ranger boy? I called him Ranger Boy because I didn't know his name.
Legolas.
No, to Aragorn.
Oh, okay.
I called him Ranger Boy because they called him a ranger in there.
Oh, right, yeah, okay.
I said, why did the elf do the thing with the sword to Ranger Boy if she was going to help anyway?
Yeah, that falls under a lot of fake out deaths. Deaths is used loosely, like just a lot of fake out danger, I guess.
Yeah, that was just like that's a little dumb. I mean, like I guess that's part of her like personality if she's like Ada Wong almost.
Yeah, I guess.
Like, but it never again is like shows that she's that kind of person. You know?
I would say
It just seems out of place.
I would say she didn't. It's possible that she didn't know if he was good or bad, and then the movie skipped over them having, that discussion. Whoa, I'm a good guy. I don't know. It could be that, or it could just be.
But did they have history?
I don't know.
Wasn't that the girl elf
Arwen?
that like
Arwen?
he had a thing with Arwen? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that's when they met.
No, there was flashbacks and shit in the second movie between him and her.
Flashbacks.
Yeah. At least I thought there were flashbacks.
She's telepathic.
Oh.
I believe those scenes were taking place like she was because he was sleeping. Like I believe that was her because it did go out of its way to show she's telepathic with Frodo. She speaks into his mind and all this stuff. That's maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, you did say that she was telepathic. During the movie.
I
she assumed they were flashback. Oh.
I think she just invades his mind when he's dreaming or whatever.
I don't know. That could be when the first time they met.
I could be wrong.
It's still like
I could be wrong, but I have to agree. I have to say that past the first movie though, this isn't nearly as much of an offender. They kind of stopped doing the fake out shit past the first movie, which I'm grateful for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm glad that you agreed there. Thought that was going to be a controversial one.
Yeah, so one of us is probably wrong about
I think
that,
we had more scenes with Arwen, or this is when she was like healing Frodo or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Or like taking him to Rivendell. I just asked, are elves mages, or is this or is just this elf a mage? Or miracle based? I want to know more about the elves in this world.
I don't know. This is stuff that you shouldn't ask me.
Those are just questions I had when I was like around that part.
Right. I'm like, if you're asking me stuff, like, I'm not the best Lord of the Rings lore guy. Oh, shit. You know what we didn't say at the beginning that we should have? We said it last time, but just to reiterate 45 minutes in or whatever, we're not talking about the extended editions. So if there's any details in there that are addressing stuff that we say,
we watched the normal ones.
We watched theatrical cuts. Okay, keep going.
Maybe you could put like an annotation or some shit on screen.
Yeah,
like, if you remember. Before we dive deep into this, I don't know. I just with Arwen, I really was like, I want to know more about the elves and shit. So I guess that plays into why I like them in terms for your question at the beginning. Yeah, I don't have any notes about the Fellowship, so go nuts.
Really?
Yep.
I love that scene where they put it together.
Oh yeah, I did too. I didn't take anything down about it.
Yeah, and it's of course a famous thing.
And then he was like, "You shall be called the Fellowship of the Ring." I'm like, he said it. They said the thing.
This is halfway through the movie, so maybe we're halfway through your notes. I don't know, but we're like towards the bottom of mine already. No, I just love seeing all the characters because that's where they kind of come together for the first time. Obviously, they create the Fellowship.
Yeah,
and we get Boromir saying, "One does not simply go to Mordor," or whatever the fuck he says.
Yeah,
the oldest of memes. We get Gimli smashing his axe on the ring and.
Yeah, being an idiot.
Yeah.
Actually, no, I did have notes up through there. It just didn't look like it.
Okay.
Yeah, but you can keep talking. Like, keep sharing about your thoughts.
No, I just wanted to say that, like, that's a very, like, big event, and I love it.
Oh, yeah, it's cool to see them, like, all together and, like, debating on who should take it.
I will take the ring, Frodo, yeah.
Like, if anything, that scene should answer those people who are like, why give it to a hobbit?
Yeah.
Just that scene. Duh. Because that means you watched the movie.
Everyone was too fucking power hungry.
Everyone was arguing about it before they even touched it.
I'll be dead before I trust an elf.
Yeah, and that fucking racism shit.
Yeah.
Was there a fight scene in between there somewhere?
I don't know. What did you write?
Or like, I just wrote Gandalf as a badass. Maybe he showed up at Rivendell just all of a sudden. No, it showed how he escaped Sauron. On the eagle and shit.
Right.
And he was on the roof and like it was raining. So that's why I put Gandalf as a badass.
That's just a note that can be anywhere.
Well,
in
yeah.
my opinion.
But I also said I think he's my favorite, even if it is a normie pick.
Okay, so Gandalf.
Gandalf's my favorite character.
So let's refer back to that then here because
Yeah, I mean that's why that was the note.
So I said favorite character, like apostrophe, parentheses S, like in case you had more than one. So yeah, the first thing I wrote too.
I'll give you my top 3, but you'll have to wait till the end of all the movies.
Okay,
Gandalf stays at number 1.
Okay, because I said favorite characters, and then I put Gandalf the Grey, and then Gandalf the gay in real life because he is. Ian McKellen's gay. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't even know that was his name.
I put some tidbits in here of just things that are things. I really do like Aragorn. I'm not gonna make you guys wait till the end. Aragorn's up there for me.
Well, making you wait till the end.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Aragorn is up there for me, and I think Sam's great, but like Sam is like kind of a perfect character, which was kind of funny because you thought he was dumb in the first one, but he's kind of just like he's got his shit sorted out, and he just kind of gets fucked over a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
He's very vital to the journey. Wait, what? Legolas as a kid? Oh, okay. I wrote Legolas as a kid, but what I meant is as a kid Legolas was my favorite.
Oh,
because as a kid like
that's a really weird way of phrasing it.
Well, because I wrote
Legolas as a kid is my favorite.
Yeah, I wrote favorite characters and I list them off and then Legolas as a kid. So, yeah, I think he was everyone's favorite as a kid because he was like the badass man, elf archer guy.
Out front,
he had 2 swords and blah blah blah.
Out front, Legolas is hot as fuck.
There you go.
I get it. I get it. I understand all the teenage girls out there now.
And I wanted to mention that they shoehorned him into The Hobbit because he's popular. Into the Hobbit movies.
I don't think he's that popular. He's
hot. Very popular.
He's hot. Like I get it, but like I don't know.
No, he's a very popular character, even though he's not like he doesn't do a ton.
I wish he did more for me. Like that. That's the thing.
Yeah,
we'll get there when we get there.
But that's why they put him in the Hobbit movies, not the book. And that's also where I wrote people love to hate Frodo. But yeah. So we'll get back to your characters later.
Yeah. So because I kind of have an arc. That's why.
Okay. Cool.
I think. So
I think
this is when we first see Rivendell.
Yeah.
And I just had to write down, damn, I love the set pieces and scale this has.
Beautiful.
It helps to make the world more cohesive yet massive.
Mm-hmm.
An open world RPG of this would make my dick hard.
Perfect.
It really would. Like, fuck, Rivendell. Ugh! And all the, again, time to gush about the scenery and like scale of it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really glad that they had like these super huge shots.
Mm-hmm.
of places and everything. It actually makes it feel like a world, and it even shows the map in the beginning and end of the trilogy.
Oh yeah,
like show where everything fits in and shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's really cool.
No, I'm down with that. That's why I took the coverall note.
Bethesda, maybe not Bethesda. Obsidian, open world, Lord of the Rings. Wait, if you can get the rights to it.
Mm-hmm.
Copyright, all that.
Right.
It's probably copywritten into the ground like Disney. Maybe not. There are a whole bunch of Lord of the Rings games, so if they found a way, you guys could too. Or a game or a place that can do an open world really good.
All right. Well, believe it or not, we're at the end of my notes, so let's speedrun yours. Maybe we're over 45 minutes on this movie.
Let's see. Where was
believe
my
it
last?
or not.
Where was my last? I'm not surprised. So. Let's see. I have here all the way to there. Those are my final thoughts.
Go for it.
You. So
the Skylar Show, everyone.
The Skylar Show. Well, this is the newbies' first time experience.
Yeah, it's
with
good.
Lord of the Rings. So hopefully you guys will want to hear this. I think this is. I don't know who the fuck. Oh, I think I'm referring to She said her name was Arwen.
Gandalf's girl, yeah. Or Gandalf, Aragorn's girl.
I was so confused. I was like, wait. What?
Aragorn's girl, yeah.
Yeah, Aragorn's girl. Yeah, I didn't know his name. Was he the one where he was with Isildur?
Isildur.
When he was going over like his backstory? Because I just said, I'll give you my note and you piece it together. I said, why did Isildur follow Elf Boy to Mount Doom just to say no? Yeah, he was there. Elf Boy was there when the guy that
Who's Elf Boy?
Arwen's father.
Oh, okay.
Like the super old one that's like important and shit. Yeah, like I said, why did he follow him to Mount Doom just to say no? What a troll. Are trolls in this? That'd be neat.
I don't know. I can't really comment on this because that's a character that like I struggled to even remember was in it.
Well, because they go all the way up to Mount Doom and Isildur's like, no, I don't think I will, and then walks all the way back down.
Oh, yeah, well...
I was like, I'd be so mad.
I mean, someone else does that too, almost. It's,
yeah.
It's just... Of course, the hardest thing to do is to, like... I think the point is getting there. As hard as that is, the hardest part is actually throwing it in. Because the hardest part, you can't turn back from that. And I think that's a very true to life point to make. Because you can do like all the... You can go on the journey, but like if you can't like finish it off, stick the landing, like and get to the point of no return, then that's like kind of that makes or breaks it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll get there on the third movie. I guess that makes that note less of a point. Just I guess that went through my head at the time, so that'll be it. There's a bit of name dropping, but it's enough that we can follow. Not overwhelming or trying to pretend that the world is developed. Like it's not like, oh, here's lore. Believe that our world is here. Everything they're talking about actually seems as though it's important enough to say. The dialogue has purpose in this.
Right.
No,
I agree. Yeah.
It's not like a prophecy or whatever bullshit. Oh, praise fucking whoever did this shit that there wasn't any prophecies or anything.
Yeah.
It would have been so easy to do and it would have fucked everything up, in my opinion. I said, okay, elves are immortal here. Interesting. Just had to put that down.
Yeah, they just live forever.
Aragorn, Arathorn, Dark Souls naming, lol.
Yeah. Wait, are elves immortal? Or
Yeah.
do they just not ever die of natural causes?
They said immortal. When they had, it was a scene where with Arwen and
I would imagine they could
Aragorn.
die though, or they would go to war.
No, they said directly that like we're immortal.
I would think that like they couldn't die of natural causes, but like if they got their head cut off or something. Like,
I mean, maybe, but like they live forever. I mean,
yeah. I think that's as far as it goes.
I don't think they like couldn't die.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what immortal means.
I don't know, but that's what they said.
Okay.
That's what Arwen said. So I was just like, okay, cool, I can dig that. Just learning more about elves. I'll accept it. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is just like a funny little thing that I noticed really quickly. I just said, why is every new name introduced followed by who their father is? Kind of funny talk.
That's just the way
That's just the way they talked. I just think it was like kind of funny. Like whenever you address someone, it's just like, oh, how are you doing, Aragorn, son of Arathorn? Like,
I don't know. It's the way that they do it in like, well, this is Middle Earth, but that's like specific to Lord of the Rings. But anything that's like medieval, like that's just what they do. Like Game of Thrones will do. Oh, son of, yeah. It's like that. It's like how they're known.
Yeah, I guess.
It's through their father, through their family tree, their royalty.
It's just they did it with every name, so I just thought it was just kind of funny to hear over and over again. Like there's no context for anything.
Yeah.
Maybe there is a point to it if like I really like pay attention to it. I just thought it was funny talk. Everyone just flipped the switch when Frodo offered to take the ring when they were arguing. Yeah, Frodo offered, and then everyone was just like, okay.
Yeah.
Just like, okay, we'll stop fighting.
No one could have an argument for why Frodo shouldn't be able to.
I think it was just so sudden I had to write that down.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck the point of this is. There might have been like where action was. Yeah, they were like actually walking through, and then like the whole like crowd of birds and shit was like after them because they were like looking for them. They had to hide.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Gandalf noticed her or some shit. I just said I want to see Gandalf let it rip, like no cap.
What do you mean?
Like I meant I want to see him just go nuts,
Mm-hmm.
like full on use all like his power, give all he could, because I want to see that.
Right. Well, we kind of do.
Yeah, in the first movie, I think.
Yeah, we'll get there.
The design of goblins and orcs are a bit generic for my taste, but I guess this did set the standard for these fantasy creatures. So,
Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, pretty much.
they probably like looked similar to that, or at least described like in
The books.
older books and
Yeah.
shit. But like this is probably the first known movies to like do like the whole fantasy thing like at this scale.
Right.
So like I can forgive it for that.
Mm-hmm.
I was just offering up my taste, I guess, if anybody cares. I just this note's funny. I just said Frodo gets stabbed too, electric boogaloo.
Yes, he does.
And I said lol, he has literal plot armor.
But when were you talking about this time?
I don't know, when he gets stabbed the second time.
I don't remember. Was that in the cave? In the Mines of Moria? The Mines of Moria.
Yes, it was.
I love that part where they're coming up over the hilltop. I don't know if you remember the visual. I do, because it was in the Two Towers game, which is funny because it was in the Fellowship movie. But when they come up over the like atop of a mountain and whatever Gimli's going on about, my cousin lived down in this is a dwarf area, the Mines of Moria. Yeah, like
Right.
I love that part.
Yeah, I loved how they were going like kind of in depth, like underground for shit.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't albeit like how beautiful all the scenery is and shit. I'm glad it wasn't all just a bunch of mountains and hilltops to look at.
Yeah.
There were actually like fortresses and shit. And again, it just helped to make the world feel all the more like, things happen here.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
And then they do a little Resident Evil 4 type puzzle to get into that door. He's like, the puzzle was so fucking simple. It was just like,
yeah, I think
say open in Elvish or whatever it was, and then the door opened.
I think oh yeah, I was also thinking about RE4, but not for that, because of the thing that came out of the water.
I love
attacking
that.
them.
Yeah,
I was like, hey, it's Delago Lake.
yeah. I guess some people probably don't think that looks that great anymore, but
I still think it looks pretty good.
I think it looked fine.
I was busy wondering if that was a Hydra.
yeah. Okay, cool.
I guess it's like kind of like a cephalopod type of monster.
Yeah.
It's not really known, but you never see it again anyway. So whatever. It's a sea creature monster. Scary, yeah.
Things, even the CGI, like the reason that most of it looks pretty good in these movies is probably just because of how much money was poured into these. But
Right.
yeah, I think generally like everything looks pretty good. There's probably some examples that I just didn't take note of because nothing took me out of it.
Yeah, no, nothing took me out of this scene, so that's why there was nothing up until what I'm gonna talk about.
Huh.
Gandalf did the thing. Very epic.
You shall not pass.
You shall not. That's so amazing. Like I don't even need to quote it. Like so, I already knew that.
Pass.
I knew
you
that
didn't know,
too.
You
I told you
couldn't
that in the car.
Yeah, you couldn't have known the context of that though.
No, I didn't. I thought it was like
pretty epic.
some Narnia bullshit. Oh yeah, that's why I said very epic.
Yeah,
Because like they are running from this huge fucking like lava demon.
mhm.
Like what? It was just really awesome, and they're like on this narrow ass bridge and shit, super huge scale, and like all these goblins and orcs are coming through. I don't think I wrote it down because I was gonna sound like I was bitching too much, but in my head I was like, of course it's goblins and orcs. It's always them.
When?
When they were like starting to like rush the crypt fortress.
Oh,
whatever the
okay,
fuck,
yeah.
wherever that place is.
Yeah, that was right before the death.
Oh, and I think we got some giant ones, which may be ogres. I don't know. Or maybe
I
just
wrote-
big boy orcs.
Yeah, I wrote for that scene, the "You shall not pass" scene, Gandalf's death isn't dank. It's sad.
But that scene is amazing. And with Gandalf's death, I had a mini arc in my notes, like right after each other. So I want you to hear this because I think it's the most entertaining notes I have. It's he better not be dead. That wouldn't be very epic. Next line, that music is not helping. And then my next note is, like, they could have helped him up. Like, by that time we were outside and everyone was crying, and in my head I'm just like they could have helped him up. Like, they were there.
It's so epic though, the way he goes out.
Fly, you fools. That's the other thing.
Yeah, fly, you fool. The music stops and it's just like he says that, and then down he goes, and it's so fucking. It's because as far as you know,
I knew the fly, you fools thing was coming. I knew that.
As far as you know, he's done. Like, it's just. Oh man, sadness.
Yeah, but I wasn't. I was in such denial, like, until they were out there. I was just like, but they could have helped him up. And they were like able to run over to him. Like, he just had to hold on for a little longer.
And he went out being a hero for his friends.
Yeah, but they could have helped him up. He could have still been a hero for his friends. Yeah, he didn't have to die. I just called him my favorite.
Right. Well, that's pretty much.
That's why I was regretting I hope there's death and consequence.
Yeah, I hope there's death.
I hope there's death and consequence, but not to Gandalf.
Yeah.
So I'm really hurt about that.
Mm-hmm.
And then then we start seeing like hallucinations of the eye.
Mm-hmm.
More and more, and I said, and this was true. Before, like, I knew anything about the movies, is that I always thought the eye looked a bit goofy.
Huh.
And so I wasn't sure how they were going to make it look intimidating, but the use of it made it pretty foreboding, I think.
Yeah, I never thought there was anything goofy about it. So.
I don't know, like, maybe because it was, like, so, like, overused with, like, images of it. And I said that again, like, at the very end of my notes, was that I'm glad they didn't overuse the eye.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was there to serve its purpose, and that was it. Like, it wasn't just,
right,
shoving it in your face all the time. So they actually did make it pretty foreboding and, like, scary of, like, oh shit,
right.
This boy is watching. I was just like, it's a big fucking eye on a tower, like, But they actually did it pretty decently to make me rethink that.
All right.
I said. I only have like a few more notes until final thoughts.
Okay, good, because we're at an hour in on this.
I told you this was going to be long. I told you I was going to have a lot to say about this, but no.
just keep going.
You gave me a jumbo, Rick. You're getting a jumbo podcast.
Keep going.
So, and then I believe it was mentioned here by Arwen in that scene with Frodo. I said, so orcs are corrupted elves. That's neat. But that means they should be pretty beefy.
Should they?
I think so, because I'm pretty sure, like, at that point, elves were like, they have their stance in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that scene with Arwen was pretty cool. Also scary when she showed Frodo that she was telepathic. Yeah. Then I said I like the. Oh yeah. Okay. So this is where we're like they're up on the mountain and shit, and they're like going, or the canoe spot where it ends, and there's that huge fight. And then you get that scene with Boromir and Frodo.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I said I like the building paranoia of who the ring is affecting. The characters aren't sure themselves, and it's intriguing to see where they'll take it. Boromir is definitely gonna be important later. Edit. Never mind.
Oh, yeah.
He died like right after I finished writing that.
Yeah.
I was like, never mind.
Yeah, right under my fake out death's note, I put, there's some real, and that's Boromir and Gandalf. Gandalf the Grey, that is. Which I don't know if this started it, but that actor Sean Bean is famous for always dying. He's died on screen more than like most actors, and usually he dies in like the first of everything.
That's really funny.
Yeah, it's really great.
I wonder if he like just makes a meme of that.
He does. Yeah, he's been interviewed about it. It's pretty funny. So yeah, that's kind of the last of my notes, and then I had my closing thoughts. Just we get the Boromir death scene.
I just really like how they were like handling that paranoia and all that and trust. It was a lot like The Thing.
Yeah.
Except more subtle, and it had lots more time to build, which I really dig. So basically, Lord of the Rings is just Among Us. Guys, that's still relevant.
It does. I could see it seeming a little random that Boromir suddenly just like wants the ring, but that's kind of how it works.
Yeah, he's a man. Like he sees it and he wants it. And the dude, when you look at him as a character, it's like, well, yeah, he wants to be like powerful, especially once you get to the third movie and you learn more about his family.
Yeah.
And shit.
Oh yeah.
It's like they're all power hungry. So like, it makes sense.
Well, certainly his dad. I guess Faramir. I mean, we're not there yet, but I guess I'd say he's maybe like the most honorable of his.
He still does
family.
want power.
He does.
Just wants to make his father proud.
Yep.
Then we get this really really nuts action scene with a whole bunch of orcs. I said Aragorn is nutty. Pretty dope action scene.
Right.
And then after Boromir's dead, I was like, wait, doesn't Boromir have a shield too?
A shield?
Yeah, because they showed him having a shield on his back, like when they were walking up, but like it just disappears during this action scene. Like I never seen him use it. I'm like, well, that would have, that could have helped him live, with the shield. He could have just blocked the arrows and been like, noob.
I'm not gonna pretend I was that observant. Maybe he did, or maybe
He didn't have a shield.
Yeah,
I remember that was the other thing. I thought that too when Legolas was fighting the dudes over where Gandalf died. Cool scene with Legolas too. But I was like, Boromir's shield could really come in handy here because it's just arrows. So I don't know. They never see him using a shield, so I was a little disappointed.
Yeah,
they could just take it out then. Because
I didn't pay close enough attention, I can't argue in the movie's favor or agree with you, because I can't be like, oh no, it was taken here, you missed it. Because I don't know, maybe it wasn't, maybe it was.
Or give him like a buckler or something. That way it's like it's not a proper blocking shield, because that's just what was going through my head. I was like, you could just use that. And then really good notes here. I just said, oof, Aragorn goes nuts again.
When? No, all right.
in that fight scene, he just goes nuts, and I was just like, "Damn, he's a badass," and I really liked watching that. But then, this is where Boromir died, because in my head, I just said, I guess I wrote it down. Really, no healers in this world, huh?
Oh, yeah, I guess not.
I was just like, you would think that would be important, but I don't know. In fantasy setting, maybe it was like before like that. I guess I don't know.
If there were healers, the stakes would be even lower. Like,
kill the healer.
I'm kind of happy there isn't.
But then kill the. I don't know. I was just saying.
It seems more like
a miracle worker.
Seems more like a video gamey kind of thing.
I guess there are still healers and shit in other fantasy areas and such. Just it could make it for more creative situations where the characters do die.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was just a thought, not like a criticism point at all. Next note. God, I miss Gandalf already.
Yeah.
I really felt his absence in the last quarter of the movie. Then fucking Frodo goes off in the boat by himself, and I said, Sam really about to drown himself.
Yeah.
Why? And then, okay, never mind. I can't say that note, but I said, why is Frodo the only dumb one?
Smart.
Not the only not dumb one.
Yeah, I remember you saying that, and I mean, I think what the scene is trying to say is pretty clearly an emotional thing, rather than a logical thing. Like Sam is just. He's not gonna let fucking Frodo have his sight. He made a promise. He loves his friend. There's a lot of heart in it. But obviously what you're saying is true.
It's not a negative at all. I was just like that. It was just kind of funny.
Where
I was just like, he's really about to do this. Obviously that's it, because that's where the movie ends.
Great. Final thoughts then.
For me. Well, I've been talking for a while.
Oh, I'll go then. So I don't know. Yeah, as I said, we watched this one with Chandler, and I guess he got pretty bored by this movie.
Because there was so much talking.
Yeah, and I don't know. I totally disagree. it's hard to talk about because this may have shifted on this rewatch, but when I watched like a few months ago, this was my favorite of the trilogy.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And I mean, it still might be this one for me. I'm not sure. So I guess I won't comment on that. I just know which one is like my least favorite of the three, but we'll get there. So in this one, we get the Shire, we get the mines, we get the lake monster, we get the fellowship scene, we get a hell of a lot of memes.
We get Rivendell.
We get so much shit.
We get the Gandalf scene.
I don't get how you can watch this and be bored. I certainly wasn't. I think it's fucking fantastic all the way through. I do have to say it felt slower on a rewatch though. On like when I watched this a few months ago, like compared to now, I felt the length more now, but maybe that's because like I felt pressured, like maybe you're bored or something, because maybe you thought the
Right.
Shire, and I knew Chandler was bored, so sometimes knowing, like being hyper aware of like, oh god, are they not enjoying it?
Yeah, no, that definitely is a factor in it. That's how I feel with like some games and shit if I'm showing people, or music.
Yeah, that can make it feel shorter or slower or longer, or
It's like when you show your friends music, you're like your own music, you're just like, oh shit, the song was a lot longer than I thought.
oh god, oh no. Yeah, so I guess I'll save my rating though until we both do rating.
Sure. Just my final thoughts. Just writing this down quickly. This is, I think, after like a day of the movie. I just said I think the first movie delivered on my expectations. Only some nitpicks with pacing and stuff. I'm gonna just cross that out because I disagree with myself already. And stuff, but I'm pretty invested already. It doesn't overcomplicate the plot and lets the world react with the characters in a way. It feels like we're watching the retold fable. Exciting to see how they handle excited to see how they handle the build and scale. I think there's, like we listed, a lot to love with this movie.
Yeah,
and it introduces so much and fucking hooked me immediately.
Great.
After this movie, I was like, more.
Yeah, I didn't know.
But I couldn't say that around you. I was dead ass like, I'm gonna watch the second one when I'm at home.
Yeah. No, you hit it pretty well, because I genuinely thought that you might have just been thinking like I memed like, oh, you're probably just thinking like, wow, that was okay as fuck. Like I thought you might have just thought it was okay. Like I didn't know where you stood. So you hit that well. When we watched the third movie, I'll say you hit it a lot less, how you felt about the thing overall.
Well, because, because it was a lot. It hit me a lot.
But yeah, after we watched the first movie,
sometimes you can't hide emotions,
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure if you were in love with it or if you thought it was okay. I mean, I was pretty sure you weren't just like, this sucked for all these reasons. Like, I don't know who would say that, but
dude, all my questions and like aren't even like criticisms. They're just like, this is happening. Like, I don't know. This is just going through my head.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna hold any of that against this movie aside from like the clunky sword fighting, which again might even just be like, wasn't used to how the action is done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool. Did you have more?
I thought I did. Maybe the other note I'm thinking of is in the second movie. We'll still talk about this a fucking lot longer, so.
Yeah, we're just at the beginning. That's the third
movie.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Well, hopefully it'll get faster. Hopefully.
Yeah, well,
you see the time length, not me.
This is the bulk of, I feel like, to talk about is getting into it.
Okay, great.
So I guess I'll give it my rating.
Ratings first.
Yeah,
you first.
I wrote down 9 out of 10, but I think talking about it and revisiting like the beginning with the Shire and all the shit to love, I'm bumping it up to 10.
Wow. Okay, me too. So it's a 10 out of 10. I don't know. I have no problems with it. I mean, I went over a couple things, but like they are nitpicks for me, if that wasn't clear. Any little complaints I had. No, I think this one's tied with another one of the two as like my favorite right now.
I do want to like hold all the gushing I have for the end. This is just like
cool. Yeah.
the perforated line to go to the next one.
Great. I think this is the first thing I've wrecked you that got a 10. I think.
No,
Is it not?
no.
Okay. I thought it was. What else did?
What did I give Jacob's Ladder?
9. Okay. Well, anyway, not really relevant. Were you just about to get up?
Yeah, I have to pee.
And we're off. All right.
And we're here.
Okay. So, on to the Two Towers.
Oh, before we get to the second movie.
Yeah. So much for spending 45 minutes on each movie. No.
Oh yeah, I told you. You. You didn't want to believe it. That was denial.
Yeah.
We did forget to go over one of the better lines in the first movie.
We did?
Yeah, which is right at the beginning with Sam, where he was like, "If I take one more step, it's gonna be as farthest from home I've ever been."
Yeah. And then I told you there's the video someone made at Lord of the Rings, except every step is the furthest Sam's ever been from home.
And I think that's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it's funny
God.
because it's like 56 minutes of the movie, and then it's just that for like 7 hours. it's pretty great.
Oh my gosh. I want to say that to someone that knows this and like, hey, do you want to watch the extended version?
Yeah.
It's technically extended, just not what you thought. Oh man, that's good.
All right, great.
Except they would like it would be like 5 times. They'd be like, really?
Mm-hmm. All right, now on to Lord of the Rings, the Two Towers.
It's the second movie.
The second movie. What are we thinking?
So yeah, I say something right off the bat. I just said starts off by making me relive the toughest scene.
That's what I said.
He still better not be dead. That's what I said.
I said, damn, they're really gonna make me watch my boy Gandalf fall again right away.
Yeah.
Okay, apparently there was fake out deaths in this movie again, because I kept a counter. So that's interesting.
Counter. That's smart. I should have done that.
I forgot about it. But yeah, so brief summary, the Fellowship has fallen apart and now Frodo and Sam are on their own.
Yes.
And the other characters, we keep up with them too.
It's honestly kind of quick how it was kind of quick how fast the
Yeah, it was about an hour and a half.
The Fellowship lasted.
Yeah, because it was about an hour and a half when we had to pause and you went to the bathroom and Chandler, blah, blah, blah. We had our little intermission scene, and at that point you thought it was taking a little long. The movie was taking a bit long, the first one. And it's a 3-hour movie, which means about an hour and a half, an hour and 20 minutes, where the Fellowship was actually the Fellowship.
Right.
And then they're off. Frodo and Sam. So
the boys, Beavis and Butthead,
yeah,
but like not smarter.
Mm-hmm.
Beavis and Butthead is Merry and Pippin.
Yeah. Another. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, the next note I have is when Gollum is here.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say just immediate note about because I'm gonna get there right after, but another thing to note right away is that the scale of this is suddenly much bigger. We have a lot of new characters. We have Éowyn, Éomer, King Theoden, Faramir, etc. New locations, Rohan, however you pronounce it. We got a lot of new stuff in this.
As a first-time viewer, I thought the scale was the same.
Really?
Well, because it's still like, talking about characters like they've always been there. And and they're important to the story, so it just introduces it. To me, it was just like, oh, elves in Rivendell. That was new to me then. A whole new place, new characters and shit. So I was glad that they kept going like, Rohan, here's King Theodore or whatever.
Theoden, yeah. Theoden. But after an hour and a half into the Fellowship, like once they make the Fellowship, it's kind of introduced every character and it sticks with that for the back half of the first movie. Here, it really expands the world in my opinion. This movie.
Yeah.
But
I thought it was constantly expanding.
Then my notes get on to Smeagol and Gollum. Yeah. He really makes his debut here, in my opinion. He's in the first movie.
He does, yeah.
Slightly, barely at all.
No,
he's like
appearance.
Yeah, we hear his voice and we see like his silhouette in the first movie and he's referenced here and there. But like here we really get him and we see the internal conflict of his two personas.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which I didn't know he had either. I just thought he was crazy.
Yeah.
So my note is Gollum better grow on me, because as he stands, I'm meh as fuck about him.
Oh, huh.
I wonder if we'll see a darker side to Frodo. I don't know why those are two connected. Why those two are connected. Because I think then he was like starting to get angry a bit and like yelling at Gollum or whatever.
Frodo?
Yeah. I was just hoping to see like a darker side of him, but yeah. When it comes to Gollum, I don't know, just because of how fucking overused like he became, like in literally everything, you know.
You're not talking about in the series.
No, I'm talking about outside of the
That's
series.
the problem. Like, you gotta not consider what people
Well, that's
did.
why I said he has
Yeah.
to grow on
Yeah.
me. You know, like everywhere else is always my precious, you know, and just we want it and all that shit.
So it kind of makes you go in like against him because you're sick of hearing it.
Because it's I'm sick of hearing it, and it's like been parodied to death. So already the character is like a comic type of concept to me,
which is such a sadness
Like,
because it's not fair. Yeah.
Now that I've seen it all, first thing that comes to mind in Lord of the Rings is not fucking Gollum.
No, I forget he's there. He's not even in the first movie, which is like maybe one of my, we already said one of my favorites of the three. So
yeah,
but I definitely don't have any. I don't have any issues with his presence at all.
No, I don't have any issues with it. I just said, he better grow on me. Like, here's his chance. Here he comes.
Uh-huh.
Do your song and dance, and if I like it, then cool.
He definitely gets developed as quite the manipulator, gaslighter.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Later on.
But also there is a good side to him. Like, he is kind of complex. It's just like there
is a good side to him. His name's Smeagol.
Yeah, they're literally like there is a good
literally
side.
a good side.
They make it pretty black and white, like left brain, right brain kind of.
Yeah.
Definitive lines.
Yeah. And then we see what happens to Merry and the other fella Pippin.
Yeah.
With the orcs and shit when they get kidnapped. And then Aragorn kind of does some miracle tracking. Because I said not really clear how Aragorn is piecing the events of what happened to them together.
Of what happened to Merry and Pippin?
Yeah, because he points at a thing in the ground and there's fucking nothing. The only thing that makes sense is like some, I think it was an article of clothing or some shit that he found that like helped him, but like it just looks like he looks like a dog like sniffing shit. It's just like, where are you going?
No, he knew that they were still alive. And again, it doesn't help that I can't remember why, but there's 9 hours and 20 minutes of shit to take in, so don't blame me, please. But yeah, that's funny. My next note was actually there too, but I just wrote a couple fun facts about the movie.
Sure.
The one I wrote, you'll like these, I think. They're pretty well known, so nothing people haven't heard already if they're avid fans. But fact, when they found the pile of dead orcs and thought Merry and Pippin were dead, and Aragorn, like, he got angry and he, like, kicked his helmet. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
The actor broke his toe.
Really?
So that pain when he screams is real. Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
I'm gonna enjoy that when I rewatch it.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
That's a fun
how
fact.
heavy was that fucking helmet? More importantly, how thin were his shoes?
Yeah, I don't know.
Or how frail are his toes? That boy needs more milk.
Yeah. And another, I think it was a heavy ass helmet, honestly. Another fun fact also about him, Viggo Mortensen, that's the actor's name. He kept his horse after the series because he felt bonded with it.
Oh, that's cute.
And most people know that. That's like all over social media. Or it used to be like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just wanted to mention those real quick. I might have another one later.
All right. Again, not a criticism, more like a nitpick because it just kind of took me out of the moment where I was just like, "What the fuck's he pointing at?" Yeah. Then
he saw something.
and then he's like,
I think it was clear. I want to say, like, in the movie's defense, but I also don't remember specifically.
well, like it just seemed like a miracle track. Like he did see like a piece of clothing or some shit. I remember he saw something physical that belonged to them, and I was like, okay, that's fair. But then he's like, oh, scuffle here, footprints here, and it's just a mound of, dead grass or whatever.
Really?
Or sand. I don't know. But my next note was when he points that they ran off in the forest, and then he just points and there are all these trees over here. I just thought the forest in the middle of the desert was funny looking. Because it's like flat flat grounds, flatlands, and then it's all of a sudden just a fucking wall of trees in there.
I like that visual though.
I just thought it was funny looking. Like it's kind of like how biomes in Minecraft work.
I do like the visual.
It's like,
Yeah,
okay, desert and forest.
What we should have done is brought like a total Lord of the Rings nerd on for this. So whenever you have one of those things, I'm like, oh yeah, well honestly, I forgot. Like they'd be like, oh actually,
Oh God, no. You mean just Reddit on me?
Yeah,
Because that is like the Reddit thing to say. It's just that's what they all sound like to me.
I just take it in more as an experience than like all the little
All
intricacies.
these little things are just stuff that like takes me out really quickly, where I'm just like, that looks weird, that's weird, or just something, or just while I'm thinking of it like the first time.
Right.
No, other watch throughs, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, whatever, you know.
Right.
And then next note isn't until we meet the new friends.
New friends.
Yeah. I just said an ent.
Oh,
In 2 exclamation marks.
our tree friend.
Yeah, and I said, don't see those too often. I was surprised to see them.
They're in RuneScape. No.
They're in RuneScape?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Ents are in RuneScape.
Ents are underrated as fuck. Just let me say. Like
Well,
they're a really based creature, honestly.
They're in Lord of the Rings, which is a pretty gigantic thing.
Well, yeah, but like I don't see them anywhere else. Is the thing. It's a damn shame. I love Ents. Then I just loved how he was like, "Don't call me a tree. My name is Treebeard."
Yeah.
Lamau.
No, yeah, I love that. And then how slow they talk.
Well, yeah, they're really slow. They're ancient creatures and shit.
They have fun with that. Where he's like, we only talk. Yeah, like we
don't talk much, but we only talk things that are worth talking about.
Yeah, or something like that. And he takes like 10 minutes to say it. It's so great.
Fucking love Ents. And they made them so badass here too, more or less in the third movie. But yeah,
they're
just really cool because, like, you know, they're like the insects that look like plants, but they're not. You know, and the trees are like really humanoid, but like they're not. You know. So I just thought they were freaky. Like I love the plant monsters in Dark Souls.
Right.
And there are also like living trees. Okay, that sounds dumb. Moving wiggly trees in Dark Souls 2. Not 2 as well. I said, oh, here's this other note. I can't tell if it's maybe you can have some insight with this, because I said I can't tell if it's me, but this movie feels much darker than the first. I dig it.
Well, yeah, well, the first one doesn't really get dark until at least after the fellowship is made. Like the first one is definitely,
I feel like it gets dark with the wraiths. You know, you see like
there's spots, but like it's definitely like so lighthearted compared to how like it gets real.
Yeah.
And this movie is definitely like it kicks off and like there's a war brewing and there's a lot of conflict between characters and trust and blah blah blah. Like there's so much going on. No, I definitely agree with you.
I don't know, I just thought it was feeling darker, and
it does. I would agree.
I really did want it to get darker as the thing. Like I wanted to keep going.
I think it only gets darker as it goes. I think the third is the darkest. Like
I don't think it gets too much darker than I think it like plateaus at a point.
I sort of agree, but I think that like the third is still darker than this one, in my personally.
We'll get there, I guess. I didn't really feel that. Maybe I have notes about like certain spots, but that's all it is. Like to me, with darkness is like there's some spots, you know. What notes do you have? Because I've already been going for a bit.
Again, I was kind of short on notes for here. I wrote the most notes about the third movie.
Okay. I think I wrote the least for the third movie.
That's good. My next note was about Gandalf, which he's resurrected as Gandalf the White.
All right. I have 2 notes before that.
Okay.
I just said no one. I already read that one. Oh yeah, because then we get Gollum and Frodo meeting.
Yes.
But then Frodo was like Smeagol, so I was like, how did Frodo know Gollum's real name?
Well, you don't remember?
No, I don't.
He was told about him. It was like this legend of the Hobbit who had the ring.
I just figured there was like some like Hobbit encyclopedia that.
No,
all
you can
hobbits
watch
knew or
it.
Some shit.
No,
I'm not surprised that I missed it. Again, it's not a big thing,
Yeah.
so I guess that just gets crossed off. Then my note is Gandalf the White. Very cool reveal.
Yeah, did you see it coming, or did
No.
you think it was Saruman?
I thought it was Saruman.
I thought it was pretty obvious that it was going to be Gandalf, but maybe it's just because I knew that. So
No, I thought it was gonna be Saruman, so I was just like, oh shit, like the big bad dude is here. And then I was about to write a note about Saruman, and I was like, I'm gonna wait because I haven't really given him a chance yet. And then it turned out to be Gandalf, and I was like, fuck yeah. But like, I didn't know like, because he's been resurrected, so I thought it was just like, oh, it's the same Gandalf. The wizards don't die; they just transform or whatever.
now I believe they used Saruman's voice. I don't think that was
Really?
Gandalf's voice. Like when they weren't showing him and they were just like, "Come here."
I didn't
Like-
hear him say anything. You just
No,
see
no.
him.
He talked to them. When it was building it up as like, oh, who's the mysterious wizard? Like, you're supposed to think, oh, it's Saruman, but it doesn't show him. I think they used the actor who played Saruman's voice during those parts.
I don't remember him speaking that scene, so I can't say.
I do. I think it sounded like him. So I don't know, but it's just something I picked up. Or maybe they distorted Ian McKellen's voice in some way. But like they definitely were playing it up like it wasn't going to be Gandalf, I think.
I don't know. I think it played off effectively for me.
Mm-hmm.
And Gandalf the White is just so interesting with how that works because it's never like outright said or explained.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's kind of brought back to finish what he was meant to do on Middle Earth.
Right.
And that's the extent of it. The movies don't really go into how. Like, you assume there's some gods probably related or involved in it or blah, 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 something. But the movie's not too interested in going into it. I don't know if the books go more into it. I don't really care, to be honest. I guess I don't care. But, yeah, I didn't know how you'd react to him being back. Because
Bless.
everyone's happy, like,
Dog
everyone
bless.
loves Gandalf, but I could see some people being like, "Oh, so the stakes were never real." Blah blah blah. Blah. Like, I don't know.
He's different now.
Yeah,
He's white.
He is different now.
Wearing white. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to interpret for that, I think, because it's not like too abundantly clear.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought it was really cool, and I was like, you know what? I don't care if it's like if Gandalf the Grey really died, we get Gandalf. I'm happy.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day. So my next note again, I really didn't do myself any favors here. I just said Gandalf is such a badass.
Yeah.
No context. I think that's the same fucking thing that I wrote.
Yeah, one per movie.
Yeah.
Gandalf
I think
is
in my
such a
head, I was
badass.
like, I'm going to say that like every movie. Yeah, I said that again in the first one. Gandalf is badass.
Gandalf is such a badass.
Gandalf is such a badass.
Yeah, now you wrote such a.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it was maybe you were writing about when they went to see Theoden.
Yes. Yeah. And he was like pushing Saruman back. Like it's like Gandalf was back and even fucking stronger somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Almost. So yeah, that's the scene. You're right.
When
'Cause then-
was it when he had his staff and he was like, "You wouldn't take a cane from an old man."
No, but I love that scene.
Yeah.
And then he gives Pippin like the most subtle wink like ever.
Mm-hmm.
It's literally like a quarter of a second. Like it almost looks like a twitch.
You mean he gives Aragorn a wink, right?
No,
Or was
it
it
was with the
Pippin?
Hobbit.
Really? Okay, because he went with Pippin in the third movie to the other king, or the Boromir and Faramir's father.
Oh, right.
But it was in this one where I think he winked at Aragorn. He was with the boys in this one when he went to
Okay.
see Theoden. Yeah. I didn't rewind or anything to see the wink, but you mentioned it.
Just whenever you watch it again, just remember the wink because it was there, and like you'll blink and you miss it. I don't know how I noticed.
Yeah.
It's like genuinely like damn. Yeah, it was in that scene where he was pushing Saruman out of the king, like corrupting him and shit.
Oh, Sauron or Saruman?
Saruman.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
I just said super cool transition of his skin and hair changing. Like, wow.
Yeah, definitely. I like
Genuinely,
that.
I thought I was just like, whoa.
It happens.
Wild. There's
like,
some really cool effects.
It happens like subtly, but like just it happens at such a pace that your eyes can't really keep up, and it's just like whoa.
Yeah, it's like transfixed and shit. So it looks that's really cool. I had to make a note of that.
Awesome.
Do you have any other notes? Because I have a note about Saruman.
Go for it with that.
All right,
my next one's also about Gandalf. Oh wait,
this one's
wait.
gonna be a talking point.
Wait, this might have been before that part actually, because it was when he left the forest with Merry and Pippin, I think. No, they were with the. I'm forgetting the timeline now because they were with the Ents for quite a while. So no, Gandalf was with Aragorn and them, and he whistles for his horse, and the horse comes running. There's another YouTube thing where the horse just runs right past him.
Oh man,
I think that
YouTube poops of this sound fucking amazing.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty popular one. All right, that's all I had. Until we get to Eowyn, which I guess is like introduced at that same part because she kind of has a thing for.
We forgot to say the thing in the first movie.
What do you mean?
We forgot a quote from the first movie that I just realized.
What quote?
Fool of a took.
Oh, fool of a took. God damn it, May. She just jumped on my foot.
What a fool of a took, am I right?
Yeah, Eowyn in this movie. When they get to King Theoden, Eowyn's his daughter. And she kind of has a thing for Aragorn. Trying to get between Aragorn and Arwen. Come on, man.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I knew Aragorn was, like, not up with that.
Yeah, he wasn't into her.
No, yeah, but they were being coy about it.
Yeah.
You know, which was pretty cool for character and stuff. Yeah. I wasn't really interested in her at all. Yeah. I was like, okay, cool, side character. Move along, honey. You know? I didn't like what she did independently, though, like how she was a fighter and shit.
Her arc, that was more in the third movie with him and with Mary.
But it shows that in the beginning, too, like when she's introduced, when she's like sword fighting and sparring.
Yeah, independently.
Or shadow sparring, I mean.
I agree, but as a love triangle, not really.
Yeah, no. So I have a sizable like talking point, I guess, because I said part of me wants Saruman to be more of a force of nature. So far, he kind of looks like he hangs out with orcs rather than being an almighty ruler. I guess I mean I want him more imposing and untouchable, considering he's the main antagonist.
Saruman?
Yeah.
You don't think that Sauron is the main antagonist?
Well, yeah,
their names are so close.
Yeah, well, yeah, they are really close. I mean, Sauron is the main antagonist, like the Eye, or
yeah.
Yeah, but the Eye doesn't really do all that much, honestly.
Well,
it's more or less the force that controls all the darker shit.
The Ring is kind of the main antagonist, I guess.
Yeah. But like in terms of a character, it's Saruman. You know, I would agree that the Ring is the main.
Technically, yeah. No, I agree. Yeah,
but
Saruman,
in terms of a villain,
Saruman kind of fades into the background of the trilogy. Honestly,
it's weak, and I really wish he were like a bit stronger, like almost like he's the like heir of Sauron.
Yeah,
it's really close in terms of names.
He's kind of like the ringleader for the evil side. So yeah, I see what you're saying.
I mean, he just seems like he's like all of a sudden, I rule all the orcs, but how? But why? I get that he like puts up a huge fight against Gandalf, and that's scary. But that's the extent we see like him directly do. It doesn't have to be much, He could have just whooped Gandalf's ass like harder than I could have ever fucking like thought.
Right.
But then that would have been like too much too soon. I'm talking shit like opens up a fucking other dimensional rift or some shit, like just making him almost seemingly impossible to deal with, I guess. Make him like Sauron V2, but he doesn't need the ring. But if you destroy the ring, you destroy all the evil and shit. Like it happened. Like what happens?
Yeah,
there goes Saruman anyway. So like that's how you get rid of him. So I guess that's where I feel like things were missing. Because I feel like in the second movie, it's more like Saruman's the bad guy here. Because you get all like the building with the orcs and armies and war and shit.
Yeah.
Like the war's starting to boil over.
And internal conflict. Because Theoden is kind of a bitch to deal with in this movie.
What do you mean?
He doesn't want his people to fight. That's kind of a recurring thing because Theoden doesn't want to do what's necessary, and Gandalf and our boys kind of have to push his hand. And
yeah, like I remember that scene where Gandalf's like, "What a fucking idiot."
Yeah, and that kind of happens again in the third movie, and we'll get there. With the steward of Gondor or wherever it was. I'm so bad with the names, but we'll get to that. Yeah. So yeah, my point was just that there's like some internal conflict as well.
Yeah,
with just humans being fucking stupid.
It was harder for me to pay attention to stuff with Theoden.
Yeah.
Not because the movie lost my attention. There was just so much shit that I was trying to wrap my head around, and like also other thoughts and like notes and stuff. On a rewatch, that stuff is gonna more easily ingrain itself. But for like that stuff, I was just kind of getting like basics, like okay, this is what's happening, I guess.
Right, and his arc is kind of more in the third movie.
I think at that point is where I was starting to get a little like, unclear about things happening.
Okay. Yeah, because there's a lot. There's a lot.
Also, like, in the first movie with the scene of like Arwen and Frodo.
Yeah.
Where she was talking with him. That was a little like unclear too. But maybe I was falling asleep. Just kidding. But yeah, I'm glad we touched on that. So I guess that's like again the main criticism is with Saruman. Next note for me is I like how things are building with Frodo. Keep going, movie.
That's kind of where I got there too. My next note was Frodo starts relating to Gollum, in this movie. It's kind of like that thing in Silent Hill 3, which isn't gonna make a lot of sense to people, but like it almost felt like they took for that game they took that line like straight out of Lord of the Rings.
What line?
'Cause there's like in Silent Hill 3, and I'll be quick with this because it's totally irrelevant. She, the main character Heather, sees that like monstrosity Silent Hill monster in a box, and she's like scared of it at first, but then she's like, on second thought, it's kind of just pathetic because it's kind of like trapped in its box and stuff. And that's kind of like what Frodo has with Gollum. Like he sees Gollum and he starts to feel bad for him because he just sees what the ring has done to him and how it's turned him into this like shell of a fucking whatever you want to call him. And he's just like, he's kind of pathetic. Like, and that becomes a major point in the movie. This one and the third one is Frodo having this soft spot for Gollum, for Smeagol, whatever you want to call him.
Smeagol.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I just enjoyed how they were progressing with Frodo. I thought it was like perfect.
And tension between Smeagol or Gollum and Sam starts to build early on in this movie too. It reaches its peak in the third movie, but here Sam never liked him.
Yeah.
And we get another big old quote, potatoes.
Potatoes.
Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. There's a whole song of that on YouTube.
Yeah. I didn't like that as much as what we need is some good taters. I had that written down as a quote.
Right.
Yeah, and then along these lines, I said I like this Gollum scene where he's talking to the voices in his head, but it's a bit funny.
Yeah. I see
which I guess is the point. He's meant to be a little comedic,
I think so, yeah.
With like how just crazy he is. Maybe it's a nervous laugh. I don't know. Let's see. I don't know who this is about, but I just said I'm glad we're getting some more depth and insight into these characters. More of this, please.
Maybe you meant them, Frodo and Sam.
Perhaps. I'm not sure.
It seems like it came right after those notes.
It might have been with Aragorn, honestly, with Arwen.
Okay.
Because I remember thinking that as well, where I was like, oh, cool, we're actually getting some insight to him, rather than him just being like a rogue that just, fucked people up. but is like, honorable. Like a bad boy, but like, actually has some good morals and shit, whatever.
But he's a very good boy, yeah.
Yeah, but he plays like a bad boy,
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I said this blue filter overlay has to mean something. Maybe you like just ingrained David Lynch thinking into my
I think
brain,
that's what happened.
But I kept seeing this blue overlay. I'm like, this scene's important.
No, I think it was just trying.
But I realized when you said that she was telepathic, I feel like every time there was something that the blue overlay, I think, is everything that we haven't seen directly, Like, it's either telepathically or retelling. Like, because like, we see that with Merry and Pippin escaping the orcs. Like, maybe that was like, how Aragorn was piecing it together, before. And we see that with Arwen, with Aragorn and Frodo when she's talking with them. So maybe it's a telepathic thing.
That is pretty interesting because I just think
it's just a pattern I was like really wanting to latch onto.
I just think it's the movie showing that it's night, but it's light enough to see the characters. Like, it didn't mean anything to me.
It was night when it was the when we had that scene with the other boys and the Ent and Treebeard, and it didn't have that blue overlay thing. At least I don't remember there was one.
I don't know. I think
if there was, my point is like dumb and I'll shut up. But it's a pattern that I thought and just.
All right.
I like to interpret things. Okay,
that's fine. Yeah, I thought it was just a lighting thing.
I don't know. You ingrained David Lynch in me. Fucking.
That could be it.
What movie did the blue overlay thing happen in? Quite a few.
Lost Highway, Mulholland Drive, stuff like that.
I think it was Mulholland Drive and the Twin Peaks movie, maybe.
What's your next note?
Okay, so my next note was when they were like actually starting to battle and shit.
Me too.
I just said CGI hyena is pretty rough. Yikes.
Hyena.
Like the beast that the orcs were riding. Oh, that looks like a hyena.
I don't have a note about it. I don't remember.
I just thought the CGI looked pretty yeesh.
You're probably right.
Pretty rough.
I don't think the CGI was flawless across all the movies, but I think generally it was pretty good.
I said not even all CGI looks bad either. Like Gollum is pretty passable.
I like how Gollum looks. I mean, he's clearly CGI, but I don't think like.
No, you don't notice that as a thing, like unless you're like yeah, he's CGI. Because in one of the first scenes with him when he's like fighting with them, like they react to him and he reacts to them.
Yeah, I don't think it particularly takes you out ever, but it's obvious that he's not like a real thing.
Like it takes a lot of effort to do that shit when like he's on like Frodo's back or something,
Mm-hmm.
Like it takes a lot to make it feel like they're interacting with him, and they did. It's just those orcs and the hyenas were like, oh, that's and there it is.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought it was a little jarring looking.
Right. So I didn't have any notes about the hyena, but I did have this picture that won't translate, but everyone's seen this. Of the actor for Gollum, and then what Gollum.
The motion acting, that's really cool.
Yeah,
that's actually really cool, but his face looks really funny.
Yeah. So I'm just showing him the picture of him dressed up in the motion capture
they did do
suit.
the motion. That makes sense,
and then having him the Gollum picture right next to him. So yeah, he doesn't look that weird. It's he actually, you do see him in the movie, in the third movie. When he looks like a normal human.
Yeah, when they do the flashback.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have quite a few notes about like throughout the battle, so I guess I'll just keep going.
Go for it.
Stopping the music right when the action starts really helps it feel more visceral.
Mm-hmm.
Which was really cool. I found that really effective. It does do it again in the third movie, and I found it less effective than the first one. Just because there was so much build with it. And there was like a lot of like immediate action happening in that scene. It's not like a break and like you see the horses galloping. It's like as soon as like the first blow is like swung, it just cuts.
Yeah,
and you let the sound of everything, like all the chaos, become the soundtrack almost. They're
generally great with that, with removing the music and adding it like just a perfect point.
Yeah, it's such a tough technique to like get down to use silence in the soundtrack to make its own sound, like that concept is like already hard to grasp.
Mm-hmm.
But like it can be done super effectively. Like fuck.
So actually, I think this was a little bit before that, so I'll quickly mention before the battle, which this carries on throughout this movie and into The Return of the King. Just like the little competition that's constantly going between Legolas and Gimli to kill more.
Mhm.
Whenever there's a war.
They keep score. I think that's
Yeah.
adorable and great.
When there's a war or an ambush or whatever it is, they're always keeping.
That's pretty much me and Chandler whenever we're playing games together. Like if we're playing Halo or some shit.
Mm-hmm. And then back to the battle, but like right before it, when Gimli can't see over the wall, is pretty great.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
What's happening?
Now my next note is Gimli, and it says Gimli neck snap, fucking rad. He's starting to grow on me.
Wait, Gimli what?
The neck when he does a neck snap.
Oh yeah.
I just thought that was fucking rad. Such like him to just snap an orc's neck, you know, or a person.
That's funny. I wrote a few notes that we went over, I guess. Cause I just took a note that noted that this is like technically it's the battle, the first real battle, the Battle of Helm's Deep at Rohan,
right?
And, and the first Wilhelm scream, which I'm sure you got a note about.
No, I didn't know.
Oh, okay.
I was just like, yes, Wilhelm. Whatever.
Yeah, I wrote, and that, lol. Yes, because I know you were very disapproving of them. I forgive them for using it in this and The Return of the King. Mm-hmm.
I'm just so whatever about it. It's just like, it's everywhere. So I'm just like, yeah. Just get out of the way. Get over and done with.
I forgive it in this and Return of the King because it wasn't overused at the time that I know of.
I don't know. It just doesn't really matter all that much. It's just like a gag, like amongst filmmakers, and I think it's like mostly faded out now.
Yeah, even if
I'm more or less just like, all right, I'm gonna pretend that didn't happen.
Even if I'm totally false in saying that, and it was constantly used at the time, it like the internet and meme culture wasn't so big that like it was a big no at the time. That's for sure. Like now it's a meme if you hear the Wilhelm scream. It's like, oh, Wilhelm scream.
Well, because it's so like dated at this point, you know.
And there in this movie, it was a loud one. It just like zoomed in on some guy falling. It's like, ah!
Oh yeah, and that was a good one.
Yeah.
You spliced that. It's also really overdone in Star Wars too.
Oh, okay. Didn't know that.
Pretty much, I think where it like first started, or like. Where it was just like, I'm gonna do this now.
I looked up first usage and it was like a movie in the 50s, but maybe that's when like it started being overused.
That's what I think, yeah.
Yeah.
Or like started becoming popular. I don't know, just a Wilhelm and just like I feel like sparked all the waves of like early 2000 memes, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like when I think Wilhelm, I think the fire in my laser type of memes.
Yeah.
Just like really like, come on, you know? But anyways, now we actually have a talking point.
Okay, go for it.
Pretty upsetting that Aragorn rips after they shed more light on him.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
That he dies.
Aragorn?
Yeah. Well, I thought he was dead.
Oh, right. Okay.
You know, the movie was like, hey, he's dead. He fell off the cliff. Right. Yeah, and I said I wish they did it before instead of doing it to elevate the feeling of loss, because I think it's pretty cliche now that you'll get into a character's like backstory or give them a really emotional scene so it makes their send-off more emotional and shit.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Right.
Anger. No, bad.
That is The Walking Dead to a T.
Yeah, and it's like, as soon as that happens, you know they're dead. But like, for here, I was just like, oh, cool, more character development. Because I'm like, we have 3 movies, and Aragorn's going to chill for a while. Nope. Spoiler, he doesn't die, so it's like, it makes it even more whatever. I was just saying, like, they could have gotten away with it. They did it, like, sooner. Like, even in the same movie, just way before. Especially because I thought it was a flashback, but I guess you said it was telepathic. Which is really weird, because, like, I thought he was, like, getting ready for battle. So, again, thought it was a flashback. Don't know.
Actually, yeah, this might be a good time for me to go to my fake out death counter.
Well, I was just going to say, because my second note is, I find the deaths hard to swallow, and that I feel like they're just going to come back, so I don't buy into the emotion behind it. Not exclusive to this movie, just a trend I noticed so far. So I noticed the fake outs too.
Right.
and I was a little sick of them. I did think the visual is really cool of like, you're not sure if Aragorn's gonna like, fall off the cliff.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the movie was so quick to be like, oh, he's dead.
Yeah, and then you see him in the river.
Yeah, and then like, his horse wakes him up. I think I have a note of the horse too. Yeah, I do. I said, cuddly horse is adorable.
Speaking of horses, I guess we didn't touch on in the first movie, but I think you were taking a note when it happened. The water horses. Did you see that at all?
No.
Okay, because I forget who, but there's just a scene in the first movie where there was like a giant fucking wave and there were like CGI horses in it.
Didn't notice.
Yeah. But
guess I was looking at my notes.
But yeah, I noticed you were taking notes, but I thought maybe you saw it. Anyway, back to this. Yeah, my fake out death counter for this movie, because at this point we've gotten through all of them. There could be more than this. I just wasn't being that consistent with taking them. Top one was Aragorn fell off a cliff. And then Merry or Pippin with the horse. That was like pretty unnecessary, I think. Towards the beginning of the movie, when it's flashing between the crew looking for Merry and Pippin and actually Merry and Pippin when they're like with the orcs, and you see like a horse like neighs and whinnies or whatever, and then he like put like
he's on his hind legs.
Yeah, his hoofs like fall back down onto the camera, and like you're supposed to believe like something happened to Merry or Pippin, and it's like, how did he get away from that? Like, but whatever. And then there were at least two other instances where it wanted us to believe that Merry and Pippin were killed by orcs or almost killed by them. But like that was all I wrote down.
Okay. Yeah. No, I did very much notice the fake outs, and I think if they got rid of those a lot, it would make it a lot more cohesive to like watch.
I would
that
agree.
way I knew when to feel emotions rather than feeling cheaped out of them.
Yeah.
Especially like with that Aragorn thing. Though I did like the visual of like you weren't sure if he was gonna fall off the cliff or not. Again, that's the problem.
Yeah, agree.
That's the problem. Like you get like that really cool visual and like, oh shit, how are they gonna get out of this if they are, or is he actually gonna die? But then like they do it, they commit to them like going all the way to the death, but they're not. So that's just that. Though I didn't think him falling off the cliff into a river was going to be lethal anyway. Well, depending on the river and how like it just didn't look like it was going to be. And then right after that, it shows Saruman with the whole huge ass like shot of the orc army. And I just said, now that's some scale we're talking about. I was just like, God damn it. In my head, I was just like, fuck, I would love for this to be a game. It just shows that, and you actually like go and fucking murder all those orcs.
Yeah.
That would be like, that's such the gameriest like high you can get.
This must be one of the first times that shit like that was done on such a scale. Like just the armies, the shots of armies and orcs and all that shit in this movie.
Yeah. And then after Cuddly Horse, I just put Arwen is fucking gorgeous. I don't remember what caused me to write that, but I was just like, she's really pretty here, I guess.
Arwen over Eowyn.
Who's Eowyn?
Exactly.
Oh yeah, that's that other girl that we just talked about. Yeah, exactly. Arwen is the cutie here.
That's girl.
That's why I guess that's why I like elves. I never really pieced that together. I just like them. The elven cities are also amazing set pieces. Every time we see an elven city, it's just like, oh, beautiful. Oh yeah, and there was that part in the first movie when Arwen was talking with Frodo. That scene again. When they went to like that hugely dense trees and shit, and there was like this pod. It really, and there was like all this blue and shit. It really reminded me of a place in Riven, which is even more niche than Silent Hill 3. But it's a sequel to Myst, and it's all about set pieces and exotic looking places. It really reminded me of that, and that's just what I wanted to share. If anybody knows Riven, then you know what I mean. The famous "My Precious" line served fairly well with the scene. I guess that was...
He says it more than I remembered. He does say it a lot.
He says it quite a bit, but I think this was the first time.
I
don't really even remember what happened in there.
I don't know. I noticed really he says it a lot in across 2 and 3.
He does, yeah, but I thought the first one was like effective enough where it wasn't like just, just a meme, because it was.
Right.
I see why it is, but like every time it's been said, I do feel as though like it's kind of warranted with the character, I guess.
Yeah, no, I agree.
It's like you know what you're getting into with Gollum.
I was just like, wow, he says it a lot.
Yeah, I agree. And then here's the note about Legolas. So far, has been the most side character in the group. He's like the bassist, lol.
Mm-hmm.
He's the
the bassist.
Yeah.
How far are we along in your notes?
Why are you almost done?
I mean, I'm pretty much at my final thoughts.
I've got like one other note, and then it goes into a whole screen. So that's it.
Okay, because I'm kind of at my final thoughts, and we're going on like 45 minutes on this one.
Again?
Yep.
All right, long boy. And then it shows we're back with Pippin and the Ent. So it's just like, how long have they been?
Okay, yeah.
How long has Pippin and the other fella been with this Ent? I didn't know Mary's name.
So we can go into, I guess, sort of my final notes here with that then, because one of the I guess biggest criticisms I have for this movie is that I get there's probably no great spot to put all the Ent scenes, but they're especially jarring when they're cut to repeatedly during the battle.
Yeah. That's why I mean, we're like, how long have they just been hanging out with trees?
Yeah, I think they're good and well done scenes too, but they're just out of place. And I've also heard that in the extended versions, there's even more tree. There's even more Ent parts.
Bless.
So, yeah, I think they're good scenes, but I just think like the pacing was a little strange. Like they could have probably been popped in some other places where it's like where it felt like, okay, we're checking in on some characters, but instead they're spliced into the action scene, like the big battle at the end, and like it just keeps coming, like
that's why that thought came to my mind, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But with all my questions, you just take them with a grain of salt. They're not like anything,
right?
So I guess I'll keep going. I just noticed, I guess there aren't any knights in this. A little strange because there's royalty and chainmail armor and armies of men and such.
Right.
But you never see like, a proper knight,
Yeah, they're just men. Like, they're just called men.
So maybe this was before like, classes of people became a thing.
Well, it's not supposed to be in our timeline. It's like, this is Middle Earth. That's what they call it. It's its own thing.
Well, I know it's its own thing, it's fantasy, but like, just for me, like in the world like this where it's like medieval almost, it's just like knights. I expect knights, I expect knights and more wizards, but I was just wondering. I'm fine without them, without the inclusion of them. They wouldn't really add anything anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And it was building up this fight, so I just said, expecting this fight to be Armageddon.
Ha!
Because that's what I said to you. I was like, for a few minutes, this place is Armageddon.
Mm-hmm.
That's our movie reference, guys.
There was not a firefight.
There was no firefight, just a sword fight. And I just said, very epic fight. I want more. This is the end fight with where the rain and Gimli can't see over the fucking wall.
I agree. You get the famous Legolas skating down the stairs on a shield.
Oh, I have a note of that.
I'm sure everyone loves that.
A fight like this is earned, and it really delivers. Legolas surfing with the shield is fucking rad. So much to love here.
Yep.
I was so invested in this fight scene. Like there was just, it fed so much into my fucking 15-year-old brain up here.
And then trees. No.
Well, not yeah, pretty much. But I also said it doesn't act bigger than it is. Like the scale and the action is shown, unlike Avengers cough cough.
Yeah.
Like that. Those are two action scenes that you really need to contrast. It's like, what do these two do differently? And what do you learn from Lord of the Rings and how not to be an Avengers?
Mm-hmm.
It was just, god damn it. I love that fucking action scene at the end. And like Gimli and shit goes nuts too.
Mm-hmm.
And they start keeping score again, and I thought that was hilarious. And then I said, ooh, the bollocks on Sam. Did he I forgot what he did already.
Oh.
He did something. I was just like, damn, the balls on this kid.
Maybe it had to do with Gollum. I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to. That's hard.
I think he just like I don't know, like started fighting or some shit. Started fighting something.
He did, didn't he? No, I'm thinking the third movie. Yeah, I don't know what you're referring to.
I just remember like I wrote it down because I was just like, oh shit, you know.
He's a ballsy dude. I like Sam a lot.
Oh yeah, well that was like the first time I was just like, damn, this kid.
Mm-hmm.
I just wish I gave myself more context. And then I have another funny note here, because all us fighting, and then like it becomes like day, and this whole time I just thought, wait, where did Gandalf fuck off to? I lost track of him. Edit.
Oh, did you not realize?
Edit. Oh, there he is.
that when he left, he said that he'd be back. Because the movie, like, it did the thing where when you saw the sun coming through the window, like, it played the line over again of Gandalf saying, like, I'll be back at 5 sunrise, or whatever he said.
I didn't catch that.
Yeah, and he was going to bring an army. That's how you knew, like, it wasn't exactly like Deus Ex Machina, because, like, he said, I'd be back with my army at this time.
Oh, I didn't frame it as a Deus Ex at all.
But he did kind of show up and save the day with his whole army.
Well, yeah, but it was funny that I was thinking, wait, where did Gandalf go? And then just there he is. As soon as I'm writing this note down, he just appears, and I was just like, oh, cool.
He showed up, and it was fucking dank.
Yeah, it was awesome. Amazing scene. Just so much to love there. And then trees start, like, getting pissed off about Saruman, like, cutting other trees down. And they gather the tree army, a forest army.
Yeah.
And then I just said, I've never seen Ents kick ass before, but I dig it.
Yep.
Normally they're pretty peaceful and just don't do anything, but they were really wrecking face, and it was really cool.
Awesome.
Like some people were getting crushed and shit. Fucking awesome.
Yeah. So what I have here, Gandalf. I made a typo. He shows up and saves the day. Meanwhile, after seeing all the dead trees, the Ents take care of Saruman's army, and by breaking the dam.
Yeah, and I thought like really dumb that the orcs like live directly underneath a dam, like right in flooding distance. Could have been just a really big dam, and they were actually far away, and just didn't expect trees to kick it down. I didn't put that as a note. I just thought of it. I was just like, whatever.
Orcs are dumb.
Yeah, orcs are dumb. It's whatever. Who cares? You get the point, really. Then I have another talking point, I guess. Frodo's arc is so interesting in that it takes on the mental themes of how a journey like this can affect the stories. It humanizes the hero, which makes all the more sense to give the very thing of power and corruptions to an unassuming hobbit. So there it is, like what we were talking about before. So many things it tackles here, and could probably write an essay on it.
Yeah, I would rather go over like thematic implications in the final, like in like the kind of conclusion after we talk about 3, personally.
Well, I was just wanting to like write this down because we got another like Frodo scene. I was like, this is really good.
Because there's big like I think we should pose that question at the end. So like, what does it all mean? And it's clear like it's about power and corruption and people and know.
The last sentence I have is just plus I'm a sucker for overcoming odds, fate, and perseverance. I'm a sucker for those themes, and it's all that in spades here.
Right. And this is the movie where what's his name? Gollum and Frodo. Oh, this is where Frodo and Sam and Gollum are found by Faramir.
Right.
So maybe that has something to do with what you wrote about Sam.
Yeah. Because
he told Faramir
to shove it. Yeah.
Yeah, he told him, you know why your brother died? It's because he fucked with Frodo.
Pretty much. That's why. Yeah, that was it. That was the scene where I was like, oh.
Yeah.
So Sam got points for me there with that. Because Faramir was like, give me the ring, give it.
Yeah, yeah. And they treat Smeagol badly and kind of turn him back into Gollum. Like full Gollum.
Yeah, full
because he was actually maybe gonna be a good boy, and then Faramir got in the way.
Yeah, my last note is Gollum's new motive lines up so perfectly to dive deeper in the next movie.
Yeah. And I'm like basically at the bottom too.
I'm at my final thought. So
Faramir ends up being a good boy. At the end of the movie, he lets them go and all that stuff. But for a while, he's a bitch. My only other notes. For me, Aragorn really shines in this one because of his back and forth with Theoden. Like I said, Theoden kind of has to go through this arc, and Aragorn's kind of the one who has to to fight him and be like, "You're being fucking stupid. You're being an asshole. Like, stop. We have to do the right thing, or the world is in danger." Like, so,
Right.
yeah, he really is a star for me in this one. And my last note was, it's like, unlike the Fellowship, this one was faster on a rewatch. But it was not faster when I watched it a few months ago. So these are kind of ever changing for me, and my surroundings kind of are different. I think, like I said, maybe because we watched the first one with Chandler here, and he was like saying he was getting tired and stuff. I got like hyper aware. With this one, me and you watched it alone, and with Return of the King, it was just me and you also. So
Yeah.
maybe I wasn't thinking about it as much.
All right. Well,
But yeah, that's all my notes. So I'm ready to give a rating when you're done with your final thoughts.
I'll just say final thoughts and then just give the rating. Not too much final thoughts. Just said didn't feel the length nearly as much this time. But I felt as though it meandered a bit in the beginning. The quality was just as good as before, and even more payoff, character building, and flow. Not to mention the combat scenes. You get the ents and shit. Still a lot of payoff, but for me, this movie's a 9 out of 10.
The quality is so consistent across the three movies.
Yeah, for real. So that's
It
why,
feels-
like, it's just so, like, this is just a continuation of, like,
Yeah.
a really long story. Like, it was all fleshed out and, like, thought of. There were, like, those little parts where I'm just like, what the
Yeah.
fuck? Like, with
Right.
the fake outs and all that. And CGI hyena.
Yeah.
And Saruman not being as strong as I would like him to be.
Right.
And also the trees cutting in. But, yeah.
Yeah. So,
That still only brings it down by a
the
point for
the
me.
quality is so consistent, I would say.
It's a hard 9 still.
It's like never. I don't know. You hear people talk about fucking Star Wars or anything else, and it's like, oh yeah, but the second one or the whatever one, like.
It's this one, you know, especially in a trilogy, you know.
But like no one that never happened with Lord of the Rings. They're all great.
Yeah, everyone talks so highly about them, and it like makes sense.
And that said, I also give this one a 9. So
Just all the stuff I said before is just the stuff that's keeping it from being a 10. That's it.
yeah, same.
Everything else is just still amazing and great quality and shit.
If it's not clear, the tie for my favorite, at least like I think it's a tie, is between 1 and 3. So this is my least favorite of the 3, Two Towers. But
I feel like that's the same because I think that's my least favorite as well.
but I
like,
love
that's
it.
not
It's
saying
so
much
good.
of anything. Yeah.
It's so great.
It's just the weaker one.
Yeah,
but
it kind of
not
makes
even that much weaker.
kind of makes sense. It kind of meanders a little in the middle.
It's like a bridge, you know,
Yeah.
for your beginning to end. It's like you got the strong points at the very ends, but like the middle, you know,
but a 9 is so
the
fucking good. Like
journey of itself.
yeah.
Yeah.
how many movies are supposed to like stand on their own, hold their own, all together, get under a
You know
9?
what other shit we
like-
saw on this podcast that
yeah.
was a 9 and we're like, God damn.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
I guess I skipped the note or didn't write it down, but I just had like one general one, which was I think the sword design is pretty realistic and
I wouldn't know.
it's a good thing to me because it's fantasy and like so much fantasy shit loves to go overboard with the sword design,
Mm-hmm.
but this they kept it practical looking.
Mm-hmm.
Except for Frodo's sword or Sam's sword, you know, where like it bulges at the end.
Mm-hmm.
I knew that sword look, and man, I hate it.
Hey, what?
I just hate the sword design.
In what?
A Frodo sword.
Oh, okay. Really?
Yeah, because it bulges at the end, like skinny in the middle and bulges at the end.
Oh,
That's not
okay,
how a
okay.
sword's supposed to work.
Okay,
you
okay.
know. It's
I
more
was
like
a little
bludgeon.
confused because like I missed like 1 or 2 words, and you went from like I love the sword design, it's so realistic, to like, but I don't like that one.
I'm a really that's it. I just I don't like the main one that's being fucking used. Aside from like the king sword in the third movie,
Mm-hmm.
again I thought that was like that's good. That's like, you know, what a great sword would look like. I just love studying shit about medieval stuff like combat and weapons and armor and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I kind of bring that up because I look for that and I like it when it's like accurate and shit. It's just I see Frodo's sword. It's not even that like much of a sin, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can look at all the other shit like Final Fantasy and Kingdom Hearts and stuff that just does fucking awful sword designs, Soul Calibur.
Right.
Shit like that.
Well, yeah, I think they're supposed to be fun. You gotta consider context, but
Well, yeah, I know it's fantasy and all that.
but
It's just
yeah,
Well, while we're talking about that,
I hear what you're
let's have that
saying.
note.
All right, now let's get on to the third movie then. All good?
Oh yeah, I'm good. Third movie time.
All right.
I have the least notes for these, so but you'll be looking forward to that.
Okay.
Only being 30 minutes as opposed to 45.
The Lord of the Rings, the Return of the King.
The Return of the King. I just put Return of the King. I didn't know the was there.
Yes. So, yeah. Do you want to start?
Right off the bat, get some backstory with Smeagol, and Deagle. Lol.
Smeagol and Deagle. Yeah.
They're gonna create a band called Weagle.
Yeah.
Very cool. I do wish we see Smeagol go mad instead of go madder. Because he seems a bit crazy to start.
Well, what I think
powerful opening though. I want to say
what might add to that is, which kind of took me off guard. We see that even as a human, well, as a hobbit, Smeagol always talked like that.
Yeah,
that was just his voice.
That's what I mean. I wish we could see his transition into madness as opposed to just see him go madder, which is like the Stephen King argument with Jack Torrance in The Shining, and Stephen and fucking Kubrick's Shining, which actually holds credit. Jack Nicholson always kind of looks scary.
Yeah,
and that's the thing with Smeagol here is that he always just kind of seems unhinged. And he's just like, I'm going to kill my friend, It's powerful opening.
His brother, yeah.
Maybe the extended version draws out the scene a little bit, because I would love to see this scene extended, even though this is the longest movie that we have ever seen, probably.
3 hours, 20 minutes. Yeah.
So I feel kind of insane for being like, make this part longer.
Yeah. I don't know how long. The extended cuts are all like an hour longer, at least, I think. I haven't seen them. So,
after watching the first movie, The Fellowship, I was already like, I can see the appeal of the extended versions.
Okay.
I was already like, I want to see extended versions now. After the first movie,
I would do it, but I didn't want to throw you into.
Yeah, don't throw me into the extended.
Yeah,
Make me want that.
Yeah, and I haven't seen them either. But yeah. Okay. Well, overall note on this movie for me, is that it feels the most consistently engaging, and maybe that's because you're hopefully invested by this point. Like, you're hopefully so invested by this point that you feel that way. And
the word I'm going to reuse over and over in my notes is powerful. So just keep count. Oh, fuck. Ugh.
Okay, cool. Yeah, and I also basically had that. Blah blah blah. Absolute visual marvel, whole series, but particularly 100%. Here when all the beacons are being lit. Oh my god! So
sexy. I love that.
So sexy.
That's great. I was just I didn't take as many notes for this because I was just so engaged with watching this.
Is this your favorite of the three?
I would say so.
Do you have a mental rating? Yeah. This and then the first and then the second.
Yeah.
Okay, because
maybe first and third are tied.
That's how I felt. But for me, like, clearly The Fellowship was my favorite. The first, when I watched like a few months ago, I like Fellowship.
I love them. Like, I love Beatles songs.
Right.
And that, like, I love all of them. I don't have like, I have some favorites, but none that I'm just like, oh, this kicks this one's ass or whatever.
Right.
Like,
exactly.
Different reasons, I guess. What's great about this is that it feels as though this is just the second movie and just kept going.
Yep.
So that's really good. It's not just like, it's another movie, and they have to like, start off with all this narration and fucking give the backstory, a refresher in case it's been a while since you've seen this. It's just continuing straight on.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that. I don't like it even in shows when it's like, last time on Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, okay, I get it. Like, just skip,
Yeah, I guess.
Like a recap. I don't like recaps.
I guess because in the Two Towers, it showed Gandalf falling again right away. But I would even say it did that for a reason, because it showed what happened after he fell.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Like, it adds something, So I wouldn't even say that's a recap. That's just like, here's something that you didn't see.
It reiterates and it adds, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's put
so-
pretty concisely.
What was your next note? Because mine skips a little, I think.
Yeah, mine skips a bit too. My next note is apparently hobbits party like a bunch of Germans
Oh, why is that?
because they were just on top of the table, like drinking and shit, and like.
Oh, yeah, okay. I don't remember if that's before or after what my note was. My note was when... Sorry, guys, sometimes we talk and then there's the meter on my mixer starts lighting up and my cat sees it and she scares me.
She's
being
fucking
close to the
chewing
mixer.
at the chair, right?
Yeah, okay.
Oh
All
my
right, sorry.
goodness.
So what I was saying is my note was when Frodo and Sam and when we see them and Gollum right at the beginning, and they decide. I was like, they're really gonna sleep on the edge of a cliff, huh?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I actually didn't think of that. I was just like, sure.
Yeah, they were right on the edge, and then that's when we see Gollum being a real butthole.
Yeah. I guess that's
Fucking
where
with
my
Sam.
next scene is.
Okay.
Or no, second to next one. I don't remember why the hobbits were partying though. Like,
Because they were reunited with Aragorn and
oh,
all
okay.
the guys.
That's when they were just like, let's fucking party, bro.
I believe so.
Oh yeah, and
I
also
believe so.
what the first movie? I can't remember. Keep talking about the first movie.
Yeah.
With the whole second breakfast thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be more relevant, but yeah,
I just remembered.
that's a quote.
And I
yeah.
had to point out, like, oh, so that explains it. Like, there it is. Like, I knew about that because there's all these white girls and shit that are like, oh my god, we gotta eat like hobbits.
Big old famous meme. Yep.
Yeah. But it makes sense. Makes sense. Fuck. Okay, side note, how the fuck are... I'm just reading this, I didn't even proofread it. Side note, how the fuck are people so upset about quarantine when this shit exists? And
What?
the extended version.
Oh, the Lord of the Rings. Yeah.
Well, yeah, so I was just thinking, like, how are people so mad have to stay at home when the like something like this exists?
They can. I think a lot of people were watching Lord of the Rings when quarantine started. I know Sardonicast went over this like towards the beginning of quarantine, and I think Rhett and Link's families were watching Lord of the Rings at the beginning because I listened to other podcasts and everyone was talking about Lord of the Rings, so it's kind of funny.
That's funny. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not like so on the internet radar like that. So
Right.
I guess it's funny that I thought that. Where it's like, yeah, quarantine, time to watch all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's time for Harry Potter.
Oh God, yeah, maybe. Oh no, what are you hinting at?
Maybe it's time for Star Wars. Star
um.
Wars.
Anyway, so yeah, I don't know where you're at with your notes because I don't know how these things lined up.
Okay. My next note after that was effective shot control with the water! Exclamation mark. In other words, I really like that because that's when Gollum was talking to himself.
Oh, okay.
And with his reflection in the water, and then like Sam gets to jump on him.
Yeah.
Because it has that shot control.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, May just jumped on your desk, so I was like getting ready.
Oh, it's okay. She's watching Twitch.
Yeah, so I really enjoyed that, and then you get like that whole conflict with Sam and Gollum and shit. At least like one of the big harder hitter ones, like where they actually fight and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's about it.
And that's the first. That's actually before all my notes, I guess, because that's when Frodo sides with Gollum.
Yeah, well,
He's
like yeah,
leave
like,
him alone.
because Gollum is like putting them against each other.
Yeah, yeah, and he doesn't believe Sam when he says that he was literally conspiring against them with himself.
Yeah. So and then I forgot what happened here that drove me to wrote this. It just said Hobbits still a vehicle for conflict through ineptitude. Less cool.
Wait, what?
Something happened, I guess, where a Hobbit was being dumb. I guess it was another fool of a took.
Was it Frodo or Sam?
I don't think it was them. It was one of the other two. It had to be with Pippin.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the orb.
Yeah, the orb. Yeah.
I like that a lot, though.
I didn't as much.
I really do because it gets a great scene. You get to see what the orb does.
That's true.
You get Gandalf calling him a fool of a took again, and it kind of sparks off the whole movie. Like it kind of gets Gandalf and Pippin on their way to to see whatever that dude's name is. Faramir and Boromir's dad. Like, that's why he takes Pippin with him, I think.
Dadomir, that's his name. Dadomir.
Dadomir. No, it was Denethor or something.
Denethor.
I don't know.
It's a D, so it matters.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense, but I guess for the other scenes where the hobbits were being dumb and then conflict happens because of that, I guess seeing it again, I was a little like, come on.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't.
If this were like one of the few times where it did that, I'd be like more accepting of it. It is cool that we still did Orb doing shit, but I think I already like kind of forgot like the importance of it. Because Gandalf was just like, hey, I got the shiny ball, but like, no, you can't look at it. Don't look at my ball.
I do like.
Oh, and I love how he was sleeping with his fucking eyes open.
Yeah. But I do on Pippin, like, he is kind of there just to fuck shit up, but like, I kind of love his character also, and he does go through an arc by the end where like you feel like he's grown, even though like he's still fucking shit up this late into the game.
Yeah.
He does go through an arc, and I like him. He's you. I like you.
You like me, yeah. And then obligatory Gandalf is amazing note.
Yep.
I wrote that word for word. Just like, yeah, Gandalf's amazing. Because he was just like, full of a took and just being... I love it when he gets mad.
Yeah. It's great. Yeah, so I think we're around this note, right? Where they were sleeping on the edge of the cliff, or no?
No, we're past that.
Okay, because well, we should talk about that a little, I think. That's when...
What do you mean with the chips?
The bread.
The bread? Oh, that's further, I think.
Oh, okay. So maybe you should just keep going then.
Well, I don't know, because my next note is about elves.
What do you got?
I just said elves really remind me of the Vulcans from Star Trek. I finally pieced it together.
Can't relate. I haven't seen it.
Elrond is just Spock.
Okay.
All you need to know is Vulcans in Star Trek, they're very logic-based, really robotic.
Pointy ears.
They're all about like what is logical to do.
Uh-huh.
And all that. And
well, elves aren't. It's just Elrond, because his daughter wants to literally become mortal.
Well, yeah,
just to live with Aragorn.
But I guess Elrond reminded me of a Vulcan, because he had the eyebrows too. They all have these like pointy down eyebrows. They look angry all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is that makes Spock interesting is that he's half human. So like,
yeah,
you get that emotion part of him that's not present in Vulcans. Literally the only interesting thing about Star Trek. Oof, never mind. Just kidding.
Wow.
Don't kill me, nerds. I like Star Trek. Back on track. Outside the King's throne is the funniest scene.
That's with Pippin.
That was with Pippin, yeah.
Pippin and Gandalf.
Where he's just like, be wise not to mention the death of Boromir.
Or this.
Or this. Just be best if you don't talk.
Oh, it's like though. Just don't say anything.
Oh yeah, he said also, and don't mention the ring. It'd probably just be best if you don't speak at all.
Yeah.
And then one of the first things is like, why is my son dead?
Yeah.
And then Gandalf's just like, fuck.
God damn it.
And then he asks about the ring, and then Pippin is just like, starts bowing to him, and then
he just
Gandalf is just like, get up.
He just hits him with the fucking staff. He's like, get up.
And then I just said this music is kicking, but I don't know what scene I'm talking about.
I honestly think the whole series. I know you didn't take much note of that, but the music's great.
Okay, you're gonna kill me, but I don't think the music is amazing.
I do.
There were parts where I was just like, yeah, that's really cool. Most of the fight stuff, but like the parts where it was landscapes, I don't know. I thought the melody was just a little eh.
I think the recurring themes are pretty great. The motifs.
I thought the main motif was just a little bland.
I disagree.
I was just able to predict it,
I don't have a problem with being able to predict music.
Or like where if it goes like 1, 3, 2,
Yeah, most people don't care about that.
Or 2, 3, 1 or whatever.
Yeah, I don't care.
It's just I don't know. It was just like Skyrim music, whatever.
So are we finally where I'm at? Or are we already past it? I don't even know. I think we're already past it. You just didn't take any notes on the part.
Yeah, I guess I didn't, so you can talk about it.
Yeah. Smeagol. There's so many characters. He Gollum, I guess, threw out the bread and then sprinkled the crumbs on
and
Sam.
framed Sam, and then he woke up doing it.
And and then Frodo went off on Sam and agreed with Gollum, who's also convinced Frodo that Sam just wants the ring.
Yeah, and Frodo's kind of aware of that because of Boromir.
Yeah.
Right, and he knows like how to corrupt people and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And then and we've really been like undermining like all the scenes with Frodo we've gotten up until this point, because there's a lot of powerful shit with him. Like we see how restless he is and how like much the ring is affecting him.
I just actually realized I think it was in the second one. Must have been. Or maybe it's in here somewhere. I think it was in the second one. We didn't talk about at all that area, like the bogs with the dead people under the water.
I thought that was amazing. That was an amazing area.
Yeah, and we didn't talk about it at all.
Super dark and great. I don't know.
That was in the second movie, I think.
Yeah, and he also goes underwater and sees them and shit.
Yeah. Anyway,
that
was your thoughts on
really
it. So
cool.
good. Yeah, that was in the other movie.
Really
we can't
cool.
talk about it.
Reminds me a lot of New Londo. Again, this is just Dark Souls.
Okay.
Dark Souls is just Japanese Lord of the Rings.
But yeah, when they turned Frodo against Sam, like, man, I was fucking feeling for Sam.
I was feeling that scene. I thought it was really powerful and done extremely well. Even though it's like you kind of see like those betrayal and like conspirizing type of like scenes in movies quite a bit, or like you get this misunderstanding of communication between the characters.
Yeah,
but
it's nothing new, but like
it's done so well here. That's the thing.
It's powerful. Like I was really feeling for Sam. Like I was.
Well, yeah,
feeling
because
hard.
Sam offers. He was like, I can hold on to the ring for like a bit. Because he's worried about his friend. But Frodo is like, he wants it.
Yeah, and I don't know how many people talk about this, but Sean Astin, who plays Sam, was fucking great in these movies. Like, I mean, I guess it's just because there's really no weak link with the acting.
I guess we'll talk about that then, because I had that at the end. I said, like, every performance in this is done very well.
Mm-hmm. There's
Even
no
with, like, the side characters, it's like, it's all, like, they just feel like real people. You never second guess it.
Mm-hmm.
There's no line that feels out of place because all the dialogue has purpose.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I just wanted to point out his performance, because I guess any performance that gets me feeling, gets me like, I feel like I have to give it a nod.
I feel like I have to give a nod to Frodo's performance, honestly.
Yeah,
because he does so much, and doesn't get all that much credit, I feel like.
Elijah Wood, the asshole from Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. So that's funny. Yeah.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Never mind, fuck Frodo.
You have to watch that again. He had a shaved head in that movie. Yeah. So what did you have? Because I know my next note.
I just said another powerful scene with Faramir. Whatever that means. Oh, that's the scene with his father and shit. And he was like, I bet you wish I had died in Boromir's place. And the father's like, yep.
Yeah, basically.
It's really fucking up, just
his dad
stuffing his fat
sucks.
face. Well, his dad is supposed to be like an evil, like, he doesn't care anymore about shit, about his kingdom. He only cares about himself and just ruling and whatever.
And he just misses fucking Boromir, and that's his whole thing.
Yeah, and fucking Faramir, like, dude, that feeling, that scene got me feeling for him. So
that's what I'm saying. Faramir is easily like the most honorable man in that family. I mean, there's nothing terribly wrong with Boromir, but like, he seemed a bit more arrogant too than Faramir, because Faramir seems like, oh, I get it. Like he just really wants to be accepted by his father.
Right.
His father's an asshole, and Boromir was always the favorite son. So it starts to make more sense as it goes on. But he's got like a heart of gold, or something like that.
Something like that.
As you can start to see. But we're around here, I think. So I'll say Pippin can sing. That was a cool scene.
Oh, I love that scene.
Me
I
too.
think that's my favorite scene in the whole trilogy.
And
at least one of.
He sings and it plays over
the charge into battle, and like what's going through Faramir's mind
uh-huh.
and shit. Like after with his father, and like you get this really like intense but violent scene done with this really gentle music.
Yeah, and
that's not done enough, honestly, just anywhere.
And apparently, the actor actually sang and wrote that melody. So that's cool.
Nice.
Not the words though. So I don't know, but I looked it up after he was singing there because I really liked
Cool.
that.
The transition into it that was like a little weird because the dad was like, "You sing," and I'm just like, "What?"
That's how kings can be. I mean,
Well,
at least that's how.
I wasn't like surprised. 'Cause, kings are like that.
That's how they're portrayed anyway. It's just like sing for me, gesture for me.
Yeah,
whatever.
that's literally what gestures are for, for entertainment.
Exactly.
So yeah, I just thought that was funny, but then it turned into this really fucking awesome saying, and then it does the thing again where it stops and then it charges, but then like you don't see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
You're back with Pippin, and then you get this silence between him and then the father of like this dread, like they know what's going to happen because the father seemingly was just like, yeah, go fight this fight, and just sending his son off into death pretty much.
Yeah, Denethor. We'll try and call him that just so people.
Denethor, okay. I just didn't know his name.
His name's that. I don't know if that's how I pronounce it, but that's what we're saying.
Yeah, I just said no notes for the scene with Pippin other than amazing. I think that's an understatement. I think that scene is masterful.
The singing
scene,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So I guess we're around the same part now. That's good.
Actually, I know I had that scene with that you were talking about with Gollum. I just said Sam is the exception to the Hobbit trope because of the conflict with Gollum.
Which is funny because in the first movie, it's him who you were referring to as an idiot.
Yeah, it's powerful. There's that word again,
Yeah.
and I wish there were more of that. And there
Mhm.
is. It delivers on it. So good.
Sam takes a lot of shit in this movie. Kind of in the whole trilogy. He like understands that Frodo's quest is more important than anything, so he just deals with it.
Maybe he's the bassist. He takes all the shit. No, the drummer.
Well, he just understands that like this is more powerful than literally anything, so he takes a lot of shit.
Actually, no, he's the keyboardist.
And he
'cause
never complains.
He's underrated and takes all the shit.
Mm-hmm.
So what else do we have? There was a scene when Mary was like wanting to go fight with that other girl,
Eowyn,
yeah.
Yeah.
And then she's like, she hypes him up with the sword and everything. I didn't even recognize that was Mary because all of a sudden he's just like, I want to go fighting.
Yeah. Well, you don't recognize him once he's separated from Pippin.
Yeah, I was just like, wait, who is this kid?
I do because I know that actor. He was in Lost.
So I guess when I rewatch, I'll like pay more attention to Merrick, see how he ends up there. Because I was just like, wait, it's you. And then like they go out of the tent, and then there's like the bigger soldiers that are just like, no, he shouldn't fucking fight. Are you kidding?
Mm-hmm.
And then she's like, he can fight if he wants to.
Mm-hmm.
And then here's my criticism. After that, I was just, I see the point it's trying to make with Mary, but the other guys have a point. He'll get himself killed. This isn't high school football, lol.
Yeah, but they're definitely pushing that. They're pushing that with her too, with Eowyn. They're saying like Eowyn and Mary, like just let them fight. Like,
yeah, but Eowyn's actually like fairly competent.
well, we don't know if Mary is. We know that Mary's.
We haven't seen Mary like do anything other than like whip his sword around and be like, "Oh, this is neat."
All we know of Mary is he's more competent than Pippin.
I don't gather that. I'm just like, the only thing that hobbits have really is bravery. Yeah.
Throughout the series, you didn't gather that. It's always Pippin who says or does the dumb thing.
Mary was the last name that I learned in The Hobbit, so like,
okay.
I should show you how much I was paying attention to him specifically.
Yeah, it's Pippin who always fucks shit up for them, and then Mary's just like, God damn it. Which is funny because Pippin's the actor who's like 10 years older than him.
Nice. Yeah, just I get the point it's making, but like when it comes to actual combat, it's like, there's a reason, Like he'll just get himself killed. But
right.
That's about it. Only real criticism in this whole movie.
Just an underdog arc again. A lot of those.
Just like the way it was like delivered was like super on the nose. They could have done like the whole underdog thing a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
And then we get this scene with fucking Aragorn in the fucking Army of the Dead.
Yeah, okay, so that's actually I figure you like that.
Yeah, I just said, is Aragorn going to command a literal fucking army of the dead? Very epic.
It's quite a point of contention actually, because this doesn't happen quite that way in the books. They're like underutilized in the books to a lot of fans' liking, as far as I know, because and I get it, because it kind of lowers the stakes a bit. If you have an army of the dead, you're literally unstoppable. Like, they can't
That's
die.
why I was so hyped,
Like-
because Aragorn's already so cool.
So people don't like that, and I can see it, but I like it.
Okay, Aragorn. Okay, this is my bridge to this topic. Watching Aragorn like get stronger and just be a badass is exactly the reason why people like me like Dragon Ball Z, because it's just like, oh, this is so fucking cool, you know. Yeah, they like reforged like the King's Sword, which I guess is Excalibur. At least in my head canon, it is. And it's just like, oh, we only go by the king's rule, and then they fucking like strike at him, and he blocks with the sword, and everyone's just like, oh shit, and I'm like, oh shit. and then Aragorn has that face, and he's just like, oh yeah, we know what's gonna happen. And then you just keep that scene in the back of your head when like the next big fighting scene comes, because like all the armies and war and shit that happens, you just see like the good side kind of get destroyed and shit on.
Right.
No,
yeah,
it's cool to see, because it does it for quite a while. It's not like, oh no, we're losing, we need help, and then Aragorn comes and saves the day. Like, they're genuinely getting their ass kicked for like half the movie.
So I think it's pretty dank. I was just saying, a lot of book fans, from what I can tell, it's a point of contention.
Yeah. I think it's just really cool to actually see them like have struggle, you know, not make them, you know, oh, because we're good, we're just invulnerable, you know.
Right.
I do wish that we had more of that throughout the movie series. We still do like feel the sense of danger, but I guess like the whole fake outs kind of make it feel as though like
I guess it's
losing as much.
I guess, unless I'm forgetting or just didn't take note of it this time, this movie might be the one that just has no fake outs, really. Like, they don't waste your time with that in this one.
Yeah, no, I don't think it does, because
not that I remember. So
Frodo, if you count that,
they gotta keep doing it with Frodo though. Like, I get that, but also it's like, come on.
Frodo gets stabbed 3, electric beagly.
Yeah.
So then, along with like you know, our side losing to the orcs, can we just mention that they start catapulting the fucking severed heads of their soldiers?
Yeah, that was dark.
I just said, damn, the orcs are metal as fuck.
It's fucked up. Yeah, I don't know.
They listen to Day to Remember.
There's a lot of stuff that I think makes this one the darkest for me.
Oh yeah, and then my next note: giant spider. No, thank you.
Okay, so that's a little ahead of where we are.
Okay, then you go for it.
What do I got? I said King Theoden has a neat arc, which I mentioned in the second movie discussion. Aside from not wanting Merry to fight, because I guess you think that Merry, he shouldn't fight. I don't have a problem with Merry.
No,
fighting.
I had no problem with it. It's just the way it was like delivered, like with the message and whatever. I thought that was a little too Disney for my taste.
Right, but King Theoden, I like his arc, because in the last movie he was kind of like, I don't want my army fighting,
like
or whatever.
You see him take charge after like the beacons are lit, and it's really cool to like, oh, this is why, you know, the king is a ruler.
He has a real cool arc, and becomes quite a respectable dude before his death.
It's cool to see like a king in action instead of just like, you know, an old fart in a chair being like, give me that jalapeno cheese bread from Vaughn's, please.
And then Denethor, not so much.
Quite the
opposite.
contrast, yeah.
Quite a piece of shit.
So he just retreats and then tries to burn his son alive after like, they're like, no, he's alive. And he's
Pippin.
Like, oh no, poor me, I need to die. Yeah, Pippin.
It doesn't really go into how Pippin knew he was alive. Maybe it was just like extremely obvious he was alive, and the king was just, Denethor was just being a fucking piece of shit.
While we're on Pippin, and before we like progress to the end,
well, I haven't gotten to the spider yet either. But what?
Yeah. But you never did give any examples of why I'm Pippin in this pod.
Oh, well, I think every time we've talked about Pippin, it's just like, well, yeah, it speaks for itself, doesn't it?
He's an idiot.
Yeah.
You're an idiot.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
But doesn't he say shit that's just like it's you?
yeah, as we were watching, I didn't take note of them. I didn't quote, but like as we were watching, I was like, see?
Oh,
I know
no.
he did one or two things that
I
you were just
remember-
like, yeah, you're right.
I remember one thing in it was in Fellowship when after they make the Fellowship and he's like, and you will be accompanied by these hobbits, and Pippin's like, great, where are we going?
Yeah. Yep.
That's me whenever we get into the car and whenever we're doing something. Like 2 seconds later, I'm like, cool, where are we going? I almost did
yeah.
that today when
Lot
we were
of-
getting food. I was like, oh, we're here.
A lot of stuff like
We're
that.
here, not your place.
So yeah, and then I had the note about the Army of the Dead. So then I noted that it goes quite a while without checking on Frodo or Sam in this movie. I felt like it was like an hour. And then when we do, we get the giant CGI spider. But to be honest, this kind of scared the shit out
I
of
thought
me.
the spider looked good. Yeah, it scared the shit out of me. You saw my fucking feet go up off the floor. I was like, no.
Well, I was saying as a kid, and it made me scared to watch Lord of the Rings as a kid.
I hate giant spiders, but like, I don't hate them. You know, I
Mhm.
enjoy their inclusion in shit like fantasy. You know, but they're scary. It's like you really gotta show me the spider.
Yeah, I mean when Frodo gets bopped with the spider butt, that shit scared me so much as a kid.
Oh, it
So
scared me now. I hated that, and it was fucking. He was like, you know, fighting Sam and shit, and he's like, just like seeing down his fucking throat.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking no, thank you. And he spins him with his web.
Mm-hmm.
He spins Frodo with the web, like the worst ever thing.
Yep, you gotta worry about
It's
Frodo
ju-
then.
It's just like in Inside when the spider does that bullshit to you.
Limbo?
I say Limbo or Inside?
You said Inside.
Oh, rip. I meant Limbo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I said Giant Spider. No, thank you. Worst movie. Worst movie. That's
Worst
it.
movie.
And then yeah, Sam fights it, and then I said, if hobbits have one thing, it's balls.
Yeah,
So there it is.
I could see that.
Yeah, and then the fight scene happens, and then Legolas and Gimli are taking score again.
More,
and then fucking wait, did I write this down?
more Wilhelm screams.
Yeah, more Wilhelm screams. I'll get to Legolas scene in a second. This note is just all this gushing about this action scene again. I think I just jizzed in my pants when Aragorn showed up. What a badass character.
With
With the army of the fucking dead. Yeah.
and he comes running at the screen with them.
Oh, that was awesome. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're really seeing my 15-year-old brain at play.
Right.
And then and Legolas with that scene where he takes down the fucking elephant like by himself by like just shooting it like, you know, with the 3 arrows like directly into the head.
Yeah, and then Gimli just still counts as one.
Yeah, still count as one. I love it. And then at this point I noticed, I said, I guess most of my notes are just gushing.
Okay.
Well, because like this movie's just so fucking great. Like, God.
Yeah, I'll say my next note is when it gets to having to throw the ring. So just keep going until you get there.
Okay, I don't have a whole lot much more actually. Like 4 other notes. Next notes by itself. Sam is new best character.
Okay, that's funny because earlier you were giving me eyes for saying Sam's great.
I was throwing you off.
Oh yeah.
This is my arc I was telling you about.
Okay.
And I think that's when Sam saves Frodo with the orky dudes and shit.
Oh yeah.
Where like he
Right.
stabs him and he's like,
Mhm.
not if I get you first.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, then there's that scene where like, you know, Sam is like obviously like, yeah, here, take the ring. He's like, shit.
Yeah.
Shit, shiny.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
pretty
and then-
good and also
Uh-huh.
really subtle.
hmm
I said, let's see. Oh yeah, here's my next note. Isn't until they toss the ring into Mordor as well.
When Sam handed Frodo back the ring, I know it was like he was corrupted by the power, but I still felt bad for Sam when like he just saved fucking Frodo's ass and Frodo's already like, give it to me. Like he's just I know like he's corrupted, but I feel so bad for Sam right there. And then great part is when they're going up the mountain to throw the ring into the fire. And Sam has that moment where he's like, I can't carry the ring, but I can carry you.
Oh, I love that. That's
Yeah.
why I like Sam's new best character.
He's so great.
Oh, I think that's where I wrote it. Yeah.
Yeah, and
I can't carry your burden, but I can carry you
Yeah.
or whatever.
it is a little strange though, because like
And also the scene where like, he was telling Frodo, like reminding him of the Shire, where he was like, "Oh, the feel of the grass, the sound of trees." Like it mirrors what Gollum had said,
Right.
where he's like he lost feeling of like the feeling of sunlight and shit, and Frodo was just like, I don't know what those feel like anymore.
Yeah.
It's just dark. I'm just like,
I was
I'm
gonna
not
say
crying.
I was gonna say that part feels kind of like of Mice and Men or something. Like it feels like they're just talking about like this is the end of the line. They don't know they're gonna get saved. They don't think there's gonna be a journey home.
Well, they don't know what's going to happen as a thing.
Yeah.
They just know like this is their.
They're just there, and there's
this
lava.
is what they came to do after all this time. So
Mhm.
it really fucking helps build it for me. Like that dialogue didn't seem canned at all.
Mhm.
It just seems so like deserved. Yeah, and then we're in Mordor, and like he's getting ready to throw it, and he's like hesitating, of course. So I just wrote, there are so many metaphors to glean from the ring and journey, especially with the unique dialogue.
Yeah, there was. Oh wait, what was I gonna say quickly? Before he carried him up, I wanted to say it's strange because like right before that, you see Sam and Frodo just like lying there like dead, but somehow he like had the power to carry him up. Just that's nitpicky, but I just wanted to point that out because I noticed it. But what
I didn't really notice that.
was that thing you just said?
Nice.
Well, you kind of cut me off when I was gonna say that.
Oh, I
so
didn't know I cut
I wanted
you
to go
off.
back.
I thought I was ready. I just said for the second time, there are so many metaphors to glean from the ring and journey, especially with the unique dialogue.
Right, and yeah, that's kind of where I'm at here at the end. When Frodo, did you know that this was coming? Did you know that he kind of had this thing where he got there and he couldn't throw the ring in? Or did you not know?
What do you mean? Like he couldn't?
Like,
throw it?
did you before? Because when he's finally there and he's ready to throw the ring in, he kind of does a bad.
Yeah, where he's like, no,
Yeah,
and then he
it's
puts
mine.
The ring on.
The ring is mine. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Did you know
He puts
that?
it
Like
on.
going in.
did I know that was gonna happen?
Yeah.
No, but like it wasn't out of the realm of possibility. I
Yeah.
didn't think he was just gonna toss it in. That would be that.
Yeah. Obviously, there had to be
I
something.
knew there was
there.
gonna be a peak to here because this is what it's been building up to.
Yeah, but I didn't know if you if that part you knew from pop culture references or
No,
whatever.
no. I didn't know that. I didn't
Okay.
know that was going to happen prior. But
Eh.
I had a suspicion that was it.
Yeah, it's Frodo can't throw the ring. Man succumbs to power. But here's the interesting thing with this whole thing, because I find because then Golem comes back into the picture, bites his finger off and all that, and I wrote it's kind of unclear if Frodo was trying to get the ring back, or if he meant to throw it off with Gollum.
It might have been both. Like he might have because in terms of that motivation, like he charged at him because he was like, oh, he knew what he had to do. I guess I don't think he was concerned if Gollum went with it or not.
Yeah,
Because
but
after the ring is gone, Gollum doesn't really matter. So I think in his head he was like either or is fine.
okay, because I'm sitting here thinking like
Because-
it's not necessarily a story of him overcoming his lust for power if he was just trying to get the ring back and by chance what happened.
I think he wanted to get the ring back so he could throw it in there so Gollum couldn't have it. Because if he wanted to throw Gollum in, he could just grab him by the waist because that dude was jumping around, not
Right.
paying attention to shit. He reaches for the ring. But I didn't think about how unclear it was until he pointed it out, but I like that it is.
Yeah, you don't know if he had succumb or not. Like, he did because he put it on and he wasn't planning to jump in. He was like, I deserve to have the power or whatever. So, like, it seems like he succumbed to its power. And that's my question is you don't know if he was just going to try and get the ring back for himself and, like, by chance it ended up in the lava. Or if he was actually, like, he came to his senses and he was going to do the right thing.
I don't know. I like that it's clear like that.
Yeah.
It doesn't change the outcome, but it makes you think. I wish there was more of that.
Makes you
I
think about it
guess.
thematically, in my
As
opinion.
another note of things I wish there were more of.
Mhm.
Yeah, thematically, sure, but like, the events turned out the way they did. It's kind of more realistic that way.
And
for human nature, I mean,
And then when the ring is destroyed, without power, all evil crumbles.
cool. I like that.
Yeah, we see the tower, Sauron's eye, just crumbles.
Just be like,
The armies, it's all.
Yeah, I just had a thought. No, right before that. And that is, I had a feeling Gollum was going to fall with the ring. Frodo better not too.
Yeah, because you see, and here's like, I guess maybe a nitpick, maybe like a pretty obvious thing that they could have thought of, is the way that he fell. He did not fall in a way that he could have grabbed onto the ledge. He fell facing the other way.
Yeah, he
But
rolled off. I think.
no, he like fell facing flat, like out against the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to watch it again.
So I guess there's the other fake out with Frodo. 2 in one
That
movie.
is technically a fake out. Yeah.
There it is. There's 2. I just had an edit for that.
I don't really care though.
Where I said Frodo better not too. Edit. Thank goodness I wasn't ready to cry.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. And then I guess I have a part poem here because it rhymes. I'm glad they didn't overuse the eye. Like I said, like however long ago now. It feels like forever ago. Yeah, and that's it. Because I just realized like how little notes I took comparatively. So I just said, well, I didn't take notes all the way until through the end. So I guess I'll write final thoughts.
Okay,
Not
well,
only for this movie, but the trilogy as a whole.
wait. Yeah, so I'll do mine first then.
Yeah.
I've still got this page,
boy.
but it'll go by quick.
Yeah, go nuts. James Showtime.
Okay. So, yeah, I said there's still over a half hour left after the ring is destroyed. Not too bad, considering the story is over 9 hours long. At least they made sure to give satisfying closure to each character, because that's pretty much what the last half hour is. We see Aragorn becomes king.
Awesome. Love that.
We get wrap up and closure with Gandalf and Frodo and blah, blah, blah. But I'll get to that in a second.
Oh, that scene.
Um...
I'm not over it still.
So here, immediately after the ring is destroyed, though, a big plot hole for a lot of people is how the Eagles come at the end and get them home, because they could have used the Eagles the whole time.
Yeah.
And I said, whether or not this argument holds water, I and many others don't care, because it's obviously about the journey. But that's like a huge thing that someday people noticed and everyone was like, oh yeah.
I don't think they didn't fucking drag their asses all the way back to the Shire. I feel like they just got them out of danger.
Yeah, I don't know. They brought him back to the Elven area, Rivendell, maybe.
That'd be fun.
Wherever Frodo woke up. The Shire looks so nice at the end after everything.
Yeah.
Just like it did at the beginning. Okay, here's something. I didn't know if you caught on to this, but I didn't. I never knew why Bilbo looked so old at the end, especially when the journey only took 13 months. But every time you see him past the beginning, he looks so old. And I don't know if you picked up on it or not. Maybe I'm just stupid.
No, I picked up on it,
Okay,
but
yeah.
I just figured because in the very beginning, Bilbo was talking about like not retiring, but going to this place that like seemed like an afterlife the way it was described, because he was just like, oh, my journey's done, he's old age, he's like retiring. And I guess that mentality, or wherever he was, if he was anywhere, aged him like super quickly.
Well, apparently
the amount of time this journey took was apparently 13 months.
that's what I said. Yeah, and apparently the ring kept him young, which is what I found online. So he rapidly aged after giving it to Frodo.
So maybe that's what happened to Gollum.
Yep. And I don't know why I don't know why Frodo takes off at the end.
I didn't know why either. I was hoping you would give insight for that.
I said maybe he
was just like, I have to do this.
Yeah, I said maybe he just feels like he's fulfilled his purpose or something, but it seemed a little strange because he's really young.
I don't know. Some people are like that.
Yep. So
maybe it was an allegory for like what growing up is like, but
yeah.
Then again, Sam literally wifes up the girl that he was talking to Frodo about.
Mm-hmm.
Sam was literally just pulled a Krillin from Dragon Ball.
I don't follow.
He's just a super cool character, and Krillin just gives up martial arts and wifes up Android 18.
Dank.
And just settles down, basically, which is what Sam does. I'm just like, cool, good for him.
So
but he's like still super young and cool.
So I feel like we can glean what your and my rating for this was, but I guess we should do that before
Yeah.
we go over final thoughts of the series, which is mostly going to be you talking, by the way.
Well, my final thoughts are for this movie and series as a whole, and it's kind of a little spiel, so I can let you go first if you have something shorter.
For my final thoughts?
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to give the movie a rating and then go into final thoughts and then give the series a rating. It should be clear. I give this a 10 out of 10. And I know I usually let you go first, but yeah, it's up there with the first movie. The second movie is like a 9. It's a pretty decent or strong 9. So
Yeah.
first and third are 10 out of 10s for me.
For me, my final thoughts are almost like a manifesto compared to like the all the other final thoughts we've done in the podcast up until this point.
Okay, so maybe you should slap your rating and then go into those, because that's kind of how I have mine set lined up.
Nah, my rating's for the end. You know what my rating is anyway. Just I have it at the end for effect, okay?
All right, whatever. Go.
Okay. Well, I mean, all right, bear with me. This actually might be a bit personal and emotional and shit.
Yeah, this is your time.
Hoo boy, where do I even begin? In all honesty, the final movie played out just like I thought it would. But that's not a bad thing at all. My expectations were high and it delivered extraordinarily. This trilogy is a masterpiece in fiction and fantasy. And even after 9 whole hours of experiencing it, I want more. It's no wonder it became such a cultural icon, sparking waves of influences and memes. You can dive much deeper if you wanted, or take it all at face value and it wouldn't diminish the experience. These movies are beautiful and serve as a reminder that there will always be more to this world to experience, even after a journey or in darker times. For some, the journey is never over, and the ending demonstrates the light shines brightest after the darkest times. Obviously, the way I'm speaking about this, it cemented itself as one of my favorite pieces of media of all time. One day I'll return and watch the extended versions, and maybe the Hobbit trilogy. Until then, I'll remember this experience as a vessel for hope, the future brings great things such as this. 10 out of 10. Not enough dragons, though.
Okay. Dank. Yeah, you had quite a minute after the trilogy ended.
Well, I wrote all that.
Yeah, you didn't want to dive into anything for like a half hour.
Well, yeah, just after that, I was just like, wow, I need to recover from all that. Well, because like I let all the events kind of like wash over me contextually.
I felt tears coming at some point. I forgot what point it was. It might have been Frodo and Sam talking on the rock after.
It was really emotional, yeah, just all the way through.
But yeah, I just remember being like, man.
I'm not crying. I mean, I wanted to say that at the end of but I don't want to give you too much more than I was already given in terms of that. Because holy shit, dude, I felt that the next day.
Good. That's crazy. Almost one of your favorites of all time, works of fiction. That's high praise.
Very high. That's the highest praise I think I'll give much of anything for right now.
Great.
Especially something that's new to me. So, I mean, again, I've never experienced Lord of the Rings. I've just heard a million things about it, but I was just like, it's another fantasy thing, whatever. But it's not. So
that's how people feel.
I don't know. Maybe like
it's special.
Maybe then there's more waiting for me with Harry Potter, and I should give that a chance now.
Yeah, I don't know. I like I said,
Harry Potter. 7 movies.
Okay, we'll see.
7 movies.
My final thoughts are on the whole series. They're not really final thoughts, just a couple things I wanted to let you know, or whatever, discuss for a second. I said I need to watch the making of all these because there's some visual stuff that I'm really curious about.
Oh yeah.
Especially how the fuck did they make Gandalf look so tall next to the hobbits? I want to see how they did a lot of shit.
Yeah, and just like I would love to see storyboards and shit and like concept art.
How much of the world was green screened and how much of it was actually there? Like there's just so much stuff that I want to see. And like these films are not notorious. That means like in a negative way. They're known. Yeah, they're known for having hours and hours and hours upon hours of extra features and footage and blah blah blah. That like it's just amazing to watch these interviews with people and see behind the scenes how it was made. Blah blah blah. That's become my catchphrase in this podcast.
Yeah, but also, that meme, right in the beginning with Fellowship of the Ring, with the Gandalf nod, with the sax music playing.
Yeah.
I have an all new appreciation for that now.
Okay, great.
I fucking love that. I love Gandalf too. Oh my god. Oh my god, Gandalf.
So yeah, I really want to dive into that stuff now. I might want to dive into the extended cuts. That is such a big commitment. I feel like even just the theatrical cuts are a big commitment. But yeah.
I will go back and do the extended versions one day.
Same, that's how I feel. I'm probably
So-
gonna. Hey, I just ordered the Blu-rays of the theatrical cuts and the extended cuts, so I'm gonna be probably diving into that stuff when I have like some time.
So those Blu-rays, that box set, Christmas, what? Yo,
Maybe.
Christmas. Toss that in my sock. Yeah.
So
Nintendo Switch. Yeah.
other note, they
new
are
TV, new car, new base.
they are supposedly going to be remaking this into a TV series, which I want to save as news for the end. And it's going to be on HBO.
No. Oh no.
People have high hopes for it. I know. It's new to you. They seem totally untouchable. I'm just going to say, like,
You know what? We'll always have these movies, no matter what happens. It's fine.
if the series comes out great, that's fucking great.
If it's great, then it's great. If not, we have the movies.
That's yeah. I just wanted to save that little note for the end, and
Now,
yeah. So
Game Studio,
I'm hoping.
hit this up. Like, just pick this up, make it great. Don't turn to a fucking stupid card game or a fucking MOBA or whatever. Open world, first person RPG. Make it happen. Someone.
There are always the PS2 games. People don't really talk about them though. I don't know if they were actually good. They were fun when I was young.
There's the Lego Lord of the Rings, but do I fucking want that? I want fucking Lego bullshit.
I'm not talking about Legos. There was
I know. I'm just saying.
yeah.
There's also Lego Star Wars, and like people love that. I'm just like met as fuck about Lego stuff.
But
Lego
anyway,
games, I mean,
if they make a great TV series, that's fucking awesome. I'm gonna reserve any judgment. For most people, this whole series is like just untouchable. And I guess I'll quickly touch just on The Hobbit. You already know. I don't know. The Hobbit didn't accomplish the same thing for me, and they don't for a lot of people, honestly. But if you just want more of this world, then I guess it's worth giving them a try.
That's
You'll get something out of them.
pretty much all I want. It's just more of the world.
I think you'll get something out of them. I haven't even seen the third Hobbit movie. The problem with the Hobbit is, they turned like I don't know, not gigantic book into 3 movies that were like 2.5 hours, and
Right.
so I don't know. It's a
Is
little.
there Gandalf in The Hobbit?
I think so. Actually,
Okay, good. That's all I care about. Or Gandalf.
and yeah, like I said, they shoehorned Legolas because he makes no sense in those movies to be there at all. But whatever. So that's
all I have to say is like, when did this shit come out?
2001, 2, and 3, I think.
2001 through 3. How the fuck did I go like almost 20 years without this shit? I should have watched this as soon as it came out when I was like 4.
Yeah.
Like, god damn it. I feel like I missed out so much like in high school and shit.
I grew up knowing
I could have been that nerd just to talk to her like Lord of the Rings, yo.
Yeah. I grew up knowing I loved these movies, but never watching them that often because, like, there's such a time commitment.
Dude, I don't even care about the time commitment. Like,
Now you don't, but
Now
but
I
listen to what you said at the end of the podcast where I recommended this, and you're just like, oh god.
God, I didn't know
Yeah,
what to
I know.
expect out of this.
I know.
I didn't know it was gonna be fucking amazing.
All right. Series.
With all capital letters.
The series for me gets a 10 out of 10.
I mean, yeah, same. I mean, logistically, we're talking 29 out of 30.
Yeah. So awesome.
But we have the same ratings for this. It might land differently in terms of our top 10 shit. 5, even maybe.
Uh-huh.
We'll get to there when we get to there.
Yeah. This is a long fucking podcast, and we still have a game.
Another whole recommendation.
We still have a game to talk about.
Oh man, now I feel like, dude, why did I bother recommending anything next to Lord of the Rings? Because like now I'm just like, what fucking ever, dude. Okay, that happened.
All right, don't say that.
No, I love Hotline Miami. I booked it for a reason, but like, God.
All right, let's get into it with Grace then, and maybe we'll only talk for like 45 minutes. It'll be,
With Grace?
Yes.
That was like months ago, dude.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, Hotline Miami,
Clap. My game.
your recommendation.
Yeah, so I don't feel like I don't really ever see many people talking about this.
No, but these characters are pretty. We just made this jump so like fucking
So
smoothly.
abruptly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
It's like, okay, next thing.
Yeah, but we won't talk about that. I've seen these characters like these masks and shit a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Like where?
I don't like in memes and just like in mostly just around the internet.
I mean, the masks are like the most iconic thing of this game.
I think so.
And like the whole like neon like retro fucking like pink and blue aesthetic.
Pink and blue, I guess.
It will like I feel like it stems a lot from that at least. Like when you see like the posters of the game, it's really cool because it has like its own like really rough style of art, but like really poppy colors.
Right.
It's beside the point. So, fuck. See, the thing is, Lord of the Rings didn't need an introduction. It didn't need a synopsis.
Yeah, I guess if you want to, then go for it.
Synopsis of Hotline Miami. So, I mean, we're going to talk about the story and shit.
Yeah, you
so,
said
like,
you wanted to focus on the story, and most of my stuff is about gameplay.
It's pretty much it's an arcade like type of like first off it's a top down 2D shooter, which is really weird when you first like
doesn't have to be a shooter.
Play it. Well, yeah, it doesn't have to be, but it's like it's a really video gamey type of game. It's like a point system. It's really fast paced and shit, which makes it like all the more tough. And basically, it's just violent as fuck, and it's great.
Yeah,
violence is like one of the best things ever in games. Yeah, basically the main character, who, by the way, do you know his name?
Jacket,
cool. I was just seeing if you knew.
Yeah, he doesn't have a name. He's kind of like Frisk, I guess.
Yeah. They never address it. So yeah, our main character Jacket gets these mysterious phone calls, that are really vague but sound threatening, for him to go do tasks at certain areas, all which are violent.
Just go kill this person, these people.
Basically, it becomes this rabbit hole of like, who is making these phone calls? What is going on here? And that's about it in terms of spoiler-free territory.
Yeah.
This insanity ensues, and if you play it, I feel as though you'll go on a pretty cool journey in terms of how things unravel. But I would love to hear your thoughts generally.
Okay. I don't know. That might be hard to just give a general, but I'll just go with my notes, I guess. Because, I don't know, it sounds like you want to steer this to be about story. Again, I just said that.
Well, I want to touch on it just as much as like anything else.
Okay, because I did watch that video that you recommended me, and I already told you, so you could stew with it and think if you wanted to address this in a different way, but I watched that whole video, but it was really hard for me to get into. Like, the kind of story, right. It was a lot cooler when I knew a lot less, and I didn't play Hotline Miami 2.
Yeah, you just played the first one, which you don't need to play 2, I think.
It felt like all that military shit that was going on, that's like really, really necessary for the story, lost my interest. And I just liked it better when it was really vague and like it had a lot of questions open.
Yeah, like you asked me in the car the other night, if they had 2 planned from the start, and I don't think they did. I didn't really like do any research on this, so I'm pulling this out of my ass. I don't think they did because 1 can be kind of its own self-contained thing. 2 kind of just fleshes out some things more in events, and chronologically it all plays around the events of 1. It happens before and after those events, so that's why. And then it gives a more concrete ending, so there's nothing else unless there's a prequel, which would be stupid. But yeah, that's why I was really weighing whether or not I should recommend the video or just have you play the game.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been great if you just did the video. I'll say that.
That's why I was thinking, because the video explains it chronologically, and 2, it tells a story very out of order, and not even in the way that 1 does. We'll get to that, because 2, it's like, here's this date and time, and then once you beat the stage, it's like, here's another date and time, like 20 years later or whatever,
Yeah.
And it's all over the place.
Here's the thing, like, I watched that video, but you're gonna have to, like, I didn't absorb it. You're gonna have to, like,
That's
go
fine.
over the story.
We'll go over 1.
If you want to go over the story, you're gonna have to do that.
I think 1 is definitely like the strongest.
Okay.
It's funny. I think like the fandom really hates 2 in terms of story.
Oh, okay.
Like they think like 2 fucked up the game, and I'm like, that's a little harsh.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't play it.
Yeah, you played this all in one day. Like you beat the game.
Well,
which, first of all, blew my fucking mind.
I guess I don't get to announce that, but yeah.
Oh well, I didn't know if you were gonna get to it.
I had a note for that. Yeah.
Yeah, and to me, this is a lot harder of a game than fucking Portal. Yeah, it took you a year to do Portal 1 and 2.
Yeah, my note for that was that I definitely got sucked into it.
That's cool.
Because I beat it in one day. Basically one sitting, 7 hours.
Yeah, I didn't know if you would get sucked into it. That's why it was kind of a risk, honestly.
I get sucked into stuff like this unless, like, I find it tedious. And there are things that I found tedious, but it felt generally fair. And we'll get into some things that I thought were dumb or just kind of held it back or bullshit or whatever, but like we'll get to that.
I think that all the level designs are like so different in how you play them and shit, and all the different ways you could play them where it doesn't be tedious unless like you're really stuck on a stage, and then it can get kind of old. Like if you're having trouble with it. But you play at your own pace. Part of the difficulty really is when you're trying to get the A+ rank on a level.
Right. Yeah, and I didn't do that.
The points are based on how aggressive you play and how many risks you take.
Right.
And the more risks you take and how you play a certain way will give you more points. And it can be really, really fucking tough to get A+ ranks. Like, there were times where I was like, yeah, that's it. And then it's like A- or just A. And I'm like, God fucking damn it.
I think you're going to take all my talking points out from under me if you keep going.
Shit. Last thing I'll say is the inverse is true, where it's like, oh, that wasn't it. But then it's like A+, and it's like, okay. Go for it. Just follow your notes.
All right. Well, from the top, let me drive for a bit so you don't take everything I had to say.
Well, I realize I want to talk about this. I like this game.
Okay. So did you by chance find this by looking for games similar to DDLC?
No, why? I found this much before DDLC.
Weird. Okay. But to note on the tedium thing, like I think I would find Undertale's gameplay tedious, to be honest. That's why I don't have any interest
Genocide is tedious.
in actually playing Undertale. But just to make a point, because this was less tedious than what I imagine Undertale would be for me. I just don't have interest in getting good at Undertale's bullet hell thing.
Sure.
Okay. Because I said there was something clearly surreal going on and fucky with the story.
It tells it like kind of David Lynchy almost.
But it was hard for me to get invested since the gameplay took so much of my mental capacity.
Right, sure.
But in a way, it seems like funny games in the... Oh, all right. I guess I wrote this again today because I didn't think I touched on it. But yeah, in that, like, it seems to want you to feel bad for playing it, kind of.
It did remind me a lot of funny games, actually. When I watched funny games, I was like, Hotline Miami. I'm like,
yeah,
potential wreck, when that came up.
But you have to do bad shit to progress, and the player doesn't choose how progression works, so it falls relatively flat, like The Last of Us 2.
I don't think it... I see what you're talking about with little narrative dissonance. I don't think... But it makes you feel bad. It more or less questions like
that's why
the morality of it.
what I wrote today was kind of on that same line. I just didn't realize I already took a note on this. What did I say? Kind of wish it was trying to say more with its difficult and rage-inducing gameplay, like Undertale or Celeste, which is funny because it just said I wouldn't play Undertale. I probably wouldn't play Celeste either. I'd probably find that tedious.
Yeah.
At a certain point, I was convinced it was pointing out how you're a monster for killing all these people just because the game says to and you insist on playing it, like Funny Games, the video game.
I don't. Yeah.
But if if that's the case, it wasn't apparent enough for me.
I don't think it aims to do that at all for me.
I didn't know because I didn't really know what was going on with the story, but I thought I was catching some vibes of like, why are you killing all these people, huh? Like it wanted you to think about it.
I could see that because there are some scenes in the game where it talks about that and morality and such. I don't think it asks the player that. I think it's more with context of the character.
Mm-hmm.
It's asking the character, not you. I think nowadays everyone's more used to like fourth wall breaks and shit. And like being meta and like what it is in terms of the art form. Games now like really take advantage of like the type of art form it is. But this came out in 2012.
Right.
This was just, kind of a game to be a game. Almost. Just had its own story. Why did you ask about DDLC? I don't see that connection.
I said surreal storytelling.
Oh.
But
I guess.
Yeah, I did say my top note was actually, this is not what I expected at all when I've heard this game's name for years. I thought it was something more like Max Payne or something somehow.
I never played Max Payne. So.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. That's just what came to my mind. I thought it was like a third-person shooter type thing.
I didn't know what to expect at all. I went into this shit totally blind.
Mm-hmm.
And this was years ago. I played it and I was like, this is hard, and then I didn't play it. I didn't touch it, and then I played Dark Souls, and I was like, I can do anything, and then I did this. I guess I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I hear the comparison that this is a lot like that fucking Clockwork Orange.
Haven't seen it. I still want to.
And just the way that it treats violence and such.
Well, yeah, I can't comment.
And
but
like anarchy and
I really want to see that movie, so
I just want to like toss that in there.
I'm gonna get there.
People are like, same here. Maybe we should just wreck that. It depends on who's gonna pull that trigger first. What are your next notes? I guess.
Let's see.
I'll just ramble.
These
otherwise.
are all like earlier notes. Fast paced, fun, and stressful, kind of like Doom.
Yeah, it's really fast paced because you die in one hit.
Yeah, which
and there's no way to cheat.
I was gonna
either.
continue. I could immediately see why you said it would be challenging. One hit equals dead.
And it's impossible to mod it because of that too, because there's no health at all. It's like if you're hit, you're dead.
Yep.
So that's really it's tough, and I didn't think it was gonna play well on controller at all.
Okay, well, just keep letting me talk because my next note.
I'm sorry. You're just every time I ask you for a note, you're just like, oh, I don't know. I'm like, okay, I guess.
No,
I
didn't. That's not happened. My next note was that as you said, the controls are definitely not intuitive on PS4. Even by the end of the game, I would freeze up both. Wait, I would freeze up both knowing which. It's supposed to say not. Freeze up not knowing which button to press half the time.
Right.
I wish I wrote down the button layout. It's been like 2 weeks since I played it now.
Yeah.
But like a lot of it was on the triggers, and like, it was just strange. But I don't know.
Were you able to? What do you
do? What do you do on the? What do you do in the PC? Do you just click on people to shoot them?
Yeah. So like you have that reticle, right?
That sounds a lot easier.
No, I thought it was going to be challenging because I had a lot of trouble aiming that reticle.
Okay.
Because for me in first person more or less third person shooters, I do strafe aiming a lot. I rely on that. There's like the strafe aiming and there's mouse aiming. I usually strafe and let my target line up with my body.
Mm-hmm.
I can't really do that in Hotline Miami because it's top down, so I have to like look around and shit. And for me also, being colorblind as fuck, I can't see that white reticule against all the like really bright colors, so I'm like, where is it?
Mm-hmm.
And then, did you use the lock-on feature at all? Where you could lock on to enemies and like you would go around them and shit? Like you would aim at them?
Let's see. What... I did, but here's a note I had on it that the lock-on targeting system can be absolute garbage.
Yep, nobody uses it. That's why.
Locks
I
on,
never used it.
Yeah, locks onto wrong guy, locks onto nothing, locks onto a guy through the wall instead of the guy right in front of you, etc.
Oh yeah, I hate it when it goes through the fucking wall, and then like it doesn't take into account like any guns that are like in between you, so you have to like clear a doorway to like get in like around the corner.
Yeah.
And then they'll see you like that, and they fucking get you. That's the other thing. The AI in this game is also like pretty inconsistent, to say the least. Like sometimes they're just dumb as fuck and they don't hit you. Other times they aimbot and just go flick kill, like before even looking at you.
I would say though that the lock-on feature was pretty helpful in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, so like you can grasp like, oh, this is where I aim, but you quickly realize like it's not optimal. Especially if you're trying to go for A+ ones, because you just don't have time to lock on and be that precise. You know?
I only got one A+, because I wasn't trying to get them or anything.
Yeah.
I only got one naturally, and I probably wrote down what level it was, but I guess we'll get there when we get there.
I told you if you play cautiously, you'll be fine. Like, you'll make your way through eventually.
All right, so let's get on to that. I said you can use a slow and calculated strategy, or just go in guns a-blazing. Or a hybrid. There's multiple ways to take care of any situation. Discovered this early on by getting pissed off, going slowly and meticulously, dying, then banging away. And it worked.
It's also really fun to see what you can get away with.
And I said the game even encourages us with more points and better grades.
Yep.
Because
it's like, hey, you did this. You did a takedown when like someone had direct line of sight from you.
Yeah, which when I thought maybe this was like trying to make some commentary, I was like, maybe don't reward people for playing badly, like for playing like more violently. But you say that that's not really the point it's trying to make. So
No,
I didn't know. Yeah. Okay. So what did I write? I think that looks like what I wrote.
Part of the theme, but it's like. It doesn't try to make you feel bad. It's more or less like, because violence is part of the theme with like the game. It's not like,
next note,
you should feel bad for this. It's just like, I don't know, just about violent nature and just stuff. That's why, there are animal masks and shit. It's all very like animalistic nature and shit.
Yeah, because I was thinking, and I wrote immediately with the knowledge that the game is very violent. And there's a long video on it. I get the feeling it has something to say. So I don't know if that's true or not, because the video didn't do much for, like, it wasn't really an analysis. It just went through the events.
Yeah.
And what did you have something to say on that? Because I guess my next note.
I don't think it really has like any message or like something to take away from it. I think for me, it's kind of its own like, condensed story.
Okay.
And all of that. Everything that like it poses a question to is meant for the character.
Okay.
So it's very
I guess
I think. I
guess I wish it did speak more to you though.
I guess, but like I feel like I'm so used to that in games. Like I would just be, oh yeah, okay, don't do bad, don't do this. I feel like it would be preachy with like it wouldn't be able to it pull off a lot of what it does already.
It depends what it was trying to say.
That's true.
And it didn't really get there.
I think it would just be bloated too. It'd be bloated.
I was interested. Like I wrote down the stuff. I did because like really the only things that were interesting to me though were the fever dreamy sections with the chicken, owl, and
horse.
Yeah, I wrote a question mark because I forgot.
Yeah, them I would love to like go more in depth.
I was like, that was pretty dank, and the music was dank. I'm sure you wanted to talk about the music. So before that, I'll just go into like, I took notes on what they were saying. I took notes of the 4 questions. Do you like killing people who are leaving messages on your machine? Where are you now? Why are we having this conversation? It really sounds like it's trying to say something.
Yeah, but it's more or less like those are more like clues for like how the story like progresses.
Yeah,
and the question of do you like hurting other people has become like the series like name, like hallmark, like quote, I guess.
Yeah, and then 3 predictions. Someone is not who you think he is. Something will be taken from you, and on July 21st you'll wake up in a bigger house. And I thought maybe jail, But
I feel like you piece that all together though at the end. Like we'll go over that like when we get to story.
okay, sure, yeah.
So I guess let's hop all the way back to gameplay.
Hop all the way back to gameplay. Okay. Well,
'Cause we were already starting to
did you want
discuss
did you want to say anything about music though? Well, I just wanted
We'll
to show
get to
you.
music. We haven't touched on any of that.
My whole music is dank.
It's pretty dank. I want more. I have some more to say about it though.
Okay. Let's get back into gameplay. But I wanted to show you that I took interest in the story. I guess I was just a little let down. Unless you can change my.
It doesn't
opinion.
overpromise really. It's just I'll talk about it. Maybe it'll help out a bit. I just it gives you clues, almost like a more direct David Lynch,
Mm-hmm.
but it doesn't really transform other than that, which I still appreciate. But again, we'll go back to gameplay.
Yeah,
because we've already started talking about that. So
most of my stuff's gameplay.
yeah,
so.
and that's the other thing too. With the whole fucking reticule thing, I only ever use a lock gun on the last boss with the boss.
Yeah. Which was really
at the end.
easy once I looked up what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, well, like the Panthers are the real trouble.
I didn't have trouble with them once I knew. Yeah, again, what you're supposed to do.
You could really just just immediately pick up the trophy and then just walk up to the Panthers and just spam and you get them if you're kind of lucky.
My problem is I forgot you could throw things, so I kept getting stuck after the Panthers.
Yeah. I never really throw things unless
I did early in the game.
I don't know. I did throw things actually quite a bit. Because I don't know. Every level plays really differently to get A+.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like a hybrid, where you have to know which parts you need to play more methodically, but you have to still strike quick enough so you can keep your combo up.
Uh-huh.
The combo is the secret, especially in 2 to get that A+ ranking.
Oh yeah.
In 2 there's S, so great.
I noticed.
Yeah. Usually for I only throw things when I know I'm gonna get a gun or another weapon or some shit. Or just to take them out from longer range.
So when did you last play this?
Good fucking question. I think I completed it this year.
Oh, okay, that's why.
It was in.
Well, you've known it forever.
Yeah, I've completed it in February, maybe March. No, it was March. Yeah, late March.
But you played it.
I tried playing it all the way back in 2017.
Oh, okay.
I
Right.
knew about I watched the video, so I knew the story beats and everything. I just couldn't make it past the gameplay to do the A+ rankings. It's a little hard. For me.
I would never want to.
It was just it's such a learning curve because no other game is like this.
I would never be committed to doing that.
The fucking the movement is so it's so loose, but the aiming is so not.
Mm-hmm.
You have all these time swings and punches and throws and shit, and you have to combat the really precise AI, especially with shooting.
Mm-hmm.
If the AI has a gun, it's just good fucking luck.
Mm-hmm.
I usually threw things in the game so I wasn't outnumbered, I guess. It rewards takedowns a lot, when they're on the ground
Mm-hmm.
and you bash them in with a bat or another melee weapon or something.
Mm-hmm.
You get more points for that as opposed to just shooting them or whacking them with the gun.
Right.
So most of the time I would throw my weapon at them, get them on the ground, pick it back up, and then do the takedown.
Okay.
To get the free 1,000 points.
Yeah, I have a note that the door is the best weapon.
Yep. It really fucking is, but sometimes the door is annoying as shit.
It can
and they
be.
don't work the way you want them to.
That's true.
Because sometimes when I would shoot someone and they would be coming through the door, my gun would hit the door and then just knock them down.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, God damn it.
It's not really to be counted on, but when it works, it works.
Oh, when you walk through it, it's so
Mhm.
it's so satisfying. It's really fucking cool.
Right. The door is how I got through one of the hardest levels in the game.
Do
The
you
door-
know which
the-
stage it was?
I
I have a
took,
few numbers that brings PTSD back.
it was the one after you are in the hospital. The police station.
The police station, yes. Assault, that one.
So that one,
fucking level.
Well,
I nearly lost my shit in that level.
It was hard for me, until I realized what mask to put on, which was the Fists of Fury or whatever.
Tony,
I guess so.
Where it's a punch and it's just one hit kill.
Oh yeah, and let me also say, because I have this note. It took me a minute to realize that you can pick a mask at the beginning.
Oh my god, it's funny.
It
says choose your mask.
The thing is, you can accidentally click through so many things in this, which I have other notes on.
Oh really?
Yeah. So I just thought like it was like giving you the name of the level at that screen or something, and I accidentally clicked through it so often. So yeah, it took me a minute.
I always just let it go until it's like when I see the masks. I don't know.
Yeah, it took me a minute to realize you can pick a mask, and that they give you special abilities. So I just kept clicking through.
I'll get to the masks in just a second.
So I guess I was on hard mode for the first 8 chapters.
Well, here's the thing. I did most of the chapters with the Richard mask.
Is that the first one?
Yeah, the no power ups or anything.
Yeah, that's what I did.
That's how I got through Assault. Because the problem with Tony, it's like really good to blast through, but you get fuck all points for it.
Oh, all right. Yeah,
because the punch knockouts, like I said, are worth less. They're worth more than shooting, but like not worth nearly as much as takedowns. So even the first stage with all the guns and shit, like getting your way through the door, because sometimes a cop just walks up to you and smacks you with a baton, is really tough.
Mm-hmm. Well, I feel like those are like 2 different conversations because you're talking about completing it.
Well, yeah.
What about just like the first time you played it?
First time I made it all the way to there was when I was completing it. I stopped when I was playing it for leisure the first time because it was too hard.
Oh, really? Okay.
And I just wasn't really jiving with it, I guess, because it was so like jarring for controls and shit and movement.
Are the controls weird on?
No, they're not. It's just for me. It's just that whole concept of the top-down 2D combat style was so foreign to me.
All right.
And I couldn't really do it. It's just, again, aiming with the reticule. You probably hate it on mouse. I don't like it on mouse. I just don't like it, period, because I think it's just so like, I can't aim with this. I need to use my body.
Yeah.
I eventually, ended up making do with it. It's just such a learning curve for me.
Well, I'll just show you, like, after we record this with the 10 minutes we have, I'll just show you the controls, because it does that right at the beginning of the game. It's like you press this to do that and this and that, and then you can immediately be disgusted because I don't remember what they were.
Jump is on the trigger,
but you use both of the left and right stick. Like use the left to move around and the right to aim, and then like L2 like picked up guns and threw them or something, and then like R1 shot or I don't know.
That kind of sounds similar because with PC, right click is picking up shit and throwing it, and left click is to shoot or swing or hit or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it. It's WSD to move. Duh. Also picking up things. My God, sometimes I would just be standing over a pile of weapons and be like, not that one, not that one, not that one.
Yeah.
Because most of the times I would get a gun and be like, I don't want a gun. I need melee.
Yeah.
And then I lose my combo doing
guns
that
are
shit.
not the best thing to get for sure.
But they're the best thing to do in 2.
Okay.
2 guns are like way better. And half the time in 2, when you do an execution, when you're on top of someone and shit, like I mentioned earlier,
yeah.
Most of the time in 2, you lose your combo from how long it takes to do that.
All right.
As opposed to maximizing your points. So it's quite a jump. So what do you think of the masks and which one is your favorite?
Probably that one, the punch mask.
Tony, it's really fun. It's a really fun mask.
That was probably the most useful one once I got. I used a different one quite a bit too. The one to not get where dogs don't go after you. I used that a bit.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot what the fuck that name is.
Those are the only 2 that I really used.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess I've got some other stuff to talk about.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
I was just looking at what the mask is called. I think it's Don Juan is the horse. It might be like Aubrey or Graham. No, Graham is the mouse. So it might be Aubrey.
I don't think so.
I don't know, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Anyway,
the dog one.
Anyway,
Yeah, because dogs are fucking nightmare in this game. Can I just say?
yeah, but I didn't need it once I had the fist thing figured out.
Yeah, because you can just wait them to
And
charge
dogs
go
aren't in all the
whack.
levels, so
No,
yeah.
but when they are, it's fucking tough. I've lost so many times to dogs.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so criticism, I guess. Running into walls is annoying as fuck. In a game like this where you're rewarded for going at a fast pace, it feels like false difficulty when I die because I didn't perfectly slide through a door.
Slide through?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do you mean?
Like when you're trying to be quick and, like I just said, it's fast paced.
Yeah, well, if there's an enemy
And
from across the room, you have to target them first.
No, like when you need to quickly like pop out, shoot someone, and then like slide back in the door and like hide. And then the door just gets in your way or the walls. Like it's annoying how tight everything is because it really doesn't play into the whole fast paced nature of it.
I mean, I never really experienced a problem with that. Especially running into walls. I never ran into a wall. I was like, fuck!
I don't know. Maybe there's more precision on the PC.
I felt pretty in control in terms of movement. The doors I can understand because they're floppy as fuck. But I never felt as though the difficulty was unfair. Like, I always felt as though if I died... Only time where I felt like it was unfair is if the AI was all of a sudden like, click! Like bullshit quick. Which happens, like, sometimes.
No, I just ran into walls when I wanted to go through doors a lot. Get stuck on the wall. Yeah, I had that. There should be an "Are you sure?" for restart, and it should not bring you it should be. Let me restart that. There should be an "Are you sure?" for restart, and it should bring you to the beginning of the chapter, the beginning of the stage, not the chapter. Capital PH. Fuck chapter 4, because that's where that happened to me.
Oh, I never had a problem where I accidentally restarted the whole chapter.
Well, it just
times I did was where I was like, okay, I'm gonna try a different mask.
It just happens. I click restart, and like in a split second, it restarted me from the chapter. And I was already on the second stage, and the first stage of chapter 4, was like one of the most annoying in the whole game for me. So, chapter 4, when you get to the second stage, there's the bomb. It's that level.
Oh, like in the middle of the level. I don't think that one was like all that tough of a chapter. It might have been. I just don't remember it.
It's the one where you open the door and the bomb explodes. And I didn't look up how to take care of the bomb.
You're supposed to shoot it.
Well,
shoot the door.
Yeah, you're supposed. Yeah, and I didn't look that up until I accidentally hit restart, and that's when I almost just quit playing for the day. But obviously, I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can understand how the bomb could be annoying for new players.
Yeah,
but I did really enjoy the inclusion. It was like really fucking. It just made it even more like surreal. It seemed weird. In terms of like graphic, like gore and shit.
Yeah, but I was ready for the bomb to be like included more, and it was just that once.
I think it's in 2 as well, but I don't know. I didn't want it to be included more, honestly, because I thought it would be like, how often is this happening?
Fuck the bomb noise, also.
Very loud, very loud. I mean, it makes sense, though. It's a fucking bomb.
Yeah, but it was more like all the stuff that... Did I not? Oh, okay, no, I did take a note on that. I guess, like, these are more critiques, and earlier stuff was less. I don't know. Because another thing, it's really easy to accidentally skip dialogue. I guess it felt like everything was like it didn't put enough breathing room in for you to like actually make sure you're not skipping important shit.
Yeah.
Like picking a mask. Or like if you hit restart, it shouldn't just restart you from the fucking chapter. If your finger could accidentally slip. That's why games as early as like PS2 games are like, are you sure when you hit restart or exit or whatever?
I never had that problem. As well
I know
as
you didn't, but if you ever needed to restart, you would have.
As well as what's the word? Skipping through dialogue. Were you mashing X at all or anything?
No, the thing is, I got to that bottom floor, and I thought like I just need to have a different weapon when I get to this spot, so I should restart like this part and see if I can get. Set it up differently.
I think, usually if you want to just restart that part, you just go and get killed.
Yeah, but that wasn't the problem because I kept dying. but like everything was almost set up perfectly. I don't remember the exact context actually.
You just had a weapon that was like not ideal, but like manageable.
I don't know because
You would have to restart the chapter.
yeah,
then,
that's what
because
I'm saying.
You're stuck with that.
That's what I'm saying because my argument conflicts itself. That must not have been the issue.
I mean,
I don't remember what happened.
I'm pretty sure each stage of the chapter is like doable, even if you don't have a weapon. But like it helps.
Mm-hmm.
You know, usually there's like a guy like you can just pick off and then grab his weapon.
Yeah,
but if you have like the Tony mask, it just doesn't matter because you just punch the shit out of everything.
Yeah, well, this was chapter 4, and it took me till chapter 9 to realize that I could have a mask.
Yeah. Which sucks.
Really easy to accidentally skip dialogue. Yeah, again, it's just easy to like fucking accidentally do shit in this game.
I again don't have any of that issues, so
I had that a lot. I don't know. Maybe I was just playing fast paced.
might have been. Yeah, you might have just been like hitting the controller too much, or I don't know.
One of the calls you get. Okay, yeah, this is just a one-off like little line. Someone calls and says, "This is Jim from the office," and I was like, "Ha."
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I was just
believe
like,
it. I
really?
believe it.
I was just like, really? They totally did that.
Yeah.
Why are there stairs in the grass?
There's stairs in the grass.
Yeah, there were stairs in the grass.
I don't.
When you go
remember.
outside your house, it's just a little thing I took note of. I still have like notes, so
Really quickly, my favorite mask is Carl, the little grasshopper.
I don't remember the mask.
I don't think you unlocked him. He's like near the end of the list. But with that mask, you get a drill.
No, I have that.
Oh, okay. So like you literally drill into people's heads. It's fucking metal.
No, I never used it.
You get more points for the executions than you do normally. So that's why I used him a lot.
Okay, I was
to
like,
get those A+.
I was like, I didn't use a lot of the masks. I was like, why would I? Especially, I was like, why would I use a mask that just gives me a weapon? Like, there's lots of weapons, no shortage.
Yeah, but the drill is like, also you get another achievement for it for using every weapon. But also you do get more points for the takedowns, as you get like 1,100 as opposed to just 1,000.
Okay.
So they help with A+. Also, just really metal to see that animation. There's unique animations for all the other ones. Like, did you find the pot of boiling water in I think stage 4?
I don't know.
There's a pot of boiling water, and you can just either throw it at someone and that kills them, or if you do a takedown, you literally pour it on their face.
Probably not.
It's fucking metal.
I guess before we get into story, so this is like kind of a transition question. What happened at the beginning with me? My screen kept getting more and more gray and weird. And then when I restarted chapter 4, it went back to normal again, and it never turned gray again throughout the whole game.
Never had an issue in terms of visuals like that.
I don't think it was an issue. I think like it was definitely planned because like it was progressively getting more gray and gray. Like because it's really vibey and like
I don't think that's supposed to happen.
there's a lot of colors and shit. But the more I died, my screen started turning gray and like the music started fading and it got quiet. Like
that sounds scary.
yeah, it seemed really like weird. And then like I just thought like, oh, each stage like it gets more pale and then it's gray. But then like when I restarted, yeah, it just came back on full vibey. That was when I accidentally restarted it. So I guess that was the one good thing. And then I thought, over time, the more you die, it gets gray. I thought that definitely had like some story significance. It just never happened again.
I think you had a haunted copy, dude.
It just never happened.
That never happened to me, dude. I've died hundreds of times on one stage, and that's never like remotely happened. So
it seemed
be a glitch. I don't know.
It seemed intentional. I don't know. All right,
weird. There's another gameplay thing. First of all, the cover mechanic, where if you knock someone down, and you have a gun in your hand, and you hit spacebar on them, and you have them as a human shield.
I did it like once or twice.
That's broken. I've never done that because you move at the same speed, so you're just floating around.
Okay, because I was like, there's probably like people would hate the way I played this, but I guess not, because everything I'm saying I didn't use or didn't love, you're saying like, oh, no one likes that.
Also, the speedrunner, I just never used it. The speedrun tactic, for lots of stages, where there's a guy like right in front, is to lure him outside, knock him down, like so he pretty much goes in your car, and then you hit spacebar on him, you jump in the car, and it finishes the stage.
Mm-hmm.
So it takes like 2 seconds. But it only works if like the car is like horizontal facing, not vertical. It just doesn't work. It glitches out.
You know what? I guess.
And then it's really funny because it just shows takedown 1 and like 200 points. Grade F.
One more quick gameplay thing that didn't take a note on, I guess. I don't know what level it was, but it was like definitely purposely bullshit. Or like I accidentally was just stuck in the wrong place. But in one of the levels, like a car zooms in.
Oh god.
Yeah.
I died unreasonably too much to that fucking car.
So stupid. Yeah, because it hits you immediately. And then it resets you every time, and it just.
You might have been stuck because I didn't get stuck. I got hit by it like a couple of times, but like just at some point I know where it's going, so I just juke it.
If I wasn't moving when I hit reset, it would hit me.
Yeah,
because I was right
much.
in its line. Like that's purposeful, right? It does that for everyone, or is it that I was?
It didn't get me in the loop. No, you might have just been in the wrong place, and it's just unfortunate.
Yeah, because I was like, it might. I feel like it might have just left me there because that's where
I do remember like
I was, and it was like my checkpoint.
I do remember you did have to dodge and juke it like once you did reset from that point. But it was never. You had a lot more time to move rather than just like half a second to do so. But yeah, fuck that car for other reasons. The dude throwing the Molotovs at you got really annoying. Because you're trying to take out the bodyguards, you can only hit them with your shotgun.
Right.
Or a gun in general. But like the death of that dude, fucking brutal. You just light him on fire. I enjoyed that.
And it goes slowly.
I was like, oh fuck yeah. Oh yeah, and you get this like really weird like static cuts in between shit. I think it's really like, effective in the shit. Yeah, there's also we even talk about the bodyguards where they only die by the gunshots. Sometimes they would play an animation where like they fall over and they would block other gunshots because their body. But I found that really annoying because lots of times there were enemies behind them. And then I would shoot again, only for my shot to get blocked, and then they would shoot at me, and then I'm dead. So that sucked to play around them. But that's it in terms of extra mechanics. Everything else, it's just how the level is staged out. You can shoot through windows too, and the enemies can shoot through windows as well. They react to sound, so like if you break a window or some shit, they'll actually like go investigate.
Yeah,
so you can lure them out.
I got annoyed multiple times because of windows. Because look at the game. It's hard to realize that there's windows.
Yeah.
Until you just get shot through a window, it's like cool.
And you hear the glass break. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you have to remember they're there because just because a game like this, it's hard to. You're looking at like straight lines everywhere that represent the walls, and it's like, oh, that one's a window.
Yeah, it's a little once you figure out it's a window, usually just shoot through the window and you'll get lucky.
Yeah.
Or just end up memorizing where they are and shit. There's a stage where like there's a really long path. And there's a window in the middle of that path with guys with guns that can shoot you, but there's also 2 guys up top
I remember
that can come rush you. That part's annoying because literally the way to do that is you knock out the first guy, pick up his melee weapon, and you just run past, hoping that the guy misses you, and then you throw the weapon and hope it hits the dude off screen, and then you take care of the other guy that is still up and charging at you. And then that's like the first gauntlet to get through that stage. I forget which one that is, but that one sucked.
I don't remember, but a lot of stages took me a minute. Like none of them were immediate for me, but 4 definitely took me the longest, and then followed by the police station.
The police station took me a long time. Also 13 did too. I just remember that number.
I don't.
If you're lucky, the first guy in that stage can spawn with a knife. And sometimes when you throw a knife at someone, it just kills them because you get hit with the sharp blade. And you can throw that shit through windows. So if you really want to, you can throw the knife through the window and then get the dude shooting at you. But that's also like a really clutch shot.
Well, the rest of my stuff is closing, and you wanted to talk about story. So why don't we do that?
Okay.
We're only like 4.5 hours into this.
Sheesh. Yeah. So like. The 3 characters in the beginning, I fucking love them. just because like you have the the good with the horse on the left, and then like the opposing owl, which is like the mafia dude or the Russian mafia that's like really hostile towards you, and then like the Richard mask, which just poses questions, which is kind of like the neutral. So you get that, and like really ominous music and like shit, that graphics that like go on like on the top of it. Yeah, with the questions of like who's making the phone calls and like why are we having this conversation, and also the predictions all just foreshadow what's coming with the game.
Yeah, that's why the questions were a little cooler, I think, because the predictions, it was like, oh, they're happening. Well, yeah they're happening.
I mean, it's just cool to foreshadow, I think. Like, it's not made like too clear to you.
It's kind of foreshadowing in the vein like Twin Peaks did it. So.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it, but it's a lot less interesting to me than getting asked those questions and being like, oh.
So Hotline Miami 2 kind of flushes out why Jack gets a lot more violent, and like how he like pulls shit off. But like the point is that he just goes through it, and like it kind of poses the morality of like, wait, why are you doing this?
I almost feel like it would be cooler to talk about this game isolated, which is pretty much impossible for you to do because you already know all this other stuff. But I would want to hear what people thought about this game before the second one came out.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do. Like everything 2 does is just contextualizes stuff.
Yeah, I want to know how people thought about the story and like what the fuck was going on, like, and who these people were who were asking you these questions. Like,
well, the people asking them the questions were literally just in Jacket's mind.
Okay.
Or like in in his fever dream coma state, where he was like getting these hallucinations, and also could be like otherworldly. It's obviously meant to be through what's the fucking word, through its themes. I don't know, whatever. No silence. It's meant to play into the themes of the game as opposed to just like just Richard and everything. Because obviously the horse is meant to be the girlfriend that Jacket gets. Rescuing that girl.
I do like how subtle everything is. I mean, it sounds
there's
like
lots of details in this game.
Yeah, like you just notice stuff's happening in your house, but it's all out of order, and nothing's ever told to you. You're just supposed to either be like, huh, all right, which is kind of what I did, honestly.
Yeah, it's actually not that out of order.
Yeah.
So like Jacket's motive is that he actually does like hurting other people, and actually has some pride in it, because in the apartment he starts collecting these newspaper clippings talking about him.
Right, so he's just like a serial killer.
Yeah, but he's kind of like the Dexter, where he only kills the bad dudes, or he only kills the Russian mafia, pretty much.
Right.
Or anybody who would get in his way about that. So yeah. The phone calls just tell him where, pretty much.
I wonder if it's inspired by Dexter because it's also in Miami.
Yeah, maybe. Because Jacket as a character is really unhinged, and just like the fuse is always lit. He's psycho. Obviously he doesn't talk. It's just this thing or whatever. Yeah.
Right.
Also, they do like move the girlfriend like subtly closer in like each stage.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like
and the apartment gets cleaner too when she's there.
You're either just not gonna care, like me, I guess, to question why things are happening in your house, or you're gonna like put it together or come up with some theory of like, oh, she's there now. Like, yeah, like I said, I was just too caught up in like, all right, what are we doing today?
Well, yeah, you just see those details. Yeah, I mean, as a gameplay, you're pretty much like, hey, where are we hitting? Pretty much. And it's almost like a heist like type of game, but it's not. It's more just violence.
It's so fast paced that like it doesn't really give you a moment to think about the story unless like you really want to analyze that.
Well, yeah, your moment is like in the prologue and ending of like each little level.
Yeah.
In each stage. There is also, most of the prologue is just visiting a different store, and your same friend is working at all the stores.
Mm-hmm.
Beard is his name.
Yeah.
Who kind of looks like me with glasses and ginger.
And he was
now.
more fleshed out in the second one too, I guess.
Yes, except I don't know. I don't. He's almost like a different person in the second one because he's like, he served in the military, even though he looks like such a hippie dude.
Well,
and he saved Jacket's life pretty much.
Well, it's weird. Like, it really is interesting.
All you need to know is that they go back. They're friends.
Yeah, it really is interesting. Before I watched the video, which is kind of funny. I don't know.
Just sorry about the video. Then might have just been like 2 made it less interesting for you.
Maybe I don't know.
It kind of is. So like, yeah. Or again, we're just talking like, isolated. 2 is just giving you more insight to like,
the stuff that I did notice was interesting because like, yeah, you
piece things together. You're wondering about shit.
I wasn't really piecing it together, but I really loved that I didn't know what was happening, and like I it kept my interest there. Like it kept that door open. I wanted to watch. I was really hoping that like whatever that video was an analysis instead of like more concrete stuff.
Yeah, it's more or less just like to catch you up on like stuff that happened.
Yeah, because well, I didn't really pay attention to what was going on in the house. Like the stuff that was clearly just all you could do was read those little sections at the beginning and end of chapters. Like with Beard, he just disappears at a certain point.
Yeah, I mean,
and
I was worried that you weren't gonna like connect with it if you didn't know what was happening. Is the thing?
No, it was more the opposite, I guess, because I don't know. I just find that setting a lot less appealing than I guess what we had with this character who was just like a maniac killing a bunch of people, and he was getting asked these questions. It wasn't clear to me if it was like in his head or if it was something Lynchian. I don't know.
Well, it kind of is in his head. Yeah, there's some things that like 2 answers about Beard, but like I do like that it's more up for interpretation. You don't fully know because he does just fuck off,
Yeah, I guess
or like gets killed by Richter if you have that canon.
I guess what's clear with the first one is that you find those guys at the end as biker, I guess.
Yeah.
Who were like behind the scenes, who were making the calls and everything. So like it doesn't leave you completely in the dark. But
that's only if you get the secret ending.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I definitely didn't get the secret ending.
Well, because you have to find like these little letters that are hidden in like every stage.
Yeah.
And you can only find them with the Rasmus mask, which like highlights them as little tiny fucking purple squares. And then once you have that, Biker then types in the password to open up the hatch, and then you get the ending. Or the true ending.
Yeah, I didn't get the secret true ending, whatever. I just like, I did that thing where you go under the thing and you find those guys.
Oh, no, you still go under, but you don't know, like, you question them, but you don't have any answers, I guess. You don't know why.
Yeah, but like, I feel like it was like, yeah, they were making the calls. I feel like that was either told to you or obvious because I knew that.
Well, yeah, it is. It's just you don't know why. And
yeah, I guess I still don't really know why, but but that was cool. They didn't know why.
Again, talking into why, it's gonna make it.
I thought like maybe they would somehow like hypnotize you over the phone or something. I don't know.
It's gonna make it way less interesting to explain it to you, honestly.
Yeah.
Because they really, they don't hypnotize you, but they do say, and maybe I think the the ending where the secret, the true ending, whatever. They say, which is a good line too. They say it's easy to make people do what you want them to do. All you have to do is make it seem like that there will be consequences.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what it is. And like once you know that, you can like replay the game and look at the phone calls and kind of see like, they'll be like, get it done this time or else or whatever. They talk in code and it's really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really cool. But yeah, I mean, the whole thing with Jacket is that like he gives into the violent tendencies and shit.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And all that, like the whole chaotic and animalistic side of humanity. Basically, that's what it's talking about. If anything, he's almost like a Bob.
That's kind of like what I felt, and like I liked that. I guess I wasn't interested in like the actual way the story was told, but I liked the themes.
I really do enjoy the way the story is told in one.
I like the subtlety in
because you have like separated acts. Pretty much.
I like the subtlety again in like the way that it is told. By just having things happen around you in your house, and you're like, but also you could just as easily not think about it, which is what I did.
You can miss that unless you get like the major story beats,
Yeah.
which is pretty much Richter. You know?
But the stuff that's happening like right in front of you, like people just start disappearing from the bars, like.
Oh yeah, it's subtle shit. Yeah,
It's
and, like,
definitely
you have like these that dude that's going through your fridge and like half his face is missing.
Yeah.
And like outside the pizza place where like it's like that fucking dead dog that is really fucking graphic. Like every time you see like the character portraits, it's really graphic in terms of gore and shit.
You just start getting like that your dude's affected by the violence, but like that's such a surface level thing that you like could really dive into, and I don't know.
Yeah.
I liked it when I didn't know as much. It felt like more kind of what's the word? Like it really felt more powerful before I knew more, I guess.
I think it got more powerful for me as like I went on. Like after the Richter scene, and then you realize that you're in a coma and shit. That for me is like, oh, it cemented itself in terms of the story.
Wait. Were you in a coma that whole time?
No. Well, like,
Okay,
pretty much, it's kind of a mix between like a prologue and like, revisiting those events. Like Jacket is like contextually remembering everything that happened, but he's in a coma state, so he's getting all these like hallucinations and coma dreams and shit, which is why Beer's working in all the same places, and you see these like dead bodies everywhere and shit disappearing and everything. But relatively, it's like what happens. So you're getting a mix of that, and that's how it tells its story. So it's like a hybrid, which is really interesting for me because that doesn't really happen too often. And it's cool also when you get shot by Richter, right? When you realize that is like what I think he puts on the Richard mask or some shit, and like you have an out of body experience, and you walk out of your apartment and like see yourself in a coma, and your mind literally explodes. Yeah, because it's such a revelation. And then Jacket wakes up, and I hated the hospital escape.
Really?
Yeah,
I was just gonna say I was reading that people had trouble with it, and I was like, how?
I had trouble with it.
It was the easiest level for me.
I found it annoying because everyone just kept fucking seeing me. I was just like, come on.
I had easily the least trouble there.
That's good because I just didn't like it. Because you also get that fucking migraine thing that stops you, and sometimes it stops you in front of a window. It's just like, great.
Well, yeah, but I figured that out pretty quickly. Just like move in small bursts.
Yeah, in terms of context, it's really cool. And I love the transition scene where like you actually see like the cityscape normally, like when it shows the name of the stage, and it's like during the day, and it's all staticky and hazy and shit because you haven't seen the sun in who knows how long. And then you go back to your apartment, and it's like trashed, and there's the body outline of your girl.
Yeah. Well, on that, I was gonna say, like, yeah, it took me, I guess, a minute, but like, with how long each stage took me, like a minimum of, and I wish I kept like track of that somehow, but I would say that hospital stage took me the least amount of time, probably.
Yeah, that's one of the shorter ones. I just was annoyed by it, mildly. Okay. Nothing big. Well, yeah, that's also I think why you see Richter like showing up in places like on the convenience store, because Jacket views him as that he took everything from him.
I don't really know who Richter is.
The bald dude in the mouse mask, in the black mouse mask that's on your couch and shoots you with the silencer.
Just keep saying what you're saying.
Okay, literally the only other guy that you could kill at the end of the police department stage. Right, he's in the cell, and he talks to you like, hey, I, didn't expect you to be alive. I had to do it, and blah, blah, blah.
Oh, okay, that guy.
And you could kill him or walk away.
What did he do to you?
He kills your girlfriend and shoots you.
You could kill him or walk away?
Yeah.
Now, here's the issue. I didn't know I could walk away.
Yeah, I mean, you literally walk up to him and then you strangle him. But you could walk away if you wanted to.
Yeah, I had no idea because I wanted to, like, that's what I was testing with this game. I felt like it really pushed you to do violent things. And, like, whenever I thought, like, okay, so can I just not kill him? And I just, like, stood around and I was like, okay.
Here's the problem with 2. He's alive in it after the events of 1, so it just retcons whatever if you do kill him.
Okay.
Or you didn't do a good enough job strangling him.
Wait, what did you just say that he did to your character?
He kills your girlfriend and shoots you.
Oh, okay.
And like, Jacket frames him as like the guy that took everything from you and blah blah blah.
He
and
probably
has that act of vengeance, but like it doesn't have to be vengeance. So
right.
I don't know. It's cool that you have that choice in the game. It doesn't really fit in with like the story it's trying to tell, I guess. Because on the one hand, you know, if you leave him be, it's The Last of Us 2.
Wait, did he kill your girlfriend and put her in the bathtub?
No, she wasn't in the bathtub. She was on the floor. When
I thought there was a scene of that, and I was like, but I won't say why I'm hmming because I don't want to spoil what I'm thinking of. No.
No, there is a scene where your girlfriend is in the bathroom. Oh. We just had a mini conversation off mic. That was funny. Yeah, there is a scene where your girl is in the bath, but she's just taking it and the door is locked. And that's like before you two get closer.
Mm-hmm.
But she's on the floor when, you know, you discover her.
Okay.
So I guess, I don't know. I guess you don't remember that scene as much. But yeah, I was saying, you know, if you don't decide to kill him in chapter 15 with the police department, it's kind of The Last of Us 2. But if you do kill him, the second game retcons that.
Right.
Even though, you know, for me, you know, yeah, kill him.
Well, yeah, and like I was saying it gave me Last of Us 2 vibes like right at the beginning because it drove home how violent you are, but the player doesn't have a choice.
Yeah, but again, that was more or less for Jacket's character rather than us. I don't think it tries to make any meta fourth wall breaking commentary like that or anything. Yeah, and then what else the fuck happens? And then Jacket finishes his business by killing the mob boss of the mafia.
Mm-hmm.
And then like the boss after that, and then that's it. And then yeah, he goes out the balcony, has a smoke, looks at a picture, and then so fucking, you know, dramatically just tosses it in the wind. And it's really nice.
Right.
And then you sent me a pic of the credits and you're like, oh, never mind.
Yeah, because you have to do the biker section.
Yeah,
but,
which is basically like the aftermath or just the second part.
And you meet up and see Jacket and all this stuff.
Yeah, like what do you think of the fight with Biker and Jacket? Like in that room.
Are they supposed to be two separate timelines or something?
No, it's supposed to be unclear because Jacket's in a coma.
Oh, okay.
And like Jacket's in a coma and Biker got.
Because I was just like, if you want to know what I'm thinking it makes no fucking sense.
Well, it's supposed to be unclear. It's supposed to be that Jacket is an unreliable narrator.
Okay.
Because they also, it's clear that they both, you know, there was a firefight, you know, and they both got beaten really badly, so they misremember like parts of it. I'm pretty sure like one of them was out unconscious and then like they just leave, but it's unclear because, you know, they both probably have brain damage because of that. So obviously each character thinks that they won that fight and moves on.
Right.
But when you do see Biker in the second game, you see like scars and shit from that fight on him, which is pretty cool.
Okay.
But Biker is such a fucking... They really did Biker dirty in the second game. They really did him dirty because he was... The whole thing with Biker is that he's like, you know, the opposite. He's trying to find out who's doing this shit and it's like, fuck you about it, you know? And he's almost about to like crack down who it is and then Jacket comes in, you know? So from his perspective, he's fucking up his whole thing. And that's it.
Right. Yeah, I liked Biker, I guess. I didn't feel like there was that much to him, I guess, because you play so little as him. But
yeah, but like he's kind of like I think he's one of the stronger characters in that, like, I don't know, he does the right thing, but he's like, you know, kind of an anti-hero.
Yeah.
Like he'll still kill like a whole bunch of people to get what he wants. Or which is just to end that. And literally for the 50 Blessings organization, I think they just say it, like when you don't get the password, they just say they did it because they fucking felt like it.
Yeah.
Which is anarchy, and honestly I like that better.
I only got 2 of those letters, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't use any masks, so
Yeah, if you don't look for them, like, they're impossible to find.
I just got 2, yeah. But all right.
I like the honestly the ending that they're just like, we did it for the fuck of it. We want to just it's a lot like DDLC with where it's like they just untied the knot, and let the violent nature take its course. All they did was just give a little incentive, I guess. When you do get the password, it's pretty much explained that they're just trying to create another world war by toppling the Russo-American coalition. And create a war with Russia, and that basically happens at the end of the second game. Spoiler.
Okay.
And that's why Jacket really hates Russians. Because they basically kill Beard.
I had to write down that you spoiled DDLC, so.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
Shit. Well, I mean, we're so used to spoil talk on the pod, so.
Yeah, but there's no reason that we should spoil that in this video, so I have to mark it.
Okay. Well, you can just bleep out some choice words.
All right.
So it doesn't lose its meaning. Anyway, yeah. Spoil 2, fuck it. They drop a bomb in San Francisco where Beard has the convenience store, and it kills everyone there. And Jacket loses his mind about that and just develops a hatred for Russia. So as soon as the first call comes in, he's just like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna go kill some Russians. And then he goes nuts. Again, it kind of just defeats the purpose of what it's commenting on, where it's like, do you like hurting other people? It's like, he doesn't like hurting other people, he just hates Russians. Because he blames them for his friend's death when it was actually 50 Blessings.
Well, I guess if it's the same people who made it, then they're allowed to do that, but I get why people wouldn't like that choice. I
just like 1 better in terms of story. I don't dislike 2 at all. I do enjoy what it does quite a bit, and it's really interesting in terms of storytelling, just not my taste, honestly. 1 is just so isolated and self-centered, self-contained. I don't know. I guess I've just been taking the wheel with the story. So, but that's about it.
All right. Yeah.
Music.
Okay, I had final thoughts.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, I really enjoy the music in this. It helps you get in the vibe of killing people.
I mean, yeah, I enjoyed the music. It was just kind of like dance music, which I thought was going to add to its commentary, because it's like a party, and you're killing people.
It does add to how the player's supposed to feel, because at the end of the stage, the music stops and you get this really ominous droning, and it makes you walk back through to the beginning of the stage, and you see how many dead bodies are around and shit, and the carnage
it shows
you cause.
How it's a party for him, and then it's the reality.
Yeah, to me, it's once the music is over, it's like the high is over of killing people.
Yeah,
and then that realization hits. So I thought it was pretty,
I don't know. It definitely seems like it could serve as a sort of flawed meta commentary like The Last of Us to me also. I don't know. I think that's open to interpretation unless someone's outright said it's not.
Yeah.
But
yeah, still is. It's open for interp. I just don't think it is. It's kind of hard to explain, so I hope I did the game justice in terms of explaining the story and events that go on. There's quite a bit of nuance that goes into Jacket, and a lot that's still shrouded in mystery.
Right.
About him, so I think it's cool.
Are you ready for final thoughts?
Yes, I'm ready. I want to know what you think fully, because I just kind of get gameplay opinions, and you're just kind of mixed on the story.
Yeah, I just let you go on the story, because I kind of just told you like what I liked.
And spaced out
and
with
how
everything else.
I like it less when it's more contextualized.
Well, I hope I gave some insight then
Yeah, for other people.
for like context and such.
I don't know what Coop is doing in my room, but he's running around. All right. So, yeah, my final thoughts then. Overall, a log of fun, because I guess I wrote log instead of lot. Controls could be a bit tighter, because for such a fast-paced experience, this becomes an issue. I can only imagine getting all the A+. No. I only got one, and I don't remember which stage it was on, but I guess we can check.
I wouldn't recommend it. It took me, I think, 13 hours to do everything in this game.
Yeah, I guess we can check, unless it gets rid of that. Like, we can check what I got an A+ on.
No, yeah, we can. It doesn't get rid of it.
Okay, and I said, glad I experienced it, but I wouldn't replay it. And
That's fair. I don't think I will either.
And probably won't play the sequel because it's a bit too stressful. And I don't know if my heart could take it.
Really?
Because
were you that stressed in this?
There was energy coursing through my whole body throughout, and even an after hour the game ended.
Oh my god. Dude, I don't think you can handle Dark Souls then, because it gets fucking intense when you're like about to finish it after so much like effort. Because that's what this game is to me too, you know. It's a lot of perseverance.
From watching, this seems a lot more fast-paced than Dark Souls, though.
It is, yeah. Unless you play Bloodborne or Dark Souls 3.
It's about that fast pace that does that to me.
All right, then play Bloodborne, because that shit gets my heart racing like up the ass. But I digress.
I'm gonna try just while we're wrapping this up to pull up the game and see if I can see what level it was that I got the A+ on.
I guess I can say my final thoughts if you're distracted doing that. I think this game is like a cult classic.
Mm-hmm.
And that like once you play it, it'll have like a pretty niche following. It doesn't really get talked about like at all, which is a little sad. But like, you know, it's remembered fondly, you know? Kind of like Silent Hill or some shit.
I've definitely heard the name a lot. I guess I just had no idea what the fuck it was.
Yeah, it's kind of a name that will be tossed around, and it's really tough to glean from it. But it's also like a pretty unique game, you know?
Yeah.
Nothing else is going to be, you know, 2D top down and have that I think story and narrative.
I think what makes it unique really is that surreal storytelling.
Yeah, and also the surreal music as well too, like just complementing it. I guess that's the word that we're going to be using for this is surreal.
Yeah. Let me see.
He pulls it up really quick, and just man, this title screen is bringing back memories.
How can I tell what I got?
You have to select it first.
Okay, it might have been 13. No, C+.
Assault, no. Oh, it was 13. I thought it was 15. I don't think it was anywhere near the... Really?
16.
Chapter 16. So that's with Biker.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're in the little Asian kitchen. That was not tough. Plus, Biker also gets the 3 throwing knives, which makes him pretty OP.
I actually had a lot of trouble with this one. That's
Really?
the funny thing. Because, yeah, I had a lot of trouble with it, but then I got an A+, I
Dude, I
guess.
blast through that stage so quickly. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Time to wrap it up.
Time to do that. Did I have any final notes? No. That was pretty much it.
I'm ready for rating when you are.
I am ready for rating.
Go for it.
I gave this one a 7 out of 10. Strong.
Hey.
Strong.
Yeah,
7.
I was hoping for that.
Closer to an 8 than a 6.
I give this an 8 out of 10 as well. I think it's like a light 8. It's pretty much right there within the cult classic, and I'm gonna remember it fondly. Aside from like pulling my hair out, doing all the A+ ones, that was kind of nightmare. But I did really enjoy like the themes and the music and all that such. So yeah, that's it, guys. It is late.
We did it. Yeah, we just have to give our recommendations then.
Oh, recommendations.
Hopefully you thought of something, because I don't fucking know if I did, but you're wrecking first.
Yeah, I thought of something. You know, we'll find a way to talk about whatever. I've been saving this one because like, ooh, the controller's changing color. That's cool.
Yeah, it does that. That's cool.
Sorry, I got distracted. I've been saving this one because I think it's gonna be a big one. Not in terms of like length or what we're talking about.
Big for you.
Eventful. It's gonna be a discussion, and I feel like this has been long awaited.
Okay.
So I'll just toss it in. Fuck it, you know.
Yeah.
You're getting an album.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I thought. Yeah. Okay. All right.
It's happening.
Pink Floyd.
I'm finally talking about that stupid gay triangle album.
What?
I only call it that because of the rainbow.
I guess. Yeah. All right.
That's what.
Well, you said stupid, and it sounds bad.
Okay, it's what the Circle Jerk subreddit calls it. It's funny. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I said stupid because you know. Oh man, you see this album art everywhere, and like.
Yeah, you sound like you don't like it.
No, I do like it. But like I got a lot to say about it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I have an interesting opinion on it, and
I just wrote.
Talked about it. You haven't heard it. It's like we have to do it. We have to talk about it.
I just wrote Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Movie. Dark Side of the Moon. All right, it's coming.
It's only like 40 minutes long.
Okay. Wow. All right. Yeah, not bad.
I only have one condition. You have to listen to this start to finish. You can't break in between.
All right.
Unless, okay, you can break if it's before money.
Oh yeah.
That's the A-B side. Everything, all the songs pretty much roll into each other.
Okay.
So that's part of it. After your second listen through, you can stop it wherever you want, if that's the case.
Cool.
But first two, all the way through.
Awesome. And my recommendation for you, I feel like I'm not even doing podcasts right anymore. It's been too long.
We've just been talking.
I'm just like, help. Yeah.
It's a separate day we talked about all the fucking rings.
This is the longest fucking. This never is happening again. I can't even fucking function right now.
Until I give you Star Wars.
Yeah, this is too much critical shit. Like, we should record right now because it'll be the best session we ever get.
What are you talking about? Are we so-
Exactly. Yeah, okay. That happened. No, it'll be fucking great if we record right now.
My mic cord just fell out, so I have no idea of how much audio it caught from me.
I don't know. But no, what I'm saying is we have the best sessions when we're like notoriously being stupid as fuck and need sleep.
It is so hot and sweaty in here. Let's wrap this up. Come on. What's my rec? What am I doing this week?
So I guess I promised you a chode rec, a small rec.
Whatever that. Yeah, chode.
Because
a roach.
I gave you a jumbo rec, with Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
And then I was like stuck between 3 today, but I guess the one I really want to do is gonna wait a couple weeks. So you're gonna get something we've never talked about in here before. A stand-up special.
Oh.
Bo Burnham, Make Happy.
Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this. How long is it? Like
about an hour.
About an hour.
Mhm.
Only need to watch it once.
Yep.
I'll probably take notes on it. Because I forget some things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking forward to that. That sounds like a joy.
It is on Netflix.
All right, so Dark Side of the Moon and Bo Burnham's Make Happy.
Make Happy. All right.
That's it. Anybody who stuck till the end, good God.
Good God.
That's all I have to say to you. Like, fuck, do you need someone to talk to?
Do you feel the way I do? My PlayStation would be asleep right now, by now. Like, because it turns off after 4 hours if I just leave it.
I would be asleep right now.
Even the YouTube video on, which this is going to be. So, if I tried to watch this video, my PlayStation would be like, I'm out.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Just,
Sweet. I can't fucking think. Okay,
we
yeah.
finally did it.
We're talking about Dark Side of the Moon and Make Happy next week, and we're going to blow out this candle.
We finally did it, guys. Let's blow out this candle. Put it to rest. Let the fire fade. Fly, you fools.